Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. But this time, he ignored the ghostly shadows lurking in the darkness. Instead, he pointed his bleeding wound directly at the radio on the couch. Wind cannon. Bang. A powerful shockwave exploded forth. The black radio was blasted off the couch, but it didn't shatter. Instead, it crackled strangely, its frequency display flickering wildly. Click. With a crisp metallic sound, a silver object flew out from within. The entire train flared with blinding light. Every corridor and passageway was suddenly illuminated. And at that moment, the black shadow in front of him was fully revealed. Lin Xian's breath caught in his throat. It was himself. The other Lin Xian stood there, wearing an eerie, twisted smile, staring at him unblinkingly. A chill crawled up Lin Xian's spine. With the sudden burst of light, the other Lin Xian rapidly retreated into the shadows, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian instinctively stumbled back, his mind racing. As I suspected. Hoo. His breath came in sharp gasps. Looking down at his left hand, his fingers were intact. Glancing back, there was no girl, no blood. His heart pounded furiously. If I had attacked earlier, would I have ended up killing myself? And that wasn't the only strange thing. The glass marble in the dark. The red-dressed ghost in the carriage. The bone-crushing pain in his severed finger. All of these were childhood fears of his. They terrified him but never truly harmed him. But when he believed he had killed Luo Shasha, his mind unraveled. That was when the shadow version of himself appeared. Had he given in to his instincts and attacked without thinking, he would have killed himself. Two more details stood out. First, the frostbite scars on both the shadow's hand and his own hand. Second, the radio on the couch. The entire train was under Lin Xian's mechanical heart control. Even if fear clouded his mind, it couldn't interfere with his system's readings. Yet that radio, the power switch was off, but the frequency display was glowing. If he wasn't controlling it, then something else was. Something inside this twisted reality was amplifying his fears. Clang. Clang. The silver object landed on the floor, producing a sharp metallic sound. Lin Xian's gaze locked onto it. It was a silver antenna. And strangely enough, it moved on its own. It rolled swiftly across the floor, heading toward carriage number 3. Swish swish. Something's off. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He stepped forward and chased after it. Now that he understood, his greatest fears had been turned into reality. The glass marble, the red-dressed ghost, the severed finger, all of it was fake. That cursed radio station possessed some kind of supernatural power. It was broadcasting fear. It was unleashing terror. It was trying to make him kill himself. Gurgle. The silver antenna rolled deeper into the darkness. Then, clang. It collided with a toolbox and stopped. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and strode forward. Just as he took a step, the red-dressed ghost lunged at him from thin air. His heartbeat skipped. His expression twisted in fear. He staggered back. But this time, he forced himself to remain calm. Nice figure. Clenching his teeth, he reached for the ghost's chest. The red-dressed ghost's face twisted in horror, and she vanished instantly. Same trick, different method. Lin Xian smirked. This wasn't supernatural. This was psychological terror. Taking another step, a spinning blade flew at his neck, and his head was sliced off. Yet Lin Xian simply picked up his severed head, held it in his hands, and inspected it. So this is what my back looks like. Then, he reattached his head, and kept walking forward. Ahead, the carriage glowed red, a bloody tide surged forward, carrying countless severed heads in its wake. Lin Xian conjured an ice shield, pushing forward through the blood and dismembered heads. He even grabbed a severed head, weighing it in his hand. Nice. This melon's ripe. The silver antenna continued releasing his fears, but Lin Xian had already seen through the trick. The train lights flickered erratically. The carriage doors creaked open. Steel groaned under invisible pressure. Really pulling out all the stops now, huh? Lin Xian stood before the toolbox, eyes fixed coldly on the silver antenna. This is my train, you damn ghost. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Whoosh. His mechanical heart roared to life. The shutters slammed shut. The doors froze in place, The lights stabilized. The locomotive engine hummed steadily. If not for his mechanical heart, he would have drowned in fear, unable to tell illusion from reality. Let's see what you really are. Lin Xian knelt, reaching for the silver antenna. Instantly, a horde of ghosts and corpses surged toward him. But he ignored them all, and grabbed the antenna. Swish. The nightmares vanished. Knew it. This thing was behind it all. But, as soon as he held the antenna, the train plunged into total darkness. And then, a creature appeared. A white-furred beast, blood dripping from its mouth, holding Kiki in its arms. Chapter 78, The Invisible Horror. Why is Kiki here? Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. His flashlight's beam fell upon the white creature, which slowly lifted its head and gazed at him with an unusual expression, a look of surprise. A look of confusion. Almost as if it was astonished that Lin Xian could see it. Lin Xian noticed a few strands of Kiki's hair drifting in the air, and suddenly, realization struck. The hair from before was Kiki's? Had this creature been standing here the whole time? Then why hadn't he seen it before? A chilling thought flashed through his mind. He looked down at the silver antenna in his hand, feeling his consciousness fading fast. What the hell is this thing? Sensing imminent danger, he raised his hand and fired a wind cannon at the creature. Boom. The creature's head was blown apart. A surge of black mist erupted from the wound. The monster let out a shrill scream, desperately flapping its wings as if trying to catch the escaping black mist, and at that moment, Kiki slipped from its grasp, collapsing onto the floor. I hit it? Lin Xian was momentarily stunned but had no time to dwell on it. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to save Kiki. The black mist continued to spew out, expanding rapidly, like an inflating cloud of darkness, swallowing the entire carriage number 1. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose as he charged into the fog. The moment he entered, his world spun violently. Hoo-hoo. It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. A crushing sense of weightlessness engulfed him. Breaking through the mist, Lin Xian's eyes snapped open. And found himself somewhere entirely different. A silent, apocalyptic city. A dead city stretched beneath an overcast sky. The urban landscape, strangely familiar yet eerily foreign, lay in ruin under the suffocating dark clouds. In the distant skyline, a line of signal lights pulsed like breathing embers, flickering against the massive steel defensive walls encircling the city. The faint glows looked like the last dying flames of humanity, radiating a solemn yet oppressive atmosphere. Then, Lin Xian lifted his gaze toward the sky. And his breath hitched. There, a colossal humanoid corpse floated face down in the sky. A decayed giant, spanning over 10 kilometers. Its ashen, dried-up skin was wrinkled like a mountain range of scars. Its hollow black eyes were void of life, exuding an unspeakable pressure as it drifted silently over the city. A whispering chorus of eerie voices filled Lin Xian's ears. Slowly, he lifted his head, and stared into the abyssal eyes of the floating corpse. The atmosphere inside the train was incredibly tense. Chen Sixuan, Luo Shasha, and Luo Yi stood frozen, their faces pale as they watched Lin Xian vanish before their eyes. Brother Lin disappeared? Luo Shasha gasped. Luo Yi was equally shaken, completely unable to process what had just happened. Ah! Lin Xian? Lin Xian? Chen Sixuan frantically called out, no response. A living, breathing person had just vanished into thin air right in front of them. What the hell is happening? Luo Shasha's face was stricken with panic. 1542 radio. That's it. That day, when Kiki came back, she told me about it. Her voice trembled. Oh no, did Brother Lin disappear too? Chen Sixuan's face turned ghostly pale. Thud. 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 A sound echoed from the floor of the train. Chen Sis. Listen. Luo Shasha's voice quivered as she stared at the floor. There's footsteps. Thud. 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 The three of them staggered backward. The footsteps grew faster, moving from carriage number 2 toward the cockpit, then pausing beside Kiki's bed. Before turning back. Thud. Thud. The sound stopped at the cockpit, then started coming back. What the hell is this? Chen Sixuan's brow furrowed deeply. Her face was filled with fear. Could it be Brother Lin? Luo Shasha waved her hand through the air. Nothing. Is he invisible? I swear, I can still feel him on the train. Is this really the work of the 1542 radio? ZZZZZT. The radio on the couch still displayed the 1542 frequency, its speaker emitting weak static sounds. The train fell silent. Faintly, they could hear the sound of wind coming through the radio. Chen Sis. Should we turn it off? Luo Shasha's voice was full of fear. Chen Sixuan's entire body was covered in chills. She hesitated for only a second, then strode forward and shut off the radio. But, even after turning it off, the frequency numbers still glowed. Oh my god. It's still on. Shasha shrieked. What the hell is going on? They all backed away, eyes locked on the radio. Whoosh. Suddenly, the train's lights flared up. The engine of the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive roared to life. Click. 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 The shutters dropped. The gates opened. Bright daylight flooded into the train, driving back the darkness. Beep. Beep. The time displayed, 16:05. Morning had come. Chen Sixuan's expression shifted. It's Lin Xian. He's controlling the train. He's still on board. Daylight illuminated the world, yet the three of them felt no relief. Yes. It has to be Brother Lin. But why can't we see him? Shasha reached into the air, trying to grasp something unseen, but there was nothing. She turned her head, and her face drained of color. Look. Kiki is bleeding again. Chen Sixuan spun around. Sure enough, a fresh trickle of blood dripped from Kiki's nose. Shasha, get some water. The three of them were completely overwhelmed. Lin Xian was gone. Kiki's condition was worsening. Tension choked the air. Shasha lifted Kiki's eyelids, her pupils were almost entirely black. Her breathing was growing weaker. What do we do? Kiki's getting worse. Chen Sixuan's face twisted in worry. Quick. Where's the red crystal? Yi turned, voice low, it's gone. Lin Xian took it earlier. Shit. That cherry blood crystal is missing. Shasha frantically searched the couch, but found nothing. Bang. Suddenly, the radio crackled again. The frequency numbers flashed wildly, then faded into darkness. The radio had turned off. Chen Sixuan's heart leapt into her throat. Something's happening. She clenched her fists. Lin Xian is trying to tell us something. We need to move, now. Chapter 79, The Prison. Lin Xian felt as though his mind was trapped in a fog. A sharp ringing noise buzzed in his ears, while the putrid scent of damp rot filled his nostrils, making him grimace. He had no idea if he was still on the train, because not even the worst bathroom on the train smelled this disgusting. As he slowly regained consciousness, his blurred vision made out a pitch-black environment. He was inside a dark prison cell. In the dim shadows, a frail figure sat curled up in a corner. Lin Xian squinted. It was a young girl, around 13 or 14, hugging her knees to her chest. Her thin frame showed signs of malnutrition, but her eyes burned with an intense light. As if she was waiting for something. Kiki? Lin Xian's voice wavered. His mind was still a mess. Why does Kiki look so young? Sure, she was always a kid, but she wasn't this small. Hey, kid. He called out. No response. Suppressing his confusion, Lin Xian got to his feet and started examining his surroundings. He reached the metal door of the cell, a mechanical lock operated by electronic circuits. Placing his hand against it, he activated his mechanical heart. The circuits revealed themselves instantly. But this time, no matter what he did, the lock wouldn't budge. What the hell? He stared at his own hand. Did his ability fail? Wasn't he supposed to be on the train? How did he suddenly end up in this place? What was that monstrous corpse in the sky he had seen earlier? And who was this girl that looked so much like Kiki? His mind was a chaotic mess. Clang. The sound of a heavy metal gate opening rang from afar. Someone was coming. In the shadows, the young Kiki flinched. Lin Xian turned to look at her, and saw fear flash in her eyes. The sound of leather boots echoed down the corridor. A group of men in uniforms and peaked caps approached the cell. Lin Xian tensed, his wind cannon was ready. The man in charge, a middle-aged officer, swept his gaze across the cell, and looked directly at Kiki. As if Lin Xian wasn't even there. Is this the one? Yes. Take her away. 305, open the door. Beep. The electric lock disengaged, and the iron gate swung open. Two guards stepped inside, grabbing Kiki by her arms and lifting her. Lin Xian shot to his feet, ready to intervene, but froze. Because he realized, no one could see him. What the hell? A chilling realization crept over him. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. This isn't real. I must be inside some kind of mental projection. The moment Kiki was taken away, the scenery outside the iron bars shifted violently. Suddenly, Lin Xian was no longer in a prison cell. Instead, it was like he was watching a movie theater in the dark. Kiki sat stiffly on a chair. A woman in formal attire stood before her, holding a file in her hands. She spoke in a calm, detached voice. Your name is Zhao Enki? Yes. Kiki's voice was low and emotionless. What is your relationship with Zhao Lu? Nothing. But according to our records, she's your biological mother. She abandoned you at the Yulin orphanage 8 years ago, then disappeared. Kiki's eyes remained empty. What exactly do you want to ask? The woman continued, unfazed. How much do you know about her? Silence. After a brief pause, the woman said, we found a possible match for your father in Zhao Lu's records. Do you want to meet him? Kiki didn't react. Your father's surname is Wen. He's the CEO of Linglong Group, the wealthiest man in the city. Kiki let out a dry chuckle. So I hit the jackpot, huh? Her words were devoid of any excitement. The woman smirked coldly. I reviewed your records. You escaped from the orphanage at 8 years old. You survived in the old district by scamming people. You taught yourself programming just so you could hack items for cash. You've been arrested 19 times in 6 years. What a criminal record. Imagine that, a street rat like you ending up with such a privileged father. You must feel so proud. Kiki's eyes hardened, but she remained silent. The woman's tone darkened. A week ago, your mother, Zhao Lu, was found dead near the Lukang sewage plant. Her corpse had already rotted for over 20 days. Kiki's fingers trembled, just barely. But her face stayed emotionless. A group of men surrounded a battered woman, beating her mercilessly. Blood streamed from her mouth and nose. Her screams were gut-wrenching. Where is your daughter? A man in a black suit kicked her stomach viciously. You think we won't find her if you keep quiet? I don't know. She sobbed, pleading desperately. But, the beatings only became more brutal. Before long, the woman's body stopped struggling. Blood soaked her entire face. Can you help me? A soft, weightless voice echoed behind Lin Xian. He spun around. The frail girl stood there, watching him from the shadows. Her delicate face was hidden in the darkness, but her eyes burned with intensity. Do you know who I am? Lin Xian asked. You're here to help me. Kiki's voice was calm. Help you how? Lin Xian frowned. She raised her hand, pointing at the men on the river bank. Kill them. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Who are you? I am Kiki. The girl lifted her head. Her gaze cut through the shadows, staring straight at him. Lin Xian's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, his mechanical heart hummed to life. A fully loaded Glock 23 materialized in his grip. His stockpile of salvaged gun parts and materials made crafting basic firearms possible, though ammo was still limited. The thin girl stared at the gun in fascination. She looked back at Lin Xian, and whispered, thank you. On the river bank. A thug noticed something. Huh? There's a kid over there. The men stopped beating the woman and turned. Kiki stood in the distance, raising her right hand, fingers shaped like a gun. What's this kid doing? Is she crazy? Kiki's face was expressionless. She murmured softly, bang. A gunshot rang out. A man's skull burst open, blood spraying across the ground. Shit, she's got a gun. Kill her. Kiki's eyes burned with hatred. She whispered again, bang. Bang. Bullets ripped through flesh. Screams filled the air. Within seconds, the men were torn apart by gunfire. Chapter 80, Corruption. Just as Lin Xian was lost in thought, the scene outside the prison cell changed again. This time, it was a dimly lit corridor. A little girl, looking no older than 3 or 4, sat quietly on a bench, clutching a faded teddy bear in her small hands. The bear seemed quite old, but it had been carefully washed and kept clean. The girl sat with her head lowered, obedient and silent, her small face filled with confusion and fear. Not far from her, a door stood slightly ajar, revealing an office inside. According to the regulations, only children whose parents both have special hardship certificates or severe health issues can be placed in our orphanage. And both parents must be present for the process. Miss Zhao, your situation clearly does not meet these criteria, Director. Please, listen to me. The woman's voice was laced with anxiety and desperation. She pleaded urgently, she can't stay with me. She'll die. She will definitely die. This. I beg you. She's very obedient, she won't cause you any trouble. The orphanage director saw the panic in the woman's eyes and frowned. Miss Zhao, I'm very sorry, The woman, who had been relatively composed just moments ago, suddenly trembled violently. Then, in a fit of hysteria, she screamed, yanked at her hair, tore at her collar, and, like a mad woman, grabbed a vase from the desk and smashed it against her own head. Bang. Crash. The scene spiraled into chaos. Security guards and teachers rushed into the office, trying to restrain the deranged woman. Meanwhile, the little girl remained seated on the bench in the corridor, her head still lowered. People rushed past her, the noise of shouting and screaming filling the air, but she seemed to have blocked it all out. No one knew how much time had passed before the room finally fell silent. Creak, the door opened. A disheveled woman stepped out and stood at the threshold. She seemed to glance at the little girl, or perhaps she didn't. She stood there for a moment. Then, she turned and walked toward the far end of the corridor, away from the light. The sunlight cast a long shadow behind her, but her figure blocked the distant glow, making the corridor feel even darker. Zhao Enki, your mom is a lunatic. We're not like you. You were abandoned by your mother, your mom hurt the director. She's going to be executed. At some point, a group of children had gathered around the girl. They pointed at her and mocked her, their voices filled with cruelty. Zhao Enki, why are you so naughty? The orphanage teachers appeared as well, their expressions harsh and unforgiving. Who taught you to lie? You've been a liar since you were little. What will you become when you grow up? Zhao Enki. Why did you sneak out again? Zhao Enki, you're just like your mom. Are you a lunatic too? Can you help me? Lin Xian blinked. The children and teachers in the corridor had vanished. He was back in the black prison cell, facing the little girl sitting on the bench. But now, there were 3 girls in the cell. Lin Xian knew, they were all Kiki, from different points in time. The youngest Kiki kept her head down, her small hands nervously fiddling with the teddy bear. But she didn't cry. She simply played with the bear in silence, as if she were just waiting for someone to come and take her away. Help you with what? Lin Xian suddenly changed his approach, no longer asking if she recognized him. The little girl raised her hand, just like before, as if waiting for Lin Xian to give her something. Lin Xian frowned. Something felt wrong. His expression darkened, and his voice suddenly turned sharp. Do you want to kill the director? Or those classmates? Or do you want to kill your mother? The little girl remained silent. No, Kiki. Lin Xian's expression grew serious. A hint of frustration crept into his voice. Listen to me. The ones from earlier deserve to die. They had it coming. But your classmates and teachers. They were just. Lin Xian paused. His lips were dry. He felt trapped in a logical deadlock. After a long silence, he finally forced out a sentence. They were just annoying. But they didn't need to die. Everything seemed like fragments of Kiki's memories. But for some reason, Lin Xian had an overwhelming feeling, if all the children, teachers, and her mother were killed, then Kiki would no longer exist. Because he had thought of a word, hatred. Why was he seeing these memories? Was something happening to Kiki? Whether it's what the Phoenix disclosed or the rumors among the Wanderers, all abilities boil down to 3 things, an object, a transformation of the body or mind, or a specific condition. A chilling sensation ran through Lin Xian's body. He felt an eerie shiver crawl up his spine and over his scalp. He suddenly remembered something Kiki had mentioned about the Angel Project. Corruption. Based on the collected cases, evolution isn't always guaranteed or predetermined. In some cases, evolution goes wrong. Kiki is on the verge of death. Could it be that her ability is changing? Emotion. Mind. A mutation gone wrong. Something is corrupting her? Lin Xian frowned and instinctively took a few steps back. He recalled the white creature he had seen earlier. And the black ink in Kiki's eyes. A deep chill spread down his spine. But why had he suddenly seen that white creature? Was it because of that eerie antenna? It must be. If that's the case, then has that thing always been with Kiki, just invisible to everyone? Hiss. Lin Xian stood alone in the black prison cell, his breath ragged, his body trembling. His mind was shaken. Had he just glimpsed a forbidden truth hidden in the darkness? Could it be that these eerie entities had always been around them? Not long ago, he had discussed this with Luo Yi, wondering if the creatures of the night weren't actually drawn by sound, but by the living. Whether it was the pale giant or the 3-faced spider, they always appeared strangely close to Lin Xian, as if they had been there all along. The moment this thought surfaced, a wave of dread swept through him. His body stiffened. He immediately took a step back. Then, his gaze landed behind the 3 versions of Kiki. There, in the shadows, stood a massive black figure. Inside this black prison, aside from him and the 3 girls, something else was here. Lin Xian's pupils contracted. He stared at the dark figure, his entire body tense. And the shadow. It was staring back at him. It slowly stepped forward, its ghastly pale face emerging from the darkness. It opened its gaping maw, as if devouring something. One by one, the 3 versions of Kiki, youngest to oldest, began to wither. Their skin shriveled, their faces twisted in horror. Their life force was being drained away. As he feared. Kiki, with her mind collapsing, was standing on the edge of corruption. Chapter 81, Duality inside the pitch-black prison cell. They were just annoying people. 4-year-old Kiki mumbled softly, pressing her tiny hand against her chest. But, Enki. It hurts here. Lin Xian was about to say something when he suddenly saw the little girl turn around and walk away. His eyes widened in shock as she approached 8-year-old Kiki, and took the handgun from her hands. Lin Xian's heart dropped. Shit. He moved to stop her, but before he could react, The Kiki standing outside the iron bars had already stood up. She raised her tiny hand, shaping it like a gun, and slowly walked towards the end of the corridor. There, the silhouette of a woman had not yet disappeared into the distance. From outside, the joyous laughter of children echoed in the open yard. "Wait!" Lin Xian shouted, gripping the iron bars with both hands, his mechanical heart surging with energy, but he couldn't break the lock no matter how hard he tried. Frustrated, he immediately tried to build something, a machine, anything, that could cut through the iron bars. But constructing a cutting tool took time, and no matter how desperately he worked, he wouldn't make it in time. "Fuck you!" Lin Xian roared in fury and turned around, raising his arm. Then, with a blast, he fired his wind cannon straight at the monster lurking in the shadows. Tuk, tuk, tuk. The wind bullets struck an invisible wall, dispersing harmlessly, failing to cause any damage to the terrifying, eerie creature. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. No. This isn't right. If that white monster on the train had been the true cause of Kiki's corruption, then he had already killed it. So where did this thing come from? Ah! The 3 different versions of Kiki shrieked in terror. But Lin Xian suddenly froze. Terror? No. That wasn't fear earlier. Fear is. His eyes narrowed sharply as realization struck him. This monster, it was not the same as the white corrupting demon from the train. Fear. Fuck. That silver antenna. Where is it? Lin Xian looked down at his hand. He remembered holding it, but now, his hand was empty. Huh? He snapped his head up, and saw the monstrous shadow in the corner. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, and plunged his hand straight into its gaping, bloody maw. Trying to scare me? Lin Xian knew now, the monster that had grabbed Kiki and devoured her back on the train was the real source of the corruption. Right now, he was inside Kiki's corrupted world, probably unconscious somewhere in reality. And this other terrifying entity? It was the work of that silver antenna. Just as he thought. The moment his hand plunged into the monster's mouth, he felt something cold and metallic. And in an instant, the shadowy figure vanished. A sharp beep echoed through the cell, and the iron bars swung open. Lin Xian blinked in surprise. I was right. Without wasting a second, he bolted out of the cell. Tap, tap, tap. The dark corridor stretched endlessly before him, a faint light flickering in the distance. He ran faster and faster, the light growing blindingly bright. He had to shield his eyes with his arm. Finally, he broke through the light. The sun blazed overhead. The harsh brightness stung his eyes, forcing him to squint as he adjusted to the sudden change. Outside, a vast green lawn stretched before him. The orphanage stood alone in the middle of the wilderness, its fences and gardens long since dismantled. Beyond the orphanage, towering skyscrapers loomed in the distance, their presence making the lone building appear out of place. But there were no massacres. No bloodshed. Just a group of children, laughing and playing under the sunlight. And beneath the sprawling shade of an ancient banyan tree, he saw her. A tiny girl sat quietly on the grass, clutching her teddy bear. She gazed toward a small road in the distance, where a disheveled woman walked away, her figure slowly fading into the horizon. It was the back of her mother. Leaving. Hey! A familiar voice called out behind him. Lin Xian turned around, and saw Kiki. The Kiki he knew. She stood a few steps away, radiant and smiling. Thank you, Lin Xian. The blizzard raged on outside. Inside car number 1, Chen Sixuan and Shasha anxiously monitored Kiki's condition. For some reason, after all that blood loss, Kiki's complexion had suddenly improved. Her breathing was steady. Color had returned to her face. She doesn't seem as bad as before. Chen Sixuan murmured, frowning. She couldn't understand it. Kiki's condition had been fluctuating wildly, unpredictable and strange. Everything that had happened on the infinite train since last night had been disturbingly bizarre. Even now, she still felt lingering fear. But at least, for now, Kiki was getting better. They could finally breathe. But ever since earlier, I haven't heard those footsteps anymore. Shasha glanced warily down the corridor, her small face tense with caution. Thud. 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 Heavy footsteps echoed. Both women turned their head sharply, to see Wo Yi striding toward them, his expression grim. There's a train ahead. Chen Sixuan and Shasha stiffened. They rushed to the cockpit, and saw it. In the northwest, along the Jianghe JY3365 railway, a black train was approaching. But it wasn't on the same track as the infinite train. In the distance, the two rail lines would eventually converge, and the black train was headed straight for Mount Daluo. Clank. 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 As the train got closer, they saw it clearly. A Starfleet Intercontinental-class military train. From the far end of the tracks, a deep rumbling filled the air as the Starfleet's massive train thundered past. The military? That's the Iron Guard Battalion. Shasha gasped, recognizing the insignia on the black train. The train was loaded with heavy armored tanks, Iron Guard 3 military assault mechs, 3 destroyer heavy siege walkers. And at the very end, a colossal mobile railgun. Rumble. Rumble. Above them, the sky darkened, as countless aerial gunships and aircraft roared past, shaking the train windows with their sonic booms. That's a lot of firepower. And they're all heading toward Mount Danzō and Yubai City? Chen Sixuan's face darkened. This must be what the radio warned about, an extremely high-risk eerie zone. A major eerie entity. It's dangerous. We need to take the southern route. What about Lin Xian? We still can't reach him on the radio. Shasha's eyes flickered with concern as she watched the enormous military force move like a dark storm. It was the first time she had ever seen a military deployment of this scale. We wait. Chen Sixuan took a deep breath and looked at them. Luo Yi, check the train while it's still daylight. Shasha, take the bike and scout ahead on the southern route. I have a bad feeling, no matter which path we take, getting into Yubai City won't be easy. I'll stay here to watch over Kiki and keep an eye on Lin Xian. Nightfall is coming. Tonight, we hold position and defend. Shasha nodded. Alright. Let's move. Chapter 82, Investigation. On the vast plains leading out of Mount Danzō, a heavy-duty train sat silently under the night sky. Darkness loomed like ink, and snowflakes drifted down in a quiet storm. Lin Xian was still missing. The infinite train had ceased moving, and the 2-hour window they had planned to wait during the day had quickly passed. Now that night had fallen, the three of them could only gather inside the train, discussing their next steps while continuing to wait. Chen Sixuan carried a few extra blankets, tucking one over the unconscious Kiki and handing another to Luo Yi. Car number 5 had been modified into a makeshift sleeping cabin, where Luo Yi resided. Most of the surrounding space was welded into tool racks, filled with steel and various equipment. Any updates? Chen Sixuan asked. Shasha sat on the sofa, staring uneasily at the radio, a trace of fear in her expression. I don't know why. But I still feel like it's making noise. Silence filled the air. Chen Sixuan stood still, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she forced herself to stay rational. Her logic told her not to dwell on incomprehensible things. Someone was controlling the train. And that someone had to be Lin Xian. It's been hours with no sound. Lin Xian might have. Shasha's face darkened. Chen Jishi. A person disappearing into thin air, no matter how you looked at it, there was no good explanation. It's fine. He'll figure something out. Chen Sixuan's words sounded more like self-reassurance than an actual answer. Shasha nodded. Chen Sixuan turned off the lights and heating, conserving the crucial power supply. Meanwhile, she, Shasha, and Luo Yi divided their roles. Luo Yi guarded the front of the train. Shasha took a watch inside car number 1. Chen Sixuan monitored the rear compartments. They kept constant watch, observing their surroundings for any changes. Beyond the armored windows, the world was pitch black. The wilderness beyond the train was filled with eerie whispers, distant screeches echoing in the dark, making one's skin crawl. Inside the frigid cockpit, Chen Sixuan wrapped herself in a blanket, her gaze filled with unease as she stared into the black void beyond the window. They were relatively safe inside the train. The radar detection system was running in low-power mode, and earlier, Luo Yi had checked the exterior armor. Everything was still intact. Yesterday, they had narrowly escaped from Yukai Station, barely surviving the attack of the white climbing creature. But no one knew what else lurked in the dark. The crashes, the bites, the relentless attacks, it had been overwhelming. How many other unknown horrors lay hidden in the black abyss? Perhaps they had only scratched the surface. But the fact that they had escaped unharmed meant that Lin Xian's armor upgrades had worked. If it had been the old train, the creatures would have torn through the roof, and their fate would have been sealed. Yet, before they could even catch their breath, the eerie radio signal had appeared. Chen Sixuan let out a slow, careful breath. Just thinking about that radio sent shivers down her spine. Was it possible that some things couldn't be blocked, even by steel armor? One after another, zombies, mutated creatures, eerie fog, nightmarish entities. Each more terrifying than the last. In just a short amount of time, Chen Sixuan had felt like she had lived through countless nightmares. Everything will be fine. She forced herself to believe it. Currently, aside from the reserve energy in the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive, they also had over 1,000 liters of gasoline scavenged from Tanghai's stash. Some of it had been pumped into the gas turbine's fuel tank, while the rest had been set aside as backup. Their supplies were stable, and they were not in immediate danger, but if they stayed in one place for too long, the black tides would consume the entire city of Yukai within a few days. By then, they would be at the mercy of fate. Who, in the distance, Headlights flickered along a winding mountain road. It looked like a convoy of fleeing vehicles. Chen Sixuan immediately grew alert. But after a while, the convoy veered off, heading toward Yubai City. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Throughout the night, the sounds of various vehicles could be heard racing through the darkness. However, the train was parked far from both the railway and the main roads, so no one seemed to notice their presence. With the radio out of service, they had no external communication. At this moment, the infinite train felt like a lonely boat adrift in a dark, endless ocean. An inescapable sense of despair slowly crept in. Beep. Beep. Her watch alarm jolted her awake. It was now 1:00 a.m., the deepest part of the night. She got up and headed to car number 1. Kiki was still unconscious. And there was still no sign of Lin Xian. Not even the strange footsteps from before. Chen Jishi. A sleepy voice broke the silence. Shasha stirred on the sofa, the thick blanket sliding down to her waist. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and looked at Chen Sixuan. Should we switch shifts? I can take the front watch. Chen Sixuan waved her hand. It's okay. Get some more rest. I'll monitor things for now. I can't sleep. Shasha mumbled, Linjij hasn't come back. I can't relax. I understand. Chen Sixuan forced a small smile. She herself was nervous as hell, but she had to keep reassuring Shasha. Lin Xian is an ability user. He's stronger than us. He'll find a way back. Shasha nodded. The lights inside the train remained off, and the blackout covers were shut, allowing only the faintest light to seep through. Car number 1 was the most fully equipped carriage. Lin Xian had spent countless hours perfecting it. A 20-meter-long cabin with a living area, a sofa, a dining table, and a storage unit filled with food, water, and weapons. Even the A-33K heavy sniper rifle was stored here. A massive 1,557 mm long, 14.8 kilograms black rifle capable of firing 12.7 mm, .50 BMG, tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. Kiki had once called it a true anti-materiel killer. Lin Xian had originally intended to give it to Luo Yi, but Luo Yi had refused. He claimed his eyesight wasn't great, and his hands were too rough. He preferred something fast and heavy, like an assault machine gun. So the sniper rifle had remained here. Shasha, can you teach me how to use this? For some reason, staring at the sniper rifle, a strange thought crossed Chen Sixuan's mind. Huh? Shasha was stunned. Chen Jiji, that thing is heavy. Chen Sixuan took a deep breath. I know. But if I can help provide cover, we'll have an extra firepower point against monsters. And I can take some of the burden off you all. Chapter 83, Frequency. Chen Sixuan's eyes sharpened slightly. Every time the team encountered danger, she was always forced to hide in the safest part of the train. Even though Lin Xian believed she had been helpful, after experiencing so many brutal battles, her mindset had toughened. She felt she should at least learn some self-defense skills. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around, this need became even stronger. Shasha looked at Chen Sixuan in surprise and stuck out her tongue. Alright, but I'm not that great at it either. I only know how to shoot. As for how to actually aim a sniper rifle properly, I have no idea. It's fine. Chen Sixuan stepped forward and took the sniper rifle. The moment she held it, she felt its immense weight, causing her to clench her teeth as she lifted it. She let out a slow breath. It really is heavy. But this weapon, if we encounter monsters like the ones before, might actually be useful. For sure. Shasha nodded. This thing packs a serious punch and has an insanely long range. I've seen it on TV before. It can shoot straight through a car in one shot. By Ubi Uchenji, this here is the trigger, and the safety is right here. Got it. This is the bipod. Big guns like these usually need one. Unless you have superhuman strength, shooting in a prone position without support is nearly impossible. What do you mean by without support? It means shooting while holding it up without any rest. This thing's way too heavy, you won't be able to. Also, this is an M3 optical 10x super scope, so you can see really far. Chenji, set up the rifle and give it a try. Oh, and one more thing, these kinds of guns have a strong recoil, so pay attention to your stance. Okay. Suddenly feeling wide awake, Chen Sixuan, under Shasha's guidance, earnestly started learning about the rifle's components and aiming principles. Thud, thud, a noise suddenly came from outside, making both of them freeze. Chenji. Shasha whispered. That sound. It came from outside. Hearing this, Chen Sixuan frowned and quickly gestured for silence. She then tiptoed to the window and carefully lifted the blackout cover. A flashlight beam flickered briefly along the side of the train. Chen Sixuan immediately covered her mouth in shock. There were people outside. The wind and snow howled in the night, and the entire train had gone dark. Standing inside car number 1, Chen Sixuan and Shasha anxiously peered outside. "There's more than one person," Shasha murmured. "Chen-ji, I think someone has their eyes on our train." Chen Sixuan looked uneasy. "This road connects Mount Daluo to Yabai City. It's close to the highway. Maybe someone noticed the train parked here and came to investigate. What should we do? Should we respawn?" Shasha asked. "Has this happened to you before?" "Well, when my brother and I were driving, we'd sometimes come across other teams. Most of the time, people just went their own way. Occasionally, friendlier groups would stop to chat during the day or form convoys at night for safety. But in our case, they're probably just curious." Chen Sixuan shook her head. "Let's wait and see. It's already nighttime, and it's dangerous outside. If they're just survivors checking things out, they'll probably leave after looking around. But if they have bad intentions, we need to be cautious." Shasha nodded. "Yeah, Linj upgraded our armor. We should still be pretty safe." Chen Sixuan nodded, but then a thought struck her. She pulled Shasha close and whispered in her ear. "Go warn your brother. Have him guard the back. We still have 2 cars on the trailer." "Oh, right." Shasha's eyes widened. Those 2 vehicles were sitting out in the open on the flatbed trailer. If someone quietly drove them away, it'd be a huge loss. Realizing the urgency, she immediately crouched low and scurried toward the rear. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan moved to the cockpit and peered outside through the porthole. The night was pitch black, and faint rustling noises came from the tracks. There were definitely several footsteps approaching. As the sounds drew closer, she instinctively stepped back, blending into the shadows of the corridor. Bang, bang. Suddenly, someone climbed onto the front of the train, and a flashlight beam shone inside, sweeping across the space. "Huh? Doesn't look like anyone's here," a man whispered. "Maybe they're sleeping in another carriage?" Another voice suggested. "Be careful. This whole train is armored, it's definitely not an ordinary train. You keep watch here. I'll go call it in." "All right." Hiding in the shadows, Chen Sixuan pressed her hand tightly over her mouth. Taking advantage of the moment when the flashlight wasn't pointed at her, she stealthily retreated to car number 1. She grabbed the walkie-talkie and huddled in a corner. "Shasha, there are quite a few of them. Be careful." "Got it. If they try anything, we'll fire a warning shot." "Yes, let's scare them off first. If they're just a regular survivor team, they'll probably run. Chen-ji, if they don't make a move, they might be planning something. If a fight breaks out, should we start the train and leave?" Shasha's worried voice came through the walkie-talkie. Chen Sixuan's expression darkened. She fully understood the predicament they were in. The train was dark, covered in snow. This might give outsiders the wrong idea. "No, we can't. Lin Xian isn't back yet." Her gaze drifted toward the back of the car, where a radio still sat quietly on the sofa. Her instincts told her that Lin Xian was still on the train. If she moved the train now, she wasn't sure if it would cause problems for him. "You're right. Linj. Hey, Chen-ji, listen." Just as Shasha finished speaking, an extremely faint sound came from inside car number 3, moving toward car number 2. Something was inside the train. For some reason, hearing that sound made Chen Sixuan feel both terrified and relieved. She and Shasha both had the same thought: this must be Lin Xian. That meant he was still alive. Bang. 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 Suddenly, gunfire erupted from car number 5. Luo Yi was firing a machine gun through a shooting port near the hydraulic ramp. He had spotted several figures sneaking around the rear, trying to climb onto the flatbed trailer to unchain the vehicles. The machine gun roared, its bullets spraying across the flatbed car and into the snow, sending sparks and ice flying. The intruders panicked and scattered in fear. One unlucky man took a direct hit in the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere as he screamed in agony. The gunfire immediately intimidated the prowlers. They quickly vanished into the darkness. Og! The deafening shots also drew in a horde of zombies from the nearby forest, their shrill howls echoing as they charged toward the train. "They're climbing onto the train." Shasha gripped her grenade launcher and relayed through the walkie-talkie, "Chen-ji, be careful." The tension spiked in an instant. Hearing Shasha's warning, Chen Sixuan's brows furrowed. But right now, her focus was entirely on the movement inside the train, searching for any sign of Lin Xian. She didn't turn on the lights, carefully listening for any sounds inside the car. Then, suddenly, the entire train's lights flickered on. Chen Sixuan flinched, startled. She glanced up at the ceiling lights, confusion filling her mind. Following an instinct, she stepped over to the lighting control panel. Click. She switched the lights off again. Chapter 84, The Thugs Inside the Dark Train Carriage. Lin Xian stared at the radio in his hand, his face heavy with concern. He tried adjusting the frequency, but no matter how much he turned the dial, it always snapped back to 1542. A wave of unease surged through him. He had already seen through this eerie trick. The fear invasion was merely a mental disturbance. But despite knowing that, he still had no idea how to escape this place. A cold wind howled through the carriage, filling the air with an icy chill. Lin Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait. I remember. When I picked up the silver antenna, the lights turned on. His eyes narrowed. Immediately, he activated mechanical heart, and, clang, the entire train's lighting system powered on. This time, the lights behaved normally. They weren't swallowed by darkness, nor did they flicker strangely. Click. But oddly enough, just a few seconds later, the lights shut off again. Lin Xian's gaze snapped toward the control panel at the end of the carriage. Who turned off the lights? The infinite train's lighting system was working fine. This wasn't a malfunction, someone had turned them off on purpose. That made things even eerier. An idea struck him. He activated mechanical heart again and switched on the heating system in car number 1. Inside the freezing carriage. On the other side, Chen Sixuan suddenly felt a warm breeze. It's Lin Xian. She instantly realized what was happening. Without hesitation, she quickly turned the heater off again. Back inside the eerie carriage, Lin Xian abruptly shot up from the sofa. Turning off the heater to save power. That's definitely Chen Laoshi. His eyes widened in astonishment as he grabbed the radio. So, I really am trapped inside a frequency. Why was he stuck in 1542? He didn't have time to figure that out. What mattered was finding a way out. Frequency. That's it. The Phoenix Group transmits important information using LWO1 long-wave frequency, while we Wanderers mainly use AM07 and AM09. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he suddenly understood. He wasn't in a real place. He was inside an eerie frequency. No matter how he adjusted the dial, the radio would always display 1542. If that's the case, maybe I need someone outside to tune to a different frequency. That way, I might be able to sync with it and escape. He clenched the radio tighter, but his excitement quickly turned to frustration. But I can't change the frequency from in here. Wait. He glanced at the silver antenna in his hand. I almost forgot about this thing. But then, he hesitated. If I put this thing back on, will it summon something terrifying again? So what if it does? It's all fake. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the silver antenna into place. Sure enough, the moment it connected to the radio, a red ghostly figure materialized at the end of the corridor. A woman in a blood-red dress stood eerily still, her pale face twisted into a disturbing smile. Lin Xian scowled. What the hell are you looking at? Tell me how to get out of here. A surge of irritation overpowered his fear. His sudden outburst stunned the ghost. Her eerie smile vanished. Her eyes flashed with rage, and in an instant, she teleported right in front of him, raising blood-soaked claws to tear at his throat. Slash. Lin Xian's gaze turned icy. His blade flashed. The ghost's head flew clean off, rolling to the ground with a heavy thud. TCH. Trying to scare me? Silence filled the carriage. The ghost's severed head rolled into a corner, her lifeless eyes glaring at him with hatred. Meanwhile, her headless body remained standing, claws still raised. Lin Xian snorted. He knew this was just an illusion, so he ignored it. Instead, he turned the radio dial, and this time, the frequency changed. So I was right. His theory was correct. The radio's true nature was in the silver antenna. It had trapped him inside this eerie frequency. To escape, someone outside needed to sync their radio with his, but on any frequency other than 1542. Realizing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of relief. Now, how do I get Chen Laoshi to tune in? Gurgle. The severed ghost head rolled to his feet, her eyes gleaming maliciously. Ugh, you again. Annoyed, Lin Xian kicked the head aside and frowned at the headless corpse. Even knowing it wasn't real, its creepy presence was unsettling. A thought crossed his mind. He suddenly grabbed the ghost's dress, R.I.P. The red fabric tore away, revealing a thin but well-shaped female body. Dressed in red lingerie. Lin Xian blinked. Huh? Ghosts wear lingerie too? Apart from being disturbingly skinny. The severed head in the corner looked horrified for the first time. As the torn fabric fell, the sinister atmosphere instantly vanished. The overwhelming sense of dread evaporated. Lin Xian let out a long breath. Pointing at the ghost's head, he smirked. Mess with me again, and I'll strip you completely. Vroom. Engines rumbled in the distance, growing louder. A large convoy of vehicles was approaching through the forest. Chen Ji, more of them are coming. Shasha's furious voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Looks like they've really set their sights on us tonight. Chen Sixuan's face darkened. We don't have a choice. Keep an eye on them, something's happening with Lin Xian. She had finally heard movement from Lin Xian's side. That was her priority now. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before she could react, gunfire erupted from the rear carriages. At least a dozen vehicles had arrived, attempting to surround the train. Shasha and Luo Yi opened fire immediately. Meanwhile, the commotion also attracted a horde of zombies from the snowfields. Outside, a blizzard raged. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden noise echoed from the roof. Someone was climbing on top of the train. Chen Ji. Up front. Shasha realized something and shouted through the walkie-talkie. Chen Sixuan's heart pounded. She rushed to the cockpit, intending to seal the doors. If the attackers figured out there were only 3 people on board, the situation could spiral out of control. Thud, thud, thud. The sound moved from the back of the train to the front at an alarming speed. Flashlights peeked through cracks, searching for openings, until a face suddenly dropped upside down in front of the windshield, grinning wickedly. The man had scorpion-like insect limbs growing from his back. Chen Sixuan's face went pale. An ability user. His flashlight beam landed on her. His eyes glowed as he let out a shrill laugh. Ha! There's only 3 of them. And 2 are chicks. With that, he leapt off the train and sprinted toward the convoy. Chen Sixuan's heart sank. She snatched the walkie-talkie. Shasha. An ability user spotted us. He's running to tell them. In car number 5, Shasha's face darkened. She grabbed her gun and yelled, "Take that bastard out, now." Chapter 85, breaking in. Luo Yi's face darkened as he immediately shifted his gun to the other side, rolled down the window, and fired a burst at the scrawny freak sprinting through the darkness. Rat-a-tat-tat. But the thin monkey-like man was unbelievably agile. His insect-like legs propelled him forward at an insane speed, weaving effortlessly through the forest. Luo Yi's machine gun wasn't the most accurate, and his bullets only kicked up dirt, stone, and snow behind the fleeing figure. Not a single shot hit. Meanwhile, the thin man let out a crazed laugh, sprinting towards his convoy while shouting, "Ha ha ha ha. Boss, there's only 1 guy, 2 hot chicks, and the rest is all supplies. Hurry up and take him. If you're late, you won't even get the scraps." His words were like gasoline on a fire. The bandit convoy erupted in excitement. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. With the first shots fired, the entire convoy opened fire, unleashing a storm of bullets toward Luo Yi's position. Gunfire rained down like a metal storm. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off the infinite train's steel armor. Luo Yi and Shasha had no choice but to duck behind cover. Countless headlights and searchlights illuminated the night, casting a glaring brightness over the train. Seeing Luo Yi pinned down, the attackers grew even more reckless. Some gunned their engines and charged toward the train, extending their rifles out of car windows to fire indiscriminately. They only have 3 people. The train is loaded with supplies. Kill the guy. Tink. 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 Bullets clinked harmlessly off the infinite train's armor. It was like shooting a fortress. Their standard rounds did nothing. But the raiders didn't care. Their eyes were red with greed and bloodlust. They only needed to keep Luo Yi suppressed long enough to reach the train. Some of the incoming vehicles began to flank, while others charged straight for the armored car, aiming to hijack it. Someone raised a Molotov cocktail. The bandits had begun their full-scale assault on the train. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black car number 1, Lin Xian paced back and forth, deep in thought. The headless, red-dressed ghost in lingerie stood motionless nearby, while her severed head on the ground followed him with its eyes. Frequency. Frequency. Suddenly, he stopped. His gaze lifted to the ceiling lights, a thought flashing through his mind. The lights. They worked. Just now, when he powered them on, they weren't affected by the eerie frequency. That meant his mechanical heart still worked. Clack clack. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flashed the lights twice, then waited for a response. Moments later, flash. Flash. The lights blinked back twice. Gunfire pounded against the armored train. Boom. Shasha fired a grenade. It hit the hood of a pickup truck, exploding its engine and front tires. The truck flipped end over end, rolling down the mountain slope, its passengers' fates unknown. But there were too many attackers. Luo Yi gritted his teeth as he fired back through the window. There are too many of them. Shasha shouted, ducking another burst of bullets. At the front of the train, at least 10 raiders had already leaped out of their vehicles and were sprinting toward the train's various entry points. Some ran for the engine car, while others rushed toward car number 5 and the armored vehicle. The infinite train's rear ramp was now surrounded, the bandits wielding steel pipes, crowbars, and machetes. Someone dragged out a tow hook and a chainsaw. They were waiting, desperate, for that door to open. Don't be scared. There are only 3 of them. We've hit the jackpot. Forget the train, grab the vehicles first. The gunfire wasn't scaring them. They were too greedy to back down. A dark figure suddenly leaped onto a moving car, then kicked off its roof with monstrous strength. Toom. He rocketed through the air like a cannonball, crash. Landing heavily on top of the infinite train. He slammed a fist into the armored roof. Bang. But all he made was a tiny dent. His eyes narrowed. TCH. This ain't just regular steel. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, he dashed toward the rear, aiming to force open the hydraulic ramp. Lin Xian's heart pounded as he watched the lights blink back at him. That's gotta be Chen Laoshi. His mechanical heart worked. The lights worked. Which meant, Morse code would work too. If I can signal a frequency, Chen Laoshi can sync with me. AM07. AM07. Just AM7, she'll get it. Chen Sixuan was a railway professor. She should recognize international light signals. Lin Xian focused, recalling the Morse sequence for AM7. He took a deep breath, and started flashing the lights. First, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, so's. He had to let her know he was using light signals. Bang. Bang. Luo Yi kept firing, but the attackers weren't slowing down. At least 4 advanced vehicles had reached the train. 10 bandits stuck behind cover, trying to breach entry points. The ramp was under siege. A hulking brute with a metal-coated arm was at the back, trying to pry the hydraulic ramp open with brute force. SHHRK. Sparks flew as his blackened metal fingers wedged into the gap. Brother Zhu, get the tow hook. Got it. The thin, scorpion-tailed freak sprinted toward them, hauling a metal tow hook. He planned to latch it onto the ramp and let the vehicles pull it open. Rat-a-tat. Luo Yi opened fire through the gap, and finally saw the man on the roof. A bearded brute with gray-black metallic skin. Bullets bounced off him like they were hitting armor. The man sneered. Good aim, kid. Then, he gripped the ramp harder. But now, I'm gonna RIP this turtle shell wide open. Chapter 86, How hard are you? Ah. The hydraulic lift gate let out a deep groan as the steel plate gripped by his hand started to deform. Courting death. Daluo let out a muffled roar, immediately recognizing the unusual nature of his opponent's ability. His eyes burned with ferocity as he tossed aside his machine gun, raised his steel-slaying greatsword, and drove it forcefully into the gap of the lift gate. Clang. A massive force erupted, slicing off a corner of the lift gate along with the greatsword's edge. The bearded brute's gaze hardened, he seemed to have sensed danger. His hand suddenly let go, then clamped together, trapping the sword's blade between his palms. Sparks flew violently, accompanied by a piercing screech. What immense strength! The bearded brute sneered. With one hand forming a claw, he grasped the sword's spine, flipped midair, and dropped toward the ground while dragging the steel-slaying greatsword along the side of the lift gate's gap. His intention was clear, he was trying to use the sword's own sharpness to carve through the lift gate's connection points. What ruthless technique! Daluo hadn't expected the enemy to have not only a body as tough as iron but also such agility and skilled combat techniques. With this sudden pull, he was momentarily caught off guard, and the sword blade was being wrenched downward. Arg! Veins bulged on Daluo's forehead as he roared, summoning all his strength to yank the steel-slaying greatsword free from the bearded brute's vice-like grip. Scorpion! The bearded brute shouted. Clang! 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 Several scorpion-like whips suddenly lashed out, hooking onto the slightly opened hydraulic lift gate. Use the tow hook to pull it open. I'll go to the front, make sure they don't escape. Got it, boss. The thin monkey, who had been scouting earlier, had scorpion-like appendages on his back, which latched onto the lift gate. Meanwhile, several nimble subordinates quickly secured metal tow hooks to the gap, preparing to use vehicles to tear it open. Thud. 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 The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the train's rooftop. Owoshashi glanced up and immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to warn Chen Sixuan. Chen Jiji, be careful. Someone's coming from the front. In carriage number 1, Chen Sixuan was focused on the flashing train lights. The pattern, 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, was unmistakable. Morse code. Realizing someone was sending Danzos, she immediately reached for her gun and rushed toward the driver's cabin, worried that the enemy would try to sabotage the train. Bang. Just as she stepped inside, the bearded brute suddenly descended from above, landing outside the cockpit window. With both hands, he grabbed the armored grille and bent one of the bars apart with brute strength, creating a hole the size of a bowl. His blackened metal hand gleamed as he peered inside at the pale-faced Chen Sixuan. Grinning wickedly, he taunted, "Where do you think you're running, little girl? Come play with Uncle. I'm real tough." Then, his metallic fist shot toward the cockpit window. Ah! Chen Sixuan stumbled back in fear, a chill running down her spine. Break it open. The bearded brute roared, thrusting his fist forward. The armored grills might keep monsters out, but this windshield? He didn't think it would hold for a second. But just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the glass, he stopped. Huh? The bearded brute's pupils trembled violently. His entire body was frozen in place. The expected sound of shattering glass never came. Chen Sixuan, slowly lowering her trembling hands, was stunned to see the bearded brute locked in fear. Then, behind her, came a familiar voice. Old man. Just how hard are you? Chen Sixuan whipped around, her eyes lighting up with joy. Standing in the carriage hallway, eyes glowing eerily, hair flowing despite no wind, exuding an aura of overwhelming killing intent, who else could it be but Kiki? You! The bearded brute's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Not only was he completely immobilized, even his voice and breath were stilled. A terrifying ability. In just a fraction of a second, a bone-chilling fear surged through his heart. Buzz. Kiki flicked her hand. The bearded brute was suddenly hurled like a black iron cannonball, smashing straight into an oncoming military jeep. Crash. The sheer force caved the jeep into a C shape, its tires exploding, the entire vehicle sent flying. Kiki? Chen Sixuan gasped. Chen Jiji, hurry. Kiki's expression was ice cold, her glowing white eyes sharper than ever. A powerful surge of evolutionary energy radiated from her. She pointed toward carriage number 1, where lights continued to flash. Save Lin Xian. Got it. Kiki's sudden arrival had pulled Chen Sixuan back from the brink of despair. With renewed determination, she nodded and sprinted toward carriage number 1. Kiki turned around, eyes flashing at the sight of bandits climbing onto the train. So damn annoying. As the bandits scrambled to loot, a shockwave erupted from the train's center like a sweeping typhoon. Boom. Everyone within range, bandits near the train, raiders on the flatbed trailers, even nearby parked vehicles, were all blasted away. The shockwave kicked up clouds of snow, rolling outward like a tidal wave. Ah! Hyuga! What the hell? Countless screams and wails filled the air. Near the train's front, the wrecked cars skidded across the snowy ground. Amidst the flames, the bearded brute staggered to his feet, looking utterly battered. His metallic skin was now riddled with deep, bloody wounds, flesh and bone exposed. Wiping the blood trickling from his nose and mouth, he stared at the girl in utter disbelief. Shit. She's insane. Boss, that girl is really strong. TCH. So what if she's an ability user? One freak can't change anything. This train is stranded, it's just a matter of time before we crack it open and feast on the prize. Yeah, but, wait, holy shit. Slap. The bearded brute smacked his underling. Who the fuck are you cursing at? His lackey, eyes wide with terror, pointed to the sky behind him. And no, boss. There's a monster. Scree-ee-ee-ee. A bone-rattling screech tore through the air, shaking the ground and snow. The bearded brute felt a chill down his spine. Slowly, he turned around, but before he could even register what was happening, a massive black shadow descended upon him. A second later, his body, along with over a dozen others, was obliterated into a splatter of blood and gore. On the infinite train, Luo Shasha and Daluo barely caught their breath before Kiki ran over. Daluo. Shasha. Close the windows, now. Before they could react, boom. Crash. A terrifying sound filled the air. Followed by, the horrifying sound of something dragging bodies away. Ah. Run. What the hell is that? Question mark. Look up. IT's in the SKY. Shasha's eyes darted outside, giant, writhing shadows loomed over the train. Her voice trembled. What the hell is that? Kiki's voice was grim. Tentacles. Chapter 87, Atmospheric Maika. A massive force yanked the entire infinite train, causing it to lurch forward violently. The deafening sounds of dragging and scraping filled the air as the train's roof and sides were struck by something terrifying. Chen Sixuan lost her balance and collapsed onto the floor. Through the window, she saw dark, writhing shadows outside, and her mind went completely blank with fear. Then, the flashing train lights jolted her back to her senses. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. I have to save Lin Xian. Gritting her teeth, Chen Sixuan pushed herself up, her mind racing as she focused on the flashing lights. One short, one long, A. Two long, M. Two long, three short, 7. AM 7. AM 7? What does that mean? Her lips felt dry, her heartbeat pounding. Suddenly, she spotted the radio on the sofa and her eyes widened in realization. AM07, that's a frequency. I got it. Just as she stood up, boom. A massive tentacle scraped along the side of the train, slamming into it with a heavy impact. The entire infinite train almost tipped over. Chen Sixuan fell hard onto the ground once more, but she gritted her teeth and got up again, crawling toward the radio. She quickly tuned the frequency to MO7. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Lin Xian sat in front of the radio, his face tense. He had already tuned into MO7, waiting for Chen Sixuan to act. But he had been waiting for too long, and still, nothing happened. What's going on? Did I guess wrong? No. That doesn't make sense. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His mechanical heart could sense the entire train shaking violently, but strangely, the room he was in remained completely still. 1542 Dark Radio. Why are we encountering it? He suddenly recalled something Zhang Yun had said, be careful with this thing. It doesn't just receive signals from people. Lin Xian's breath hitched. Right. The eerie blood crystal, only that thing can activate the dark radio. A shiver ran down his spine. He had attached an eerie blood crystal to the radio before. That was how he had unlocked this terrifying frequency. But hadn't he removed that crystal? Holding his breath, Lin Xian began searching frantically. I remember having it in my hand. It has to be here. Yet, ever since he entered this eerie frequency, his mind had completely forgotten about the crystal. Not on the sofa. What about the floor? Heart pounding, Lin Xian switched on the light and began searching inch by inch. The blood-red bead should be easy to spot. Where is it? As he rummaged around, his vision suddenly froze. A pair of pale, ghostly feet appeared in front of him. Lin Xian slowly looked up. Standing there was the headless woman dressed in a three-piece lingerie set. Get lost. Lin Xian shoved her aside. She staggered back a step. But then, his movements abruptly stopped. His gaze flickered between her red clothing, her three-piece lingerie, and the severed head in the corner of the room. After a long pause, Lin Xian frowned and spoke coldly, why are you completely dressed in red? The moment he said those words, the ghost's face twisted. Her severed head suddenly flew toward him, jaws wide open, fangs bared. Slap. Lin Xian caught her head midair with one hand. Oh, I get it now. That's why I kept hearing the sound of glass marbles rolling. It was you all along. A look of horror flickered across the ghost's face. Suddenly, the train lights began flashing wildly. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Both hands tightened around her head. And then, he squeezed. Crack. The head shattered. A red mist burst out, swirling chaotically before quickly condensing. Lin Xian blinked, momentarily disoriented. When he looked down again, a blood-red bead had appeared in his palm. The eerie blood crystal. Lin Xian's expression darkened. They tried to trap me in my own train, kill me with my own sword, and now they're using my own things to turn into ghosts and scare me? This is pure psychological torment. Without hesitation, Lin Xian grabbed the radio and attached the eerie blood crystal. The moment he did, the world around him collapsed. Boom. A massive impact shook the entire train. Lin Xian staggered, his ears ringing. Lin Xian. Before he could react, Chen Sixuan crashed into him, holding on to him tightly. At the same time, the infinite train almost tipped over completely. Chen Jiji, be careful. Lin Xian instinctively shielded her, pressing her beneath him. The infinite train felt like it was being swallowed whole by something monstrous. All around them, a deafening screech. A suffocating pressure. A suffocating nightmare. The sound drilled into their skulls, tormenting their eardrums until, finally, it stopped. What the hell was that? Chen Sixuan shuddered as she sat up, her body trembling from exhaustion. Lin Xian helped her up, and they both stumbled into the driver's cabin. Looking outside, their breath hitched, the entire railway was flattened. Deep gouges ran along both sides of the tracks. And hundreds of meters ahead, the rails were completely destroyed. The sight made their skin crawl. Lin Xian, look. Chen Sixuan pointed, and her voice caught in her throat. Up ahead, floating above the valley, a gigantic, island-sized jellyfish drifted eerily through the night sky. It looked like something out of a nightmare. Lin Xian's face darkened. The sheer terror of this thing was almost on the same level as the floating colossal corpse he had seen in the black mist. Just how many terrifying creatures lurked in this endless night? Owo Shasha, Daluo, and Kiki rushed into carriage number 1. Lynch. Ah. Shasha hadn't even finished her sentence before she saw the monstrous entity in the sky and screamed. Even the usually stoic Luo Yi's face paled. Kiki stepped forward, eyes wide with shock. An atmospheric mica. It looked exactly like something straight out of interstellar horror fiction. Shasha gulped. How do we even kill that? Lin Xian surveyed the devastation around them, his face grim. We're lucky it didn't swallow us. Everyone held their breath as they watched the massive entity slowly drift away into the night. Finally, they let out a collective sigh of relief. It's gone. That was terrifying. Chen Sixuan murmured. Shasha turned to Lin Xian and Kiki. Lynch, you're finally back. Where the hell did you go? And Kiki, you were unconscious, and then you vanished. We were scared to death. Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who simply grinned mischievously. It's a long story, he said. Let's assess our situation first. Dalio, come with me, we need to check the train's damage and see if we can fix the tracks. He turned to Kiki. Are you okay? Kiki put her hands on her hips. Report, train captain. I feel great. Lin Xian shot her a long look, her attitude felt different. Alright. He nodded. Use the drone to scout the area. Shasha, keep watch. What about me? Chen Sixuan asked. Lin Xian noted her exhaustion. Rest up. Once I fix the tracks, you're driving us through the Daluo Mountain South route. Chen Sixuan sighed. Fine. I'll cook something. Kiki just woke up, she needs food. Kiki smirked. You're not worried that thing is still floating up ahead? Lin Xian paused, then nodded. Fair point. We'll rest until dawn. Chapter 88, Hot Pot. The combination of Midnight Raiders and the encounter with the massive eerie entity had left everyone drenched in cold sweat. Woo, the side panels of carriage number 5 lowered with a mechanical whir. Flashlights flickered on, illuminating the devastating scene outside. Lin Xian and Aluo stepped forward, their expressions darkening. It was a massacre. Whoosh. Whoosh. The blizzard howled as it rushed into the carriage. Lin Xian quickly shut the door connecting carriage number 5 to carriage number 4 to keep out the freezing wind. The lights shone onto the flatbed carriages in the back. Among the two vehicles there, only the armored car still resembled its original form. The off-road vehicle, on the other hand, was completely crushed into scrap metal. The tentacles of the atmospheric jellyfish had swept across the railway, and now the entire raider convoy that had attacked them in the night was annihilated. Not even a single corpse remained. The road, the slopes, all covered in blood and wreckage. The snowstorm was already starting to bury the destruction under a fresh white layer. Lin Xian tightened his coat and jumped down from the carriage. His gaze swept over the train's exterior armor, and his face grew grim. Good thing we reinforced the roof. Otherwise, we'd be dead. Most of the armor plating on the train was deformed, its high manganese steel surface covered in deep drag marks. Beneath the train, the railway sleepers were completely shattered. A deep sense of relief settled in Lin Xian's heart. If he hadn't spent 2 nights in Yachi City upgrading the armor, no one would have survived tonight. Xianj, can this still be repaired? For the first time, Lin Xian saw fear on Daluo's usually unfazed face. Truth be told, even he was shaken. But something odd struck him. Ever since he had experienced the fear illusion inside the 1542 dark radio frequency, his fear threshold seemed to have increased. Now, even after facing this catastrophe, he wasn't as terrified as before. It's not a big problem. Lin Xian exhaled. It'll take time, but that's better than losing our lives. In the apocalypse, everything was in short supply. As long as you weren't dead, you still had a chance. Come on, let's fix the track. If we run into another disaster, we'll be trapped here for good. At that moment, Kiki stepped out of carriage number 5 and leapt down lightly into the snow. Lin Xian, I'll help. Lin Xian raised a brow. Aren't you supposed to be scouting with a drone? Already did. Guess what? Kiki pointed to the dark sky. After that thing passed through, there's nothing left alive around here except for us. Lin Xian's expression darkened. That brutal? Kiki nodded. This thing isn't on the same level as the eerie entities we've seen before. Shasha told me earlier, she saw an Iron Guard battalion during the day. I think they were sent to deal with this thing. A military unit? Lin Xian's face grew more serious. Then we need to move fast. If this thing reaches Yubai City, we won't be able to board the high-altitude corridor. Exactly why I'm helping. Kiki huffed, wrapping her puffy down jacket tighter around herself. Shasha had found the coat back in Yachi City, but the biting wind had still turned her cheeks red. As she started walking toward the train's front, Lin Xian suddenly called out, Zhao Enki. That's a pretty nice name. Kiki froze mid-step. She didn't turn around, just snorted and shot back, nice my ass. I'm Kiki, you turtle bastard. And with that, she stomped forward without looking back. Lin Xian chuckled but didn't press further. Her reaction told him one thing, she remembered what happened while she was unconscious. Fixing the railway was both simple and complicated. Lin Xian had plenty of track materials stored in his mechanical devourer space, but the foundation of the railway was destroyed. He'd have to fill in the ground and lay new sleepers. Instead of wasting time with that, he took the easier approach, building a temporary steel framework to hold the tracks in place. The damaged section wasn't too long, so it would be enough to let the train pass. Sheeing. Steel frames and track beams rapidly formed under the precision of Lin Xian's mechanical heart. Welding, assembling, everything proceeded methodically. Kiki watched him work, then smirked. So, how was it, flying the train that day? Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. Exhilarating. Never thought we'd go this far. If we weren't crazy, we'd be dead. Kiki wrinkled her nose, looking smug. You said we'd soar into the sky. Well, I helped you take the first step, didn't I? You did. That was a big contribution. Hee hee. But. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the broken tracks ahead. He let out a sigh. The night is full of dangers. We haven't even reached the planetary orbital rail, and we've already had 2 track breaks. This is just going to keep happening. We need a permanent solution. Kiki lifted a section of track with her ability, placing it onto the steel framework. If we follow your plan, the first step is making the train independent of tracks. The simplest way is converting the wheels into caterpillar treads. But that comes with a ton of drawbacks: speed, energy consumption, noise, and maintenance issues. Lin Xian didn't argue. It's impossible to solve everything at once. The planetary orbital rail's main lines are still intact, otherwise the Apocalypse Union wouldn't be able to mobilize their Starfleet Iron Guard battalions at such a scale. Doomsday began only a few months ago. Even though humanity is scattered, we've been adapting, researching, and uncovering the truth about the eerie threats. We're still hiding and running, but we're learning more. Understanding soul wave values. Discovering the true nature of the eerie. For now, we don't have the power to fight back. That's why we're fleeing eastward, to survive and grow stronger. So whether it's treads, maglev tech, or wheels, if it lets us get past broken tracks, then it's worth it. Kiki exhaled. I get it now. Options are better than no options. Living another day is better than waiting for death. Exactly. Lin Xian nodded. Survival first. Kiki grinned and patted his shoulder. Then we have to go to Underground City number 9. Your mechanical ability is the key to our future, train captain. Join the glorious path of mechanical evolution. Ha. Lin Xian raised a brow. So I'm no longer a bad guy, I'm your train captain now. Kiki winked. Yep. You're now officially my personal train captain. She smirked. Take good care of me, I'm putting my life in your hands. Lin Xian. The heaters were already on. Despite the deformed armor, the interior was undamaged, still warm and secure. Outside, the blizzard howled, battering the massive train. Inside, golden lamplight filled the carriages with warmth. At the center of it all, a pot of steaming hot pot. Chen Sichuan had gathered canned beef, braised pork, preserved vegetables, bamboo shoots, and noodles, throwing them into a giant boiling pot. The rich aroma of meat filled carriage number 1, curling through the air. She even brought out Kiki's favorite canned fruit and some red wine from Tanghai's loot. Shasha raised her glass excitedly. To Linja's safe return and Kiki's recovery, cheers. To survive another day. Lin Xian added. To my ability evolution. Kiki grinned. Everyone turned to stare at her. Kiki snorted. What? Drink first, talk later. Cheers. Chapter 89, Forbidden items with warm red wine in their bellies and hot pot filling the air with its rich aroma. The 5 of them felt as if they had been reborn after surviving the life or death ordeal. They clinked their glasses in celebration. Kiki-ji, did your ability really evolve? Shasha barely put her cup down before eagerly asking. Kiki nodded, looking quite pleased with herself. All thanks to a certain someone, I can clearly feel my ability has leveled up. No wonder you were so strong just now. Chen Sichuan's eyes sparkled. I haven't even thanked you for saving me yet. Why thank me? Chen Jiji, do you even realize how many times you've saved everyone? Kiki waved her hand dismissively, then cast a mischievous glance at Lin Xian. Speaking of which, Lin Xian, weren't you going to tell us where you disappeared to these past 2 days? Lin Xian smirked. Don't you already know? Hearing that, Kiki's face flushed red as she quickly retorted, I mean, how did you end up there? The others listened, completely lost in their cryptic exchange. Lin Xian took a deep breath, stood up, and walked over to grab the radio from the sofa. If there's no other explanation. Then I was captured by this. 1542. The dark radio. With that, Lin Xian began recounting his experience after being pulled into the eerie broadcast. However, when it came to Kiki's part, he glossed over the details, only mentioning that he had witnessed her corruption process and some of his theories. But even that much left the others pale-faced in shock. So that footstep sound was really you? Shasha shuddered as if she had just heard a horror story. Lynch, you mean you actually killed me over there? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead awkwardly. That was just a mind game. That thing was trying to break my mental defenses. At first, Lin Xian had assumed the radio broadcast was purely supernatural. But now, looking back, it wasn't just the darkness. Some kind of unknown force was actively preying on survivors' minds. Shasha's eyes lit up suddenly. So, Linch, you do care about me? Seeing me get killed almost made you lose it, huh? She grinned mischievously. Lin Xian froze. This girl. That's what she got out of this. Chen Sixuan, on the other hand, was still unnerved. So when I turned off that radio, that was what saved you? Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. If not for that, and if you hadn't helped adjust the frequency through the lights, I definitely wouldn't have made it out. Smart thinking, Lin Xian. Kiki listened intently, fascinated. Wait, you're saying that after I passed out, some invisible creature was sucking my blood? Yeah. Ugh. Kiki shuddered, hugging herself. That's so disgusting. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He turned to Daluo. Daluo, do you remember what I said when we escaped Yachi City? Daluo nodded. Lin Xian continued, his voice grim. I was confused back then. Sounds and lights only attract zombies and ghouls. But whenever we draw in an eerie entity, they're already nearby. Everyone held their breath. Lin Xian clenched his fists. After being trapped in that dark radio, I'm now certain, some of these things have been around us all along. Some only appear in the dark. Others require special conditions to be seen. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Shasha visibly shivered, glancing nervously around. Wait, you're saying those horrifying things might be right next to us all the time? Exactly. Lin Xian's tone was dead serious. A heavy silence fell over the group. While Lin Xian's theory wasn't confirmed, it served as a terrifying warning. More than ever, he realized, they needed a better detection method. And the key to that was the soul wave detector. This device could detect eerie entities, zombies, and other supernatural threats. For humanity's survival, the ability to actively detect danger was absolutely critical. Without it, they wouldn't even have 10,000 lives to spare. I think I finally understand what the 1542 dark radio really is. Kiki suddenly narrowed her eyes at Lin Xian. Something supernatural, but not related to abilities. Lin Xian, have you read the Angel Project files I gave you? Lin Xian took out the portable hard drive she had given him earlier. He frowned. Not yet. I haven't even had time to sleep, let alone read it. Kiki snapped her fingers. She grabbed the hard drive and dashed to carriage number 2. A moment later, she returned with a portable screen in her hands. I think this explains everything. She set it down in front of them. Everyone was so focused on abilities that we completely overlooked all the other weird stuff. Look at this. On the screen was an old document from the Angel Project, a global investigation on eerie and paranormal phenomena. This report was compiled by a now-defunct department of the former federal government, called the Special Item Investigation Department. The report contained early records of strange occurrences during the polar night, and every single one of these incidents had one thing in common: they were all caused by specific objects. These items were ordinary objects from before the doomsday, but after the apocalypse, they became catalysts for supernatural events. They were believed to be contaminated by an unknown force, turning them into extraordinary artifacts. The Angel Project classified these objects as forbidden items. Items capable of causing regional or contagious eerie events. The report listed several eerie cases, but only 2 had been confirmed and contained. Forbidden Item Special Item Investigation Department 01, Big Ben Location, Lisbon City, Big Ben Tower Description. The original Lisbon Big Ben was 13.5 tons, with a 6.7-meter clock face. Effects, July 9th, first test, 3 researchers died, communication cut off. July 10th, second test, 2 researchers died, range of anomaly expanded to 300 meters. July 11th, third test, 3 researchers died, rapid aging effect confirmed. July 12th, fourth test, 4 researchers died, further expansion of anomaly. Containment method: a group of healthy test subjects must enter at night, holding hands. No running allowed. Must grab the hour hand before all subjects die. Containment location: Lisbon Branch, Angel Project. Forbidden Item Special Item Investigation Department 02, Desert 857,404 Taxi Location, Mo City, Dragon Nation Description: a 2057 model yellow taxi with a heavily decomposed male corpse in the driver's seat. Effects, July 25th, first test, 1 researcher vanished after hailing the taxi at 2:12 a.m. July 26th, second test, only 1 disappearance per night, proving it has a fixed spawn location. July 27th, third test, 9 researchers vanished. A survivor reported a horrifying cost for travel. Containment method, only used for short distance travel. Survive by paying the price. Containment location, Mo City Branch, Angel Project. Kiki took a sip of cola, then looked at Lin Xian. There aren't many reports, but after hearing your story, I'm pretty sure that dark radio is one of them. Chapter 90, The Radio. Lin Xian frowned deeply. So this radio really might have nothing to do with abilities, nor is it some kind of eerie entity or monster. Who knows? Kiki shrugged. Even if we figured it out, these things have no predictability and can't be detected in advance. Aside from researching eerie phenomena, it doesn't seem to have much use. Not necessarily useless. Lin Xian looked at the radio in his hand with a meaningful expression. If it can be contained, that means no matter how strange its power is, it can still be utilized. It's just that. Although he didn't yet know how to use the power of this forbidden item, since he had risked his life to obtain it, he naturally wouldn't discard it. Who knows? It might be of great use in the future. Besides, it was this eerie radio that allowed Lin Xian to see the monster corrupting Kiki, which led to her ability to evolve, so in a way, it was a blessing in disguise. Lynch. Shasha looked at the radio in his hand, her small face full of caution. Can we still use this radio? That's easy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised his hand, and with a flash of light, a brand new radio appeared before him. With the amount of material he had gathered, making a simple radio was hardly a challenge. As for the 1542 dark radio, he decided to wait until late at night, when no one was around, to see if he could mechanically devour it, just to be safe. No matter how eerie something was, it was still just a radio. And considering that the strange power from the frequency hadn't affected his mechanical heart, didn't that mean my code is above yours? With that plan in mind, Lin Xian stored away the old radio and placed the newly crafted one on the table. Following the same setup, he mounted the eerie blood crystal he had obtained from the three-faced spider monster. All set. Lin Xian placed his hand on the dial and began tuning. Everyone instantly tensed up. ZZZZZ. 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 Federal Radio Region broadcast. A strong soul wave disturbance has been detected in the northern foothills of Mount Naluo. Confirmed as a B-class supermassive eerie entity, atmospheric jellyfish. The entity is currently moving towards Yubai City. The Federal Phoenix Rescue Organization has deployed Iron Guard Battalion 52 to intercept. Survivors along G1523 and X556 heading toward Yubai or Maple City are advised to reroute. This message is provided by the Federal Phoenix Rescue Organization. Federal Radio Region broadcast. Due to the collapse of the Danzō Mountain Tunnel, the Phoenix Division of Danhai Province has urgently repaired the Yubai No. 1 Spaceport Ascension Passage. Refugees escaping from Abyss Zone No. 3, Lukan, Dingzhou, Zhang City, Maple City, and Luo City can use the Huangxing High-Altitude Corridor to bypass the Danzō Mountain Plateau. Alternative routes include, North 756 Plateau Highway, Clear, and Southeast Expressway GS66. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. Citywide emergency alert, Yubai City is experiencing a full-scale zombie horde outbreak. Due to the effects of polar night, Spaceport No. 1 will close in 3 days. ZZZZZ. Federal Phoenix Global Broadcast. Due to the dark tides, global temperatures are dropping. Some regions are experiencing extreme blizzards and natural disasters. Important notice, tests confirm that snow and black rain are contaminated by the polar night plague, carrying unknown bacteria and energy-based infections. This has caused widespread wildlife mutations. Boiling and high-temperature distillation can partially reduce the infection rate. ZZZZZ. Federal Phoenix Global Broadcast. Several newly discovered non-nocturnal eerie entities have emerged in blizzard zones, posing extreme threats. Daytime precautions are advised. Countless broadcasts continue to stream from the dark radio, filling the room with a heavy silence. Everyone had mixed feelings, not sure whether to feel relieved or more anxious. Hearing official news in the apocalypse was somewhat reassuring. The information was undoubtedly crucial. But at the same time, these reports cast an even darker shadow over their hearts. Damn. Surviving is seriously hard work. Kiki was the first to complain, staring up at the ceiling. Lin Xian, just turn this train into a spaceship. Let's go live on another planet. Her joke lightened the mood a little. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Looking on the bright side, with the Ascension Passage repaired, we don't have to risk breaking through ourselves. Plus, the Iron Guard Battalion is there, so we're not completely on our own. Once we get past the high-altitude corridor, there's an electromagnetic acceleration system that'll get us to Jiazhu City, 4,500 kilometers away. Even if Abyss Zone No. 3 expands, it'll take at least 10 days to reach us. We'll finally get to enjoy some sunlight. You're right. Chen Sixuan nodded but then frowned. But we need to ration our clean water. Blizzards and water contamination could mean an ecological disaster for the entire planet. Yeah, does this mean we'll never get to eat fresh fruits and vegetables again? Shasha pouted. Of course we will. Lin Xian's face was serious. Worst case, we farm on the train. We're from Longo, we can grow crops anywhere. Nearby, Luo Yi gave them a strange look. How did this conversation shift from a life-or-death crisis to farming? To avoid further delays, Lin Xian drove the train past the repaired railway section. Then, he removed the eerie blood crystal from the radio and placed it on the soul wave detector for a test. Click. He pressed the detector's button. The crystal emitted a faint red energy wave before quickly retracting it. The gauge needle on the detector began to move. -21. Inside the cockpit, Chen Sixuan and Kiki watched curiously. Is that number high or low? Low. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Didn't you say regular zombies are at -1? This reading doesn't even exceed -100, so it likely means there aren't any eerie entities nearby, for now. Kiki nodded. Makes sense. The only thing we don't know is the detector's range. It should be a few hundred meters at least. That bonfire gathering covered quite an area. Alright then. Kiki yawned. In that case, I'll rest for a bit. Chenji, wake me up later. I still need to finish setting up the water oxygen circulation system. Okay, get some sleep. Hearing Lin Xian's analysis, Chen Sixuan finally exhaled in relief. However, as soon as Kiki left, her expression changed. Lin Xian, look, the airy blood crystal on the detector had dimmed significantly, as if a portion of its blood energy had been consumed. Lin Xian's face darkened. Just as I thought, it's a consumable item. This thing won't last long. Damn, such a precious material, and it only works a few times? Chen Sixuan looked heartbroken. But if it helps us stay safe, it's worth it. Keeping watch in shifts wasn't a long-term solution. If eerie entities couldn't be seen, guards wouldn't be able to detect them either. The soul wave detector was now an essential survival tool. As the lights dimmed, the blizzard intensified outside. For the first time in days, the heavy train parked on the snowy plains was finally at rest. Everyone was exhausted. The steel fortress gave them a much-needed sense of security. Shasha and Kiki fell asleep almost instantly. In the cockpit, Chen Sixuan glanced at the darkened hallway. Her body relaxed, and she suddenly collapsed into Lin Xian's arms. Days of stress had drained her completely. With Lin Xian back safely, she had finally found something to hold on to amid the storm. Lin Xian. Her eyes reddened, her shoulders trembling as she whispered, "Thank you for coming back." Lin Xian's heart softened. If not for her, he might not have made it back from that eerie radio frequency. Moved by the moment, he held her tightly. "I owe you one." Chapter 91, Work inside the dark train carriage. The warmth from the heating system created a stark contrast to the freezing cold beyond the thick armor. Lying on his bed, Lin Xian glanced at Chen Sixuan, who was sound asleep beside him, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. The apocalypse had taught him a lot in a short time. Food and water were incredibly scarce, and while zombies and eerie entities were deadly threats, the isolation and fear of survival were just as suffocating. Without Chen Sixuan's support, without Kiki's ability, without Luo Yi and Shasha's help, even finding the courage to keep going would have been incredibly difficult. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Lin Xian got up, dressed, and quietly made his way to the Whale 03E's cockpit, activating his mechanical heart to run a full diagnostic and repair check on the train. The massive eerie entity in the sky weighed on his mind like a dark cloud, keeping him restless. He decided to use the time to reinforce the train's armor a little. Now that the train's armor had been upgraded, the increased weight, combined with the power consumption of the heating system, was putting a strain on the electric locomotive's energy reserves. This directly increased the fuel cost of running the train. If I don't upgrade my mechanical heart to level 3, even traveling 300 kilometers a day will be a struggle. Hopefully, the underground city has a useful energy system to take some of the pressure off. After handling the most critical armor repairs, Lin Xian returned to bed, set an alarm, and forced himself to rest. Thanks to the soul wave detector, he only assigned Luo Yi to guard the rear of the train for the night. The radar warning system in the front car gave him some peace of mind. He needed to recover his energy, tomorrow wouldn't be easy. Beep beep. Beep beep. At 8:00 a.m., Lin Xian's wristwatch alarm woke him up. He felt significantly recharged. Chen Sixuan was still fast asleep. As one of the only two non-enhanced humans on board, her stamina was far lower than the others. Even compared to Shasha, she was physically weaker. After days of constant tension, this was probably the first time she'd had a proper rest. Not wanting to disturb her, Lin Xian quietly got up, opened the door to carriage number 2, and found Kiki already sitting at the computer, hard at work. "Hello, boss." Kiki hadn't turned on the overhead lights. The soft glow of the monitor illuminated her face, making Lin Xian suddenly think of a phrase, internet-addicted girl. "You're up early? I slept for so long, okay?" Kiki stretched lazily, full of energy, and grinned. "Right now, I'm the most awake person on this train." "Not bad, energetic little miss." Lin Xian smirked. "Are you working on the water oxygen circulation system?" Here Kiki pointed at the screen and pursed her lips. "It's not that simple. First, we need a separate storage tank for living water, separate from the train's water supply. Then there's the filtration system, which depends on what kind of purifier blueprint you plan to use. If you want to set up a heating system, you'll need to link the train's water tank and the living water tank into a loop. That way, you can integrate distillation. It purifies the water and provides heat at the same time. As for the water oxygen system, that's even trickier. If you're setting up a planting carriage, you'll need hydroponics, drip irrigation, and air regulation, meaning you'd have to fully seal the train to make the oxygen cycle work properly." Hearing this, Lin Xian got interested. He pulled up a chair and sat down. "Right, originally, I just wanted to improve the train's water supply, but now we have to consider purification, recycling, heating, and farming. It's getting more complicated. But we can start with water purification and recycling first. Heating-wise, the current warm air system is still functional. I was thinking, the underground city number 9 must have advanced systems in place. We can't copy them directly, but we can study their design. Maybe they even have a ready-made system we can take advantage of." Kiki's eyes lit up. "Oh. That's right. A place that big definitely has a botanical zone. And a medical system." Clap. She slapped her palms together, her gaze burning with excitement as she stared at Lin Xian. "And one more critical thing." "What?" "An eye system module." Kiki's eyes widened. "If we can get a high-performance eye, we can have it design a customized solution for our train systems. Way better than us brainstorming blindly." Lin Xian nodded. "That makes sense. And also, Kiki was getting more and more excited, spinning her chair around. Because she was only wearing shorts, her long legs stretched out carelessly toward Lin Xian. The underground city might even have an eternal class rail train, used for resource transport or emergency evacuation. These super trains have miniature nuclear reactors on board. If we could get our hands on one." Seeing her over-the-top enthusiasm, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk. Of course, he wanted all these things. He knew the underground city would have cutting-edge tech. For someone with mechanical abilities, it was paradise. But he also knew things aren't that simple. First, the underground cities were federal government assets before the world fell apart. Did the new Apocalypse Union maintain them? Were they still operational? Even if they were intact, an apocalypse-scale underground city would have insane security measures. Kiki might be able to sneak in, but that didn't mean he could. And more importantly, time was running out. Yubai City's #1 spaceport passage would close in 3 days. Even considering travel time, he had less than 2 days to explore the underground city. But looking at Kiki's beaming face, Lin Xian didn't want to crush her enthusiasm just yet. "If things go smoothly," he said, "our train might undergo a huge upgrade. Once we pass the high-altitude corridor, we'll reach Jiazu City in under a week. From there, it's only a short trip to Zhihai." The moment he said this, Kiki's smile disappeared. She stared at him sharply. "Wait, what did you just say? What's wrong?" Lin Xian frowned. Did he say something incorrect? Thud. 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 Before he could react, Kiki suddenly jumped off her chair, barefoot, and ran up to him. Like a cat, she straddled his lap, grabbed his shirt collar, and pulled him close, her eyes burning with anger. "Zhihai? What, are you planning to kick me off the train again?" Lin Xian looked into her big, beautiful eyes and instantly understood. He chuckled. "How could I? You're our communications expert. I was just talking about the route." "Really?" Kiki stared intensely into his eyes, so close he could feel her breath on his face, a soft, tingling sensation. "Really?" Lin Xian nodded seriously. For a moment, the air went still. Then, out of nowhere, Kiki lunged forward and bit his nose. Chomp. Then she shoved him away. Get lost, get lost. Don't interrupt my work." Lin Xian touched his nose in shock. What the hell was that move? Chapter 92, Heteromorph. Lin Xian rubbed his nose as he walked out of carriage number 2, looking somewhat dazed. "I got bitten. Wonder if I'll turn into a zombie." Passing through carriages 3 and 4, he glanced at the mostly empty compartments. These two were the ones they had seized from Tanghai, mainly used for storage, But since they didn't have many supplies, they were still somewhat vacant. In fact, aside from carriage number 5, Lin Xian had distributed supplies across all the carriages, a precaution against unexpected situations. Arriving at carriage number 5, he found Luo Yi sitting on a chair, rifle in hand, keeping watch. Seeing Lin Xian approach, he immediately stood up. "Xianzhi, are we setting off?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No, you rest for now. I'll take over the watch." "All right." Luo Yi didn't argue. He knew Lin Xian always had a plan, so he put his gun aside and went straight to sleep. Lin Xian opened the rear ramp of the train, preparing to devour the broken off-road vehicle and see if he could repair the armored vehicle. For Lin Xian, an armored vehicle was highly valuable. It would make ground operations much easier. The open flatbed trailer was convenient for loading and unloading vehicles, but the lack of protection was a major flaw. If another bandit convoy attacked, they could just climb aboard and steal a vehicle. However, dedicating an entire carriage to a single vehicle was impractical. Lin Xian thought about it and decided to drive the armored car into carriage number 5. The ramp made it easy to load and unload, though it would be inconvenient when handling other cargo. Unlike his motorcycle, which was far more maneuverable, this would take some planning. He walked over to the armored vehicle, placed his hand on the surface, and activated mechanical heart to run a diagnostic. Not bad. Still intact. Armor does make a difference. Alright, let's move it to carriage number 5 first. Glancing at the thick layer of snow covering the flatbed trailer, Lin Xian made a mental note. Once they reached underground city number 9, he would deal with this excess weight. For now, though, he needed the flatbed trailer, just in case they found large machinery that needed towing. With that in mind, Lin Xian stepped outside, devoured the wrecked off-road vehicle, organized the carriage number 5 tool rack, and drove the armored vehicle inside before sealing the ramp shut. Then, he pulled out the old radio, exhaled, and looked toward the railway tracks in the distance. There, a headless ghost woman in lingerie stood eerily. Only Lin Xian, holding the radio, could see her. "A forbidden item, huh? Since you're attached to a machine, let's see exactly what you are." His expression turned cold as he stared at the headless ghost, his thoughts sharp and calculating. "If you give me just one mechanical source point, I swear I'll take you apart piece by piece." Buzz. A faint glow flickered. Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart. Immediately, the red-dressed ghost and the radio trembled violently, resisting his control. Devour progress, 50%. For small mechanical devices like this, Lin Xian only needed a few minutes to complete the process. Devour progress, 99%. Suddenly, a flood of terrifying vision surged into Lin Xian's mind. The red-dressed ghost flickered violently, her screams distorting reality. Just as Lin Xian thought the devouring process was about to succeed, an unexpected notification appeared on his interface. Devour failed, non-mechanical energy detected. Upgrade mechanical heart to level 3 to attempt again. Warning, non-mechanical energy detected. Activating mechanical heteromorph to seal energy. Boom. At that moment, mechanical heart whirred into overdrive. The radio in Lin Xian's hands transformed, its components shifting and folding like a Rubik's Cube. Within seconds, it became a disjointed rectangular object, with its silver antenna now coiled at the center. Ah! A piercing wail echoed as the terrifying visions shattered. An invisible force compressed, sealing itself into the strange mechanical cube in Lin Xian's hands. What the hell just happened? For the first time ever, Lin Xian's mechanical devour failed. Non-mechanical energy. Automatic activation of mechanical heteromorph to seal the energy? Lin Xian stared at the now featureless block, the horrific ghost woman and hallucinations completely gone. He immediately tried scanning it with mechanical heart. No response. It was as if the object had turned into a dead lump of metal. Sealed. Lin Xian mulled over the word. This wasn't a random occurrence, his mechanical heart had acted on its own. For now, he had no choice but to trust the process. Once I upgrade mechanical heart to level 3, I'll deal with this thing properly. A strange feeling told him, this forbidden item's power might eventually become his to control. At 3:00 p.m., the Infinite Train crew had enjoyed a rare night of uninterrupted rest. Lin Xian wanted to depart before dawn. The southern route was still over 200 kilometers away, and since daylight was short, he had to risk traveling at night to maximize daylight efficiency. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Chen Sixuan's complexion finally regained some color. Since leaving Jiang City, this was the best sleep she'd had. Inside the train, warm yellow lights cast a cozy glow, contrasting with the raging blizzard outside. Chen Sixuan, now acting as both navigator and cook, was preparing food. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and Shasha were fully geared up, checking their guns and ammunition. Kiki, who had worked through the night, wasn't working on the water oxygen system. Instead, She had been upgrading the train's radar system. With Lin Xian's guidance, she adjusted the optical sensors to monitor the vertical track conditions ahead, an elegant solution to a major hazard they had been facing. Hook! The electric and gas-powered engines roared to life. Infinite Train rumbled forward after its night of rest. Before long, the train reached the Mount Daluo junction. Lin Xian stepped out into the darkness to check the track conditions. Sure enough, a newly constructed high-grade rail line lay before him, a promising sign. He adjusted the switch, redirecting the train onto the branch line. Clang clang clang. Moving cautiously, Lin Xian and Chen Xixuan kept the train speed low, watching the tracks carefully. In the distance, Mount Daluo's silhouette loomed against the night sky as the train pressed southward. Lin Xian, look! From the cockpit, Chen Xixuan pointed at the tracks. 6 parallel tracks. This must have been a massive infrastructure project. Suddenly, boom! A wrecked car lay across the tracks. Infinite Train's icebreaker shield smashed it aside, sending debris flying. Chen Xixuan flinched, while Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. As they continued, the landscape changed. The highway running parallel to the tracks was now jammed with abandoned cars, many buried in snow. Why so many vehicles? Lin Xian. It's getting worse. Beep beep. Radar alarms blared. Kiki rushed into the cockpit, face pale. The road is completely blocked. There must be at least 10,000 vehicles. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Looks like they were all trying to escape to the underground city. Then, as dawn broke, the light revealed an apocalyptic nightmare. The entire highway was buried under bodies. Chapter 93, Underground City. Clang, clang, grap. The sound of train tracks clashing and the shrieks of zombies echoed through the sky. Countless zombies surged from all directions, completely surrounding the Infinite Train. However, everyone's attention was drawn forward, their gazes piercing through the sea of undead, locking onto a breathtaking megastructure ahead. The Infinite Train, with its monstrous horsepower, plowed through abandoned vehicles and zombies alike, showing no mercy as it cleared a path. Finally, it veered onto a dedicated track leading into the underground city, steadily approaching the towering outer walls. At the center of the tracks stood a massive gate. Behind it was a vast loading platform, where several high-end freight carriages lay dormant. However, the station was eerily empty. The distant construction vehicles, cranes, and watchtowers were all buried under thick layers of snow, as if this unfinished mega-project had been frozen in time. Is this underground city abandoned? Kiki asked in shock. It's possible that it's already fallen. Lin Xian said grimly. No wonder we never heard of any survivor convoys mentioning this place. Turns out it's been a living hell for a long time. A desolate underground city swarming with zombies, only someone like Lin Xian, armed with a fortress-like heavy train, would dare venture here. Regular survivor convoys wouldn't even make it past the outskirts, let alone risk entering this nightmarish wasteland. If it weren't for Lin Xian's mechanical ability, who in their right mind would come here looking for supplies? So, are we going in? Shasha hesitated. Yes. Lin Xian exchanged a glance with Kiki before making his decision. I'll open that gate. Chinlayashi, you drive the train inside. The rest of you, cover me. The moment the cockpit door opened, zombies surged forward like a tidal wave. Kiki raised her hand, and an invisible force field blasted dozens of zombies away in an instant. Lin Xian wasted no time, charging out with his gun blazing. A hail of bullets rained down, carving a bloody path through the undead. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire erupted. Luo Yi and Shasha had also disembarked, continuously firing to cover Lin Xian's advance. Seizing the opening, Lin Xian sprinted toward the massive gate, placing his hand on its freezing surface. His mechanical heart whirred to life, quickly linking with the gate's hydraulic system. Bzzzt, thud. With a deep mechanical groan, the gate trembled against the blizzard before slowly splitting open. Chen Xixuan immediately pushed the throttle, guiding the Infinite Train into the loading platform. Meanwhile, the others fought their way back, retreating through the opening before Lin Xian sealed the gate once more. Bang! Bang! Crack! Zombies desperately clawed at the closing gate, their numbers thinning rapidly. Within moments, Luo Yi and Shasha finished off the remaining stragglers. Rah! Tens of thousands of zombies roared outside the walls, stretching their decayed hands through the gaps. The sheer horror of the scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Move back. Stay alert, there might still be something in here. Lin Xian warned. He didn't believe the underground city was completely abandoned. If the entire operation had shut down, it most likely meant the interior had already fallen. There was no way the former federal government would simply abandon a multi-trillion-dollar project without reason. The Infinite Train slowly pulled into one of the loading bays. The area was vast and eerily silent. The underground city's entrance resembled a gaping chasm in the earth, where warm updrafts clashed against the icy winds, creating swirling mist above the pit. Unbeknownst to the group, several hidden security cameras inside the loading platform had quietly turned, locking onto the infinite train. There's seriously no one here? Kiki frowned at the empty station. This place is huge. How are we supposed to search it? We should have expected this. Lin Xian replied. No survivor has ever received a broadcast signal from this underground city. It's been silent for ages. But that's a good thing. Without people, we can search freely for useful supplies. Yeah, but if there's no power, we can't exactly just jump in. Kiki muttered, biting her lip. And without electricity, the underground city's main control system is definitely offline. Even if I wanted to hack in, I can't do anything if the servers are dead. Then we take whatever we can find. Lin Xian wasn't too disappointed. If the place was truly deserted, it meant fewer obstacles. There were plenty of large machines around, perfect fuel for his mechanical heart. With any luck, absorbing them would push his ability to level 3, not a bad trade-off. Chen Laoshi. Lin Xian decided. Kiki and I will check the entrance. To avoid wasting time, the rest of you stay here and gather whatever useful supplies you can find. We may need to backtrack later, and turning the train around outside would be difficult. We might have to return to Yukai Station and take the north route instead. Got it. Luo Yi nodded. Shasha pointed at a flatbed trailer nearby. Lynch, why don't we use the forklifts on the platform to load stuff onto that? We still have gas, and we can fit a lot of things back there. Lin Xian nodded. Good idea. Prioritize machinery first. If you find any useful supplies, load those too. This place is bound to have plenty of valuable stuff. We'll need it later. Kiki, you're with me. Fine. Let's see if we can find anything good. Kiki muttered, pulling her hood over her head and rubbing her hands for warmth. She grabbed a gun and prepared to follow Lin Xian off the train. Chen Sixuan hesitated. Be careful. It's too quiet here. I don't like it. Just as Lin Xian reached for the cockpit door, a sudden beeping sound echoed inside the cabin. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Sixuan's eyes darted toward the source. To her shock, the train's communication system was blinking. Her eyes widened. Lin Xian. It's the radio. What? Kiki was stunned. How is that even possible? Without a red bead, how is there a signal? Lin Xian strode over, his expression darkening. Unless it's coming from inside the station. Reaching the console, he hesitated for a moment before decisively pressing the answer button. Beep. The air fell eerily silent. Who's there? Lin Xian broke the silence. A mature female voice crackled through the speaker. Survivors, hello. This is Underground City number 9, floor -52, Research Lab. Do you read me? The entire group froze. There were still people alive in the underground city. Chapter 94, so's Chen Sixuan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. There are actually people down there. Let's hear them out first. Lin Xian gestured for silence before pressing the responder again. We can hear you. This is Ding Junyi, Deputy Director of the Biological Research Department in Underground City number 9. The city has been overrun by a massive outbreak of zombies and nocturnal entities. My colleagues and I are currently trapped on level -52 in the research sector. Can you assist us? If you're willing to help, we can offer a trade. Her voice carried a hint of urgency, but on the infinite train, the crew's expressions darkened. Are you saying? Out of this entire underground city, only a few of you survived? Lin Xian's first instinct was to doubt her claim. He had encountered too many baited traps before, this wasn't something he would easily fall for. The exact number of survivors in other areas is unknown. Ding Junyi replied. 2 weeks ago, the excavation teams in the lower levels encountered an unidentified subterranean life form, which led to an emergency shutdown of operations. Core reactor number 1 suffered a meltdown, triggering widespread mutations and infections. As a result, at least 376,000 citizens, over 95% of the population, perished. The Underground City Federal Management Committee was forced to initiate an evacuation, deploying 8 Intercontinental-class trains, 3 Eternal-class trains, and numerous airships, helicopters, and flight units to transport key personnel. However, nearly all airborne evacuation vehicles went missing over the Daluo Mountains. Preliminary analysis suggests they were intercepted by airborne nocturnal entities. The mutations triggered large-scale chaos, severely damaging the city's infrastructure. Zombies swarmed the underground levels, and nocturnal entities appeared in large numbers. My 3 colleagues and I failed to escape in time and were forced to take refuge in a biological research lab. As of now, there are likely very few survivors left in Underground City number 9. We were able to locate you via surveillance feeds at GF2 station, which is why we're reaching out for help." Despite requesting aid, her voice remained unnervingly calm. The moment she finished speaking, Kiki glanced out the window. Sure enough, several surveillance cameras were locked onto their cockpit. Huh. So not only are there people here, but there's still power. Lin Xian nodded, scanning his team's faces. He was certain that the nocturnal entities Ding Junyi mentioned were the same as the eerie entities they had encountered before. Pressing the responder again, he asked, "How exactly do you expect us to rescue you?" They had no idea what lay ahead. From what Ding Junyi described, an unknown creature had emerged from the underground, zombies and nocturnal entities had taken over, and they were stuck 52 levels below. Even if Lin Xian wanted to help, he needed more information first. This could just as easily be a death trap. Ding Junyi wasted no time responding. Currently, elevators 1, 2, and 5 are completely destroyed. Elevators 7 and 8 only reach level -80 and below, which are already overrun with infected. The only functioning elevator is number 3, which is a freight elevator for transporting equipment. It leads to the underground level 95 freight rail terminal, but due to structural damage, it can only reach level -89 at best. I can remotely unlock the security gate leading to GF2 station's underground track, but we only have a backup power source. There isn't enough energy to power the rail elevator for your train. However, your train can still take the direct tunnel down to level -65 freight terminal. From there, you can use elevator number 3 to reach us on level -52. There are plenty of zombies outside, but given your heavy firepower and the presence of a psychic ability user, the risk should be manageable. Lin Xian frowned slightly. From her explanation, her identity as a deputy director of biological research seemed highly credible. A regular underground city citizen, even high-ranking officials, wouldn't have such detailed knowledge of the city's infrastructure. Her logic was clear, her planning methodical, and she spoke in the precise tone of a researcher. Still, Lin Xian wasn't fully convinced. "You make it sound easy. Why didn't you contact the federal government for help?" Kiki leaned in, her sharp intuition kicking in. "Yeah, why didn't you call for an official rescue?" Another voice, this one younger and more anxious, cut in through the responder. "Because the underground city's satellite communication systems were taken during the evacuation. Standard communication devices are useless due to the Dark Nine magnetic waves, which you should be well aware of. The only systems we have access to now are the city's subsystems, which is why we're using the station's responder to contact you." Lin Xian's brows furrowed. "So when the evacuation happened, no one came to get you?" A brief silence followed. Then, Ding Junyi took over the call again. "Our distress calls were received," she said plainly. "But given the circumstances, we were likely classified as abandoned assets. Inside underground city number 9, deep within a sealed-off research sector, the quarantine doors remained locked. The outer hallways were pitch black, infested with wandering zombies. Inside the lab, 4 researchers, 2 men and 2 women, huddled together, their faces filled with anxiety. They had been trapped here for over a week. Despite the high-level security measures and life support systems, food and supplies were critically low. If they didn't escape soon, they would starve to death." Ding Junyi, the deputy director, was in her early 30s, her sharp gaze framed by glasses. With her were Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming, a microbiologist. The oldest among them, Zhao Yan, was visibly weakened. They had resorted to eating experimental green plants to sustain themselves. Fortunately, the lab still had functioning lighting and air circulation, preventing them from suffocating. Since the Great Evacuation, the underground city had turned into a nightmarish wasteland. Roads were blocked, the polar night had descended, and their chances of rescue were growing dimmer by the day. Nearly all useful resources had been taken during the evacuation. This half-finished, post-apocalyptic megastructure, barely 175% completed, had become nothing more than a graveyard of despair. Director Ding. "I don't think they trust us." Zhu Wen, the youngest and most timid, was growing frantic. The silence on the responder made her panic. "What do we do?" "Stay calm," Han Kaiming replied, scratching his messy, unkempt hair. He was already skeletal after 2 weeks of starvation. "They came in on a train, which means they have a purpose here. Plus, they opened the security gate and have high-tier abilities. They might want to explore the underground city anyway. If that's the case, we can find common ground." "Exactly." Zhao Yan, the eldest, turned to Ding Junyi. "Director Ding, should we just ask them directly?" Ding Junyi, however, remained calm as ever. Instead of replying, she silently reviewed the security footage, re-watching how Lin Xian's group had breached GF2 station. Unlike the others, she wasn't focused on whether the train crew would help them, she was studying them. Taking notes on her tablet, she analyzed the video carefully. They have 5 people visible in the footage so far. She noted. It's unclear if there are more on board. The leader is the man speaking with us. Estimated age, 25-30. Clear sense of purpose, logical thinking, highly educated. He opened the GF2 station gate. I checked the system logs. No authorization was granted, which means he likely has an advanced mechanical ability and forced it open. Chapter 95, terms this matches the basic profile of a crisis leader. The second individual, a female aged 16-18, possesses a rare and extremely powerful telekinetic ability. Logically, her ability would have been the most efficient way to open the gate, which suggests that the male leader's ability is even more valuable, likely something beyond brute force, such as magnetic manipulation or inorganic control. The third male is heavily built, estimated age 26-35. He wields an M556 light machine gun chambered for 7.62 x 51 mm rifle rounds, with a firing rate of 650-950 rounds per minute and a weight of 21.5 kilograms. He also carries a heavy metal sword on his back, with a hilt positioned for a right-hand draw. However, he uses the machine gun with his left hand effortlessly, which indicates extreme muscle strength. While there's no visible sign of an ability, his sheer combat prowess makes him a formidable survivor. The fourth individual, a young girl, appears highly skilled in firearms. Whether she has an ability is unclear. From a sociological standpoint, bringing a child on an escape journey usually means one of two things: she either possesses a unique ability or value, or she has a close familial tie to an important team member. The fifth person hasn't exited the train. The cameras only captured partial footage, but she is female, around 25 years old, and appears to be the driver. Likely a technical expert or a non-combatant. Ding Junyi adjusted her glasses as she enlarged the surveillance footage on her handheld device. Her face, though pale from starvation, remained razor-sharp in focus. The train itself is a heavily customized mobile refuge. It consists of a Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, a model produced 30 years ago, along with a Huangsing 7F electric locomotive, which is 14 years old. Both are freight-grade and lack nuclear propulsion, meaning they rely on liquid fuel and railway power grids. The train has 5 modified passenger carriages, each with reinforced armor from a specialized manufacturer, suggesting extensive internal upgrades. Zhu Wen frowned. Director Ding. So what are you saying? Ding Junyi turned her gaze to the group. It's obvious that this train was meticulously designed as a mobile survival base. These people aren't just a temporary alliance. The Federation's Intercontinental Class and Eternal Class rail trains are all nuclear-powered, capable of planetary transit via the Star Rail system. That means this crew is likely here to solve an energy crisis. That makes sense. Han Kaiming nodded. They wouldn't risk entering a zombie-infested underground city just for food and water. Zhao Yan, growing anxious, interjected. But we can't help them with that. All the nuclear-powered trains were taken during the Great Migration. Ding Junyi took a deep breath, her sharp eyes flickering as she stared at the silent cockpit on the monitor. That's not entirely true. She swiftly navigated the system logs, pulling up the surveillance record. Before the level -95 power grid shut down, the station logs recorded the presence of a Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. This locomotive was meant as a backup power unit for the Intercontinental Class trains but was left behind at the level -95 freight terminal during the evacuation. If they're looking for energy solutions, this could be what they need. Her voice remained steady as she continued. Based on this assessment, we have 3 key bargaining chips for negotiation. What are they? Zhao Yan asked turgidly. First, we hold a level P3 administrative clearance and extensive knowledge of the underground city's layout. Besides the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, we can help them locate other valuable resources. Given their small team but high survival capability, this makes up about 70% of our negotiation leverage. Second, we have access to biological research data and archived pre-collapse Federation records. While these may not be immediately useful to survivors, they could be valuable for trade with the Apocalypse Union. This accounts for about 29% of our leverage. Zhao Yan frowned. And the last 1%? Ding Junyi's eyes turned cold. Ourselves. As long as we're alive, we hold intrinsic intellectual, labor, and physical value. Han Kaiming's face twisted in horror. Absurd. We are high-level Federation researchers. Even as bargaining chips, our intellectual contributions should outweigh physical labor. Ding Junyi glanced at him indifferently. You're too naive. When I said physical value, I was including you. What? Question mark. Han Kaiming's face turned ashen. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen also looked disturbed. Never in their lives had they imagined being reduced to tradable assets, and that their value in that regard was a mere 1%. Zhao Yan, her face pale from hunger, muttered weakly, Director Ding, even if we have access credentials and maps, why would they risk their lives for us? Yeah, and that locomotive is still in level -95. That place is already. Zhu Wen shuddered. Ding Junyi's expression remained cold. This is our perspective on negotiation. But for them, our offer might not even compare to a single crate of food. The situation is asymmetric, but we don't have any better options. Silence filled the room. Meanwhile, inside the infinite train, Lin Xian and his team exchanged glances as they processed the conversation. Chen Xixuan was the first to speak. If their description is accurate, this underground city is already overrun. We're running out of daylight, and searching for supplies in these conditions won't be easy. Lin Xian nodded. We'd have to operate at night, which is insanely risky. Not to mention that unknown subterranean life form and the fact that over 100,000 people have already turned into zombies or worse. So we're not rescuing them? Shasha asked. Didn't they say they could trade supplies with us? Negotiate first. Kiki crossed her arms. Let's hear what they can actually offer. If it's not worth it, we can just ignore them. We have backup power, we can find our own way inside. Going in blindly is reckless. Lin Xian's brow furrowed. This underground city is the size of a small metropolis. The internal layout is a mystery. Getting in is easy, but then what? Even with his mechanical ability, bypassing ordinary security systems wasn't difficult. But an entire underground city? The system was likely too complex to be overridden manually. If he overexerted himself, he could end up dead before even covering one level. Not to mention the dangerous state of the city, one wrong move could trigger a chain reaction that would force them into a hasty retreat with nothing to show for it. After a moment of thought, Lin Xian pressed the responder. All right. Let's hear your terms. Chapter 96, Cooperation. As soon as the words left her mouth, the tension in the laboratory rose instantly. All eyes turned to Ding Junyi. After some thought, they all understood, this rundown lab had no real bargaining chips. They had no choice but to rely on Ding Junyi's analysis. She stepped forward without hesitation and stated directly, we have level P3 management clearance for the underground city. Aside from a few restricted zones, we can grant you access to residential areas, commercial districts, entertainment zones, industrial sectors, storage levels, animal and plant conservation areas, cultural heritage sites, research facilities, and all major transit routes. Despite the mass exodus, an underground city built for tens of thousands of people couldn't have been completely emptied in an emergency evacuation. There are bound to be valuable resources left behind. Additionally, we know the location of a Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. This train is equipped with a DRX micronuclear power reactor, boasting a thermal output of 290 megawatts. Lastly, if you need research data from our biological laboratory, we can provide it, but we'd need a mutual confidentiality agreement to avoid political persecution from the federal government. She laid out all their bargaining chips in one go. Beside her, Zhu Wen looked uneasy and muttered in a low voice, should we mention the third thing? Despite her initial reluctance, now that she was in a real negotiation, she felt desperate to spill everything in exchange for survival. No need. Ding Junyi replied coolly, lifting her finger off the responder button. If they agree to rescue us, we'll gain the right to live, but we'll also lose every other right. Once they get us out, we'll have no say in what happens to us. Everyone here was an ordinary civilian, completely powerless. Given their circumstances, they had to see Lin Xian's group as both potential saviors and possible marauders. Han Kaiming's expression darkened. Maybe it's not that bad. Look at those three women, they don't seem like the type to do anything to a guy like me, right? They don't look like ruthless killers. Zhao Yan gave him an incredulous look. Professor Han, are you out of your mind? You think Director Ding was talking about those three girls? Have you seen the 2-meter-tall giant standing with them? What? Han Kaiming's face turned green. His legs trembled. And no way. Ding Junyi pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated by their misplaced concerns. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes lit up. My god, a Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. Whoa. Kiki exclaimed. Lin Xian, this sounds like a jackpot. Lin Xian smirked, exchanging glances with Chen Xixuan and the others. This woman is smart. But if you think about it, she's only offering permissions and information, no actual supplies. A massive underground city after an emergency evacuation would undoubtedly have leftover resources. But this was too big to be valuable. Lin Xian's group already assumed they'd find supplies inside, the problem was whether the risks were worth it. The nuclear-powered train, however, was a tangible prize. But the fact that Ding Junyi brought it up directly made Lin Xian feel like she had somehow guessed his objective. If that's the case, We don't need them at all. Give me some time, and I can hack into the system myself. Kiki suggested. How long would that take? I won't know until I get access. But in cases like this, the main eye must have been removed, leaving behind a subsystem. My estimate. 5 to 6 hours. Then it's not worth it. Lin Xian concluded. Rescuing them might actually be faster. If they really are researchers, they might have useful information. Plus, they're familiar with the underground city's layout, cooperating with them is more efficient than working against them. But what if they're lying? Chen Sixuan voiced her concern. Let's find out. Kiki. Lin Xian pointed to the train's roof. Kiki immediately understood. Moments later, 2 drones lifted off from the infinite train, heading towards the underground city. The blizzard's too strong, it's messing with the image quality. Kiki grumbled as she piloted the drones. No problem. Lin Xian said. Before nightfall, we need to get a general layout. Look below. Got it, Kiki pouted, staring at the screen. The underground city lay before them, completely silent and lifeless. Looks about right, no signs of survivors. A thermal imaging system would be really useful here. Someone muttered. Lin Xian nodded. That large airborne nocturnal entity they mentioned, could it be the massive atmospheric jellyfish we saw last night? But that underground creature. What the hell is it? Chen Sixuan frowned. This place is even more dangerous than we thought. Even if we go in, we can't stay for long. Then we'll prioritize securing the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. The rest we'll decide on the spot. Lin Xian turned to Kiki. Can you locate their level -52 floor? Kiki shook her head. Nope. The moment we go below the horizon, we lose signal. It's pitch black down there. But look, a tunnel leads straight underground. If we open the gate, we can drive the train directly inside. An underground city of this size would have freight rail. Someone commented. Staying aboard the train offered a tactical advantage. It was easier to fight off zombies, and elevators inside would make resource transport more efficient. But driving the train into a collapsed underground city was a huge risk. Lin Xian hesitated briefly, then looked at Kiki. Your thoughts? There's definitely a risk. Kiki admitted, resting her chin on her palm. But everything they said aligns with our mission. The only issue is we don't know what Terry entities are inside. Or that underground monster they mentioned. Lin Xian exhaled. Energy is a core issue, it's critical for our survival. I already allocated 1 to 2 days here before heading to the high-altitude corridor, specifically to upgrade the train's defenses, sensors, life support, and weapons. So, I think this risk is worth taking. Lin Xian's voice was firm. An entire abandoned underground city lay before them. If he didn't even attempt to explore it, he'd be wasting his mechanical abilities. And a nuclear-powered train? That was an apocalypse-grade artifact. They had to try. I'm in. Kiki raised her hand excitedly. Chen Sixuan and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They all knew survival depended on the infinite train. As a mechanical ability user, Lin Xian had the final say. If securing this train boosted their chances, it was a risk worth taking. Meanwhile, Ding Junyi's group waited in agonizing suspense. Finally, they encountered a potential rescue team before the polar night. A glimmer of hope. But these people had no obligation to save them. They could only pray that Ding Junyi's offer was enough to convince them. Will they really agree? Zhu Wen muttered in despair. We have no food, no water, and we don't even know if the military district still has weapons. Would they really risk their lives for a train they don't even know still works? Despite how logical Ding Junyi's reasoning sounded, upon deeper thought, it didn't seem like a strong bargaining chip. Lin Xian's group had ability users, they could enter the underground city without help. And the Gemini 11R was just theoretical, the level -95 system had been down for days. They had no clue what was really below. Food, weapons, or even the hope that their rescuers had moral integrity, all seemed like better incentives. Zhu Wen became increasingly panicked, pacing frantically. When the responder remained silent, he snapped. I'll tell them. That we have tons of food, water, and weapons, that'll convince them. But Ding Junyi coldly shut him down. Lies will only get us killed. Chapter 97, The Tunnel. Ding Junyi's words caused the other three to freeze, their expressions shifting instantly. The air in the room turned heavy. Almost as if in response, Lin Xian's voice came through the responder. We'll come to get you. Open the gate to GF2 tunnel. The moment those words landed, the people in the lab shot up from their seats, eyes filled with hope and excitement. They agreed. We're saved. Director Ding was right all along. Zhu Wen muttered, his face pale. Good thing she stopped you, or you would have ruined everything. Zhao Yan scolded, unable to hide her relief. Ding Junyi, however, remained expressionless. There was no time to waste on conversation. She immediately accessed the system and opened the underground passage to the tunnel. At the same time, she spoke into the communicator. The downward tunnel is 31,650 meters long, with a 59.5% incline. The backup power supply is insufficient to support the electromagnetic braking system, so you need to maintain a speed of under 20 km per hour. Keep the brake pads from overheating. Although all 127 tunnel monitoring sensors report no anomalies, I'd still advise turning on your lights and proceeding with caution. The GF2 tunnel gate slid open as the infinite train began moving forward. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan stood in the control cabin, their expressions serious as they listened to Ding Junyi's instructions. "You're Ding Junyi, correct?" Lin Xian asked while adjusting the controls. "Yes. This is the infinite train. I'm the train captain, Lin Xian." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lin." Lin Xian got straight to the point. "Where exactly did you encounter the underground creatures?" "Level 106. Everything below level 100 is unfinished construction. Elevator number 3 used to reach level 95, but we lost contact below level 89. I suggest stopping at the level 65 freight rail terminal. From there, you can use the freight elevator to load supplies onto your train." "Understood. What's your exact location on level 52? "Sector F13. Once you exit the elevator, you'll be in Sector K2, where there are some zombies. There's a zone map posted outside the passage. When you reach the elevator, I'll send you a visual feed and guide you. Distance-wise, it's about 1.9 kilometers. "Got it." The information was clear and precise. Lin Xian motioned for Chen Sixuan to sit tight before he accelerated the train into the tunnel, descending underground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The infinite train glided downward, its metal wheels screeching against the tracks. The tunnel ahead stretched endlessly into darkness, illuminated only by the train's headlights. As the train descended rapidly, everyone on board felt pressure building in their ears. "Hold on tight." Lin Xian called back. He constantly adjusted the brakes, ensuring the train wouldn't derail or spiral out of control. Yellow depth markers flashed by: level 10, 65 m, level 30, 175 m, level 50, 255 m, level 60, 301 m. The train spiraled downward through the black abyss, moving like a roller coaster. A damp, musty scent filled the air as they penetrated deeper into the underground. Finally, after a gradual incline, the train emerged onto the level 65 freight rail terminal. Level 65, 325 m. Hiss. The scalding train wheels emitted steam as the infinite train ground to a halt at a pitch-black station. Beyond the cracked train windows, flickering damaged lights cast eerie sparks across the cavernous space. Chen Sixuan, Kiki, and Shasha crowded around the window, peering outside. A massive cargo station stretched before them, equipped with cranes and conveyor belts. However, something horrifying had occurred here. Dark red bloodstains splattered the walls and floors, and mutilated corpses lay scattered across the loading bay. The oppressive atmosphere of the sealed underground space weighed on them. At 325 meters below the surface, knowing that this city was filled with tens of thousands of zombies, along with unknown underground creatures, sent shivers down their spines. Chen Sixuan turned to Lin Xian, her face uneasy. "What's the plan?" "We'll split up." Lin Xian gestured toward the tunnel behind them. "This is our only escape route. If something happens, we lose the train, and we'll have to fight our way out with nothing but our bare hands." "That's not an option. Shasha, Sixuan, you two stay behind and guard the train. If anything tries to cut off our retreat, you stop it. Meanwhile, Kiki, Luoyi, and I will head to level 52 to rescue them. Once we're back, we'll evaluate the situation and decide which areas to search for supplies." The underground city was enormous. Searching blindly was pointless. They had limited time. Securing information first was critical. Chen Sixuan and Shasha had no abilities and weren't physically on par with the others. Staying behind to defend the train was the safer option. Lin Xian, Luoyi, and Kiki armed themselves to the teeth. Lin Xian, GK03 electric blade, a submachine gun, and a pistol. Kiki, automatic rifle. Luoyi, light machine gun with extra ammo. Additionally, they equipped gas masks. A sealed underground zone meant they had to prepare for potential air contamination. "Watch your stamina, don't waste energy on zombies," Lin Xian instructed as the cockpit door slid open. "I know," Kiki grinned. "Didn't I tell you? My ability evolved. I won't run out of power so easily anymore." Lin Xian eyed her. "How many times can you use it now?" "No idea. But it's a lot stronger than before." "All right." Clack. Lin Xian stepped off the train. His boots splashed into a puddle, the ground was damp. "Stay alert. He signaled for Chen Sixuan to secure the train doors. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and dried blood, causing both Shasha and Chen Sixuan to gag slightly. Once the train doors sealed, it blocked out the worst of the stench. Their walkie-talkies flashed green, confirming short-range communications were still working. Lin Xian had realized something back in Yukai City, after fighting the three-headed spider monster. Their radio signals seemed to fluctuate whenever eerie entities were nearby. It wasn't a perfect detection system, but it could warn them of potential supernatural threats. With their weapons ready, they advanced into the darkness, toward whatever horrors lay in wait. Chapter 98, The Interior. Plop, plop. The three of them switched on their tactical flashlights, illuminating their path as they moved through the platform. Apart from the flickering fluorescent lights overhead, everything else was shrouded in darkness. Whoa. It's so new. Kiki swung her flashlight around, scanning the surroundings. Looks like it was just built not long ago. This underground city isn't even finished yet. I'd say not even 1/5 of it is done. Lin Xian spoke in a low voice. Built with the combined effort of the Federation, yet it can't even save 1 million people. Well, it's not the only underground city. Even though the Federation has collapsed, there must be larger ones out there. The question is, what's their situation like? SHH. Lin Xian, leading at the front, suddenly halted. Both Dalio and Kiki immediately tensed up. Lin Xian raised his flashlight and pointed it toward the edge of the platform, where a man in a worker's uniform stood with his back pressed against a pillar. His entire body was trembling slightly. The sudden illumination caught the man's attention. Slowly, he turned around. The moment his face became visible, all three of them felt their expressions shift. His face had completely rotted and mutated beyond recognition. From the center of his head sprouted writhing, fleshy tendrils, filled with razor-sharp teeth, all a grotesque crimson hue. The sight was utterly horrifying. What? What the hell is that? A zombie? Kiki gasped. Whatever it is, it's not human. Hiss. Gurgle. The humanoid creature let out an eerie chittering sound, its grotesque facial tendrils quivering. The moment it locked eyes on Lin Xian and the others, it suddenly shrieked, "Ah!" Then, it bolted straight for them at an inhuman speed. Its movements were nothing like the sluggish zombies they had encountered before. It was as fast as an elite athlete, charging forward with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Open fire. Lin Xian shouted. Bang. Bang. Boom. Uncertain about what they were dealing with, Lin Xian didn't dare to hold back. The three of them fired simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Rounds tore into the creature's flesh, sending sprays of blood and tissue flying. The force knocked it back slightly, but instead of collapsing, it accelerated, moving even faster toward them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Sensing the abnormality, they immediately concentrated their fire, aiming for the writhing tendrils and its horrific mouth. The bullets shredded its twisted head apart, finally bringing it down. Even after hitting the ground, the flesh tendrils continued to twitch and writhe for several seconds before finally going still. This thing isn't right. It's nothing like a normal zombie. Stay alert. Lin Xian was unnerved. All three of them were ability users, armed with firearms, yet this mutated zombie displayed a level of resilience far beyond anything they had encountered before. Its speed and endurance were terrifying. Ugh, that was disgusting. Why was it so hard to kill? Kiki wrinkled her nose in disgust. Could it be an eerie entity? Dalio speculated. Lin Xian directed his flashlight toward the corpse, scanning for any traces of black mist. Finding none, he frowned. Doesn't seem like it. He checked the time, it was only 18:02. Even though night hadn't fallen yet, after what they experienced at Beiwang, he knew that dangers weren't necessarily restricted to the dark. Some horrors lurked in specific locations regardless of the time. Inside an underground city, where daylight never reached, who knew how bad things could get? Stay on guard. Let's move. Lin Xian kept his nerves taut as they quickened their pace, following a conveyor belt deeper into the complex. Soon, they reached a massive elevator entrance, a freight lift several meters in length. Before they could approach, the control panel beside it suddenly lit up. On the screen, the face of a woman appeared. She wore a lab coat and glasses, exuding a sharp, professional air. She looked to be in her early 30s. Mr. Lin, I'm opening the elevator for you now. You're Ding Junyi, the one I was just speaking to? Lin Xian asked. That's me. Lin Xian nodded. In the background of the video feed, he could see two women and a man, all dressed like scientists. The sight eased his nerves slightly. Open the doors. Ding Junyi's expression turned serious. Be careful. Surveillance shows there's standing water inside the elevator, and there may be unidentified creatures within. Step back. What kind of unidentified creatures? Kiki asked, retreating a couple of steps in curiosity. Lin Xian gestured for them to move further back. Stand clear to the sides. A deep mechanical hum resonated as the elevator began descending. They instinctively stepped back, guns at the ready, watching the numbers on the screen. Elevator arrived, level 65, level 4 freight rail terminal. A mechanical female voice announced its arrival. The massive elevator doors slowly split apart, revealing the dim interior. Then, a flood of murky, yellowish water, more than a meter deep, surged outward with a violent rush. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened as he immediately caught sight of movement within the swirling filth. He shouted a warning to the others, "Something's in the water." Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! All three opened fire, their bullets tearing into the dark, writhing masses in the water. Flesh and blackened blood splattered everywhere as the unknown creatures were blasted apart. As the water drained away, the creatures became fully visible, black, multi-legged abominations clinging to bloated, decaying corpses. Parasitic organisms. Disgusting. Kiki exclaimed. "Don't let your guard down, kill them all." Lin Xian ordered. Bang. Bang. Boom. Thanks to Ding Junyi's warning, they had been prepared. The second the creatures were flushed out, they unleashed a storm of bullets, reducing them to pulp. The gunfire echoed through the massive terminal, likely attracting more unwanted attention. Lin Xian grimaced. "Get on the elevator, now." Kiki and Aluo immediately dashed inside. Lin Xian followed, and the doors swiftly sealed shut behind them. "Damn, there are way more monsters here than we thought." "What about Chenji and the others?" Kiki asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "They're fine." Lin Xian's tone was firm. The infinite drain was an impenetrable fortress, strong enough to withstand the tentacles of that monstrous atmospheric jellyfish. Plus, Chen Sixuan and Xiaoxia had plenty of weapons on board. He was confident they would be safe. The elevator began its ascent, a powerful force lifting them upward. Ding Junyi's voice came through the speaker. "You'll be arriving in Sector K2. There are a lot of creatures outside the passage. The ground between K2 and D23 is partially flooded. Here's the route map." A schematic appeared on their handheld displays. The layout is complicated, with multiple paths. Some areas have damaged communication systems, so I won't be able to guide you the entire way. Also, be extremely cautious when passing F5D6. That's where the floor's main elevator and staircase are located. It's the most overrun area. Originally, it was an emergency escape route, but it's definitely completely blocked now. Both power and surveillance systems are down there. Chapter 99, Arrival inside the laboratory. Ding Junyi was fully focused, swiftly enlarging the floor plan of level 52 on her screen. Using auxiliary lines, she carefully explained the route for Lin Xian and his team. Beside her, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen wore anxious expressions. Their lives were at stake, and the tension in the room was palpable. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, the large screen displayed Ding Junyi's detailed briefing on their path forward. Kiki and Lin Xian watched closely, quickly memorizing the key directions. This underground city really is one giant factory. Just moving across a single floor from the freight elevator to another research sector takes 2 kilometers. Lin Xian took a deep breath. "That's nothing." Kiki muttered under her breath, "This place was built for hundreds of thousands of people. Just one floor has to accommodate thousands, plus commercial and work zones. There are even roads and high-speed transport systems down here. Whatever you had on the surface, this place had too." Lin Xian nodded, then turned toward the elevator doors. "When we move out, speed is our priority. Avoid unnecessary fights. I'll take the lead, Daluo, you cover the rear. Kiki, you stay in the middle." "Got it, understood, Lynch." Their goal was to reach the research sector where Ding Junyi and the others were located. That area had defenses and was temporarily safe. Lin Xian needed to assess their situation before deciding the next steps with Kiki. If things looked viable, they'd bring the scientists back to Infinite Train, then reorganize for supply transport. His plan was to leave the underground city before nightfall tomorrow, then follow the southern route back to Jianghu Line before making their way into Yubai City. Suddenly, the elevator screen played old underground city advertisements, creating a stark contrast against the deathly silence of the facility. Jaya Dental, protecting your oral health. This month, first-class citizens can enjoy a 5% discount on memberships. Visit us on level 31. Do you struggle with mobility? Are you disabled? The Long Prosthetic Modification Center offers cutting-edge artificial limbs. Run freely, embrace fully. The latest ARX2 industrial prosthetics have a battery life of 168 hours, allowing a full week of non-stop work. The ultimate tool for boosting income. Kang Gourmet Protein Blocks. Selected from premium New World breeds, made with authentic ingredients using traditional craftsmanship, each bite is packed with rich, original flavor. The lively advertisements, promising a prosperous and efficient underground life, clashed violently with the horrifying reality of the now lifeless, abandoned city. Ugh, gross. What part of that sounds gourmet? Kiki shuddered at the ad. Lin Xian's voice was serious. Don't be so quick to judge. With a global food shortage, when we run out of supplies, you might just learn to love it. PFFT, no way. I'm not eating cockroaches. Danzō gave the advertisement a strange look but stayed silent, clearly not thrilled at the thought of insect-based food either. Elevator arrived, level 52, New Dumra Research Sector. Access, first-class citizens and special personnel. Clearance, F3, Lin Xian tensed as the doors slid open. Beyond the elevator, the K2 sector was in total darkness. The three of them stood still, weapons raised, carefully scanning their surroundings. Aside from the elevator's screen, which continued to play recorded ads, the silence was absolute. Move out. Lin Xian gave the order, and they rushed forward. Their footsteps echoed eerily in the hollow corridors as they moved swiftly through the cargo unloading zones. Soon, they exited the main passage, and the layout shifted. This floor consisted entirely of research laboratories and offices, with no residential or commercial areas. The architectural quality was high, with sealed, dust-free lab spaces and wide hallways. The problem? Everything looked exactly the same. Without clear signage, it was easy to get lost in this maze-like research complex. If not for Ding Junyi's route plan, they would have wasted a ton of time just navigating. As they approached F1 sector, the corridors suddenly lit up. Their footsteps echoed through the halls as they ran. Through the lab windows, they saw blood-soaked interiors, evidence of violent deaths. Then, zombie howls began to rise. More and more voices joined in, creating a chain reaction throughout the sector. Just keep running. Don't look back. Lin Xian raised his wind cannon, blasting away a zombie at the next corner. He deliberately avoided using gunfire, trying to minimize noise and avoid attracting more undead. But just as they rounded a bend, they all froze. Ahead of them, the corridor was packed with countless mutated zombies, each wearing white lab coats. As they turned to face the sound, their facial tendrils began to writhe, their toothy maws opening wide. Damn it, it's more of them. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He had wanted to avoid unnecessary gunfire, but seeing these things, there was no other choice. Fire. Bang. Bang. Boom. Gunfire erupted. The hallway flashed with firelight as bullets tore through the monstrous horde. These zombies lunged forward, their grotesque maws wide open. One bite could easily rip off a person's head. Having learned from their earlier encounter, the team didn't hesitate, aiming straight for their heads. The ground quickly became littered with twitching, mutilated corpses. More zombies poured in from behind, forcing Danzō to provide cover fire, while Lin Xian unsheathed his blade, decapitating any still writhing creatures to ensure they were truly dead. Crash. A glass door shattered as another wave of zombies burst through. Lin Xian turned instinctively, blasting them apart with his wind cannon. They charged ahead, only to find themselves in a circular elevator hall, completely blocked. Before them, countless black insect-like creatures, mutant spiders, and more zombie abominations had gathered, sealing off their only escape route. Hey! Kiki's eyes glowed faintly. With a sharp motion, she raised her hand, a powerful shockwave blasted outward, sending the creatures flying. The path was clear. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, cutting through the horde as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming stared at the monitor screens, their faces pale with anxiety. The sheer number of creatures swarming around Lin Xian's team was overwhelming. If even these powerful ability users, armed with advanced weaponry, couldn't make it, then as helpless scientists, their chances of survival were zero. But compared to them, Ding Junyi remained eerily calm. She wasn't even watching the monitors. Instead, she was focused on her computer, rapidly executing a series of commands. Ding Director, what are you doing? Zhao Yan frowned. Shouldn't we be giving them instructions? I've already told them everything they need to know. Ding Junyi didn't even glance up. The best thing we can do is be ready to open the doors the moment they arrive. And, not waste time. What do we even need to prepare? Ding Junyi finally looked up. Research data. Abilities, blood flora, underground city logs. We might need all of it. Oh, and Zhao Liaoshi, prepare specimen number 1's containment tank. If we can't take it, we activate the destruction protocol. Chapter 100, Disaster Floor. Zhao Yan stared tensely at Ding Junyi. Even though she normally disliked her emotionally detached colleague, she had to admit that Ding Junyi's rational mindset far surpassed her own. It was her negotiations and approach that had secured Lin Xian's team's rescue mission in the first place. Watching Ding Junyi work so efficiently, Zhao Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. She had an idea. She quickly turned to her student, Zhu Wen, and urged, Zhu, hurry. Let's copy all our research data and take it with us. Huh? What for? This is our life's work. Zhao Yan cast a glance at Ding Junyi before pulling Zhu Wen aside and whispering, if we make it out, this research will prove our value. If we want to seek refuge with our former organization or join the Apocalypse Union, don't you think this data will be critical? Zhu Wen sucked in a breath, realizing the importance of what she said. For researchers like them, their findings could become bargaining chips, perhaps even the key to their survival. With that in mind, the two immediately rushed to their computers and began downloading everything. Seeing their actions, Han Kaiming quickly understood what was happening and joined in as well. Ding Junyi ignored what the others were doing. Apart from research data, she also downloaded the holographic blueprint of the underground city, notes on each sector's layout, any available surveillance footage for backup. She glanced at the monitors. Lin Xian's group had already moved past D-23, they were only a few hundred meters away from F-13, where she and the others were. However, the hallway cameras ahead had been destroyed, meaning she could no longer track their movement. After finishing her tasks, she stood up and strode towards the sealed hallway, the last barrier between them and the outside. Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming followed behind her but kept their distance, hesitating to approach the isolation door. Are they coming? Han Kaiming called out. Zhu Wen anxiously asked, Director Ding, are you really going to open the door? It looks like there's no one outside. None of them dared to get too close, fearful that if the door opened, a flood of monsters would rush in. But Ding Junyi simply raised a hand, signaling for silence. Then, she calmly placed her slender fingers on the unlock panel. Thud. Thud. Inside the highly sealed, soundproofed isolation chamber, almost all external noise was blocked. The silence was suffocating. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats pounding in their chests. No one knew what lay beyond the door. Would it be their rescuers, or a horde of flesh-eating abominations? At this moment, their fates hung in the balance. Ding Junyi focused intently, her face calm and unreadable. Her gaze flickered slightly, then, she pressed down on the panel. Buzz. The isolation door, sealed for countless days, suddenly slid open. A cold, eerie gust of air rushed in. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of gunfire roared through the hall. Almost instantly, 3 figures wearing gas masks stormed in, their backs against the swarming tide of zombies. Whir. Kiki rushed in last, spinning around as she swung her hand, a wave of invisible force erupted, sending the pursuing zombies flying backward. Ah! The horrifying sight sent Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming scrambling into the corner, trembling in fear. Han Kaiming even grabbed a chair, holding it up defensively. Wow, that door timing was perfect? Kiki whistled in amazement, looking at Ding Junyi. But before responding, Ding Junyi had already pressed the close button. Slam. The isolation door shut tight, sealing off the deafening howls and screams outside. Inside, the research sector was bright and pristine, a stark contrast to the blood-drenched, corpse-ridden nightmare just beyond the door. Ding Junyi turned around and calmly raised both hands. I am Ding Junyi. The air purification system is operational, and no contamination alarms have been triggered. You may remove your gas masks without worry. Lin Xian kept his gun trained on her. She stood still, hands raised, her expression serene, her entire demeanor radiating harmlessness. Seeing her, Lin Xian felt a moment of intrigue. She was calm. Logical. Completely unemotional. Her features weren't stunning, but she had a sharp, intelligent beauty, gold-rimmed glasses, a white lab coat, jeans, and short-heeled boots. There was an icy, intellectual elegance about her. Lin Xian pulled off his gas mask, took a breath, and swept his gaze toward Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming. You're the only 4 here? Ding Junyi, still holding her hands up, answered immediately, Zhao Yan, Ph.D. in molecular biology, level 1 federal research asset. Zhu Wen, Ph.D. in biochemistry, level 1 federal research asset. Han Kaiming, Ph.D. in microbiology, also an expert in ecology. Her words were precise, concise, and free of nonsense, as if she were stating facts rather than pleading for her life. Her intent was clear, she wanted Lin Xian to understand that the people he saved were not ordinary civilians. If he was going to kill them, he should at least reconsider the cost. We have no weapons and will fully cooperate with your operations. If you rescue us, you could negotiate valuable exchanges with either the former federal government or the Apocalypse Union. Why yeah. We have value. Please don't hurt us. Zhu Wen nodded frantically, practically begging. We're just scientists. We mean no harm. Why yes, yes. Zhao Yan and Han Kaiming quickly echoed. Lin Xian's gaze darkened. Didn't you say earlier that you were already considered abandoned assets? Ding Junyi didn't deny it. She simply replied, in terms of rescue priority, we were deemed expendable. But as long as we're alive, we still hold some value to the authorities. Lin Xian snorted internally. Even after being abandoned, they're still discussing their value. Typical intellectual mindset, ruthlessly pragmatic, yet undeniably logical. And from a survival standpoint, she wasn't wrong. For scientists, their best chance at long-term survival was aligning with a government entity. Debating human rights versus being a research asset meant nothing in this situation. Daluo. Check them. Lin Xian gave the order. Daluo approached, his imposing figure making Zhao Yan's group shrink back in fear. He patted them down, checking for weapons. After confirming they were clean, he nodded at Lin Xian. Whoa, what the hell is that? Kiki suddenly exclaimed. She had spotted something in the laboratory, a sealed, transparent containment unit housing a strange, flower-like plant. It resembled a chrysanthemum, but was entirely black. At its center, faint crimson veins pulsed ominously, exuding a sinister aura. Zhu Wen hesitated, then explained, that's blood scourge flora, specimen number 1. We first discovered it during the first polar night. Ding Junyi cut in coldly, it grows exclusively on corpses. Chapter 101, Infection. Ding Junyi's voice came through as she noticed Lin Xian and the others showing interest. She spoke directly. We strongly suspect that this type of plant is directly linked to the biological mutations caused by Apocalypse Day, as well as the corruption from eerie entities. Based on our current research, the blood scourge flora has a soul wave value exceeding 100, which is inversely proportional to the standard for C-class nocturnal entities. This suggests that blood scourge flora contains the same bioenergy as nocturnal entities, and its energy is closely related to eerie blood crystals. Whoa! Eerie plants. Kiki blurted out, her face filled with amazement. In this messed up world, whether it's people, animals, organic, or even inorganic matter, it looks like everything is affected by that damn darkness. What's the use of this thing? Lin Xian frowned and asked. We're not sure yet. A frail scientist named Han Kaiming stepped forward, his voice trembling. We conducted some biological experiments and discovered that this thing directly triggers mutations in living organisms, very similar to the Dark Night infection. Dark Night infection? Kiki asked. What in the Dark Night is even infectious? Well, Han Kaiming nervously glanced at the three of them before turning to Ding Junyi. Then, he finally spoke, actually, all our research teams have reached a common understanding. However, this consensus. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What? Even in this situation, you're still keeping secrets for the Apocalypse Union? It's not about secrecy. Strictly speaking, it's about scientific rigor and responsibility. As researchers, making claims without experimental proof is irresponsible. It could mislead the public and cause unnecessary panic. But if you really want to know these unverified theories, we can tell you. Ding Junyi replied matter-of-factly. Exactly. Let me explain. The microbiologist, Han Kaiming, adjusted his thick glasses with a trembling hand. All major research teams worldwide now believe that zombies and mutations are not transmitted through bacteria or viruses. The reason we can't publicly state this theory is, first, to avoid panic, and second, because it's not yet scientifically rigorous. There's no conclusive biological, pathological, or microbiological evidence supporting it. Even in direct studies of zombie specimens, we haven't found any infectious agents. Zombies themselves aren't a precise biological classification. From a purely scientific perspective, such an organism shouldn't even exist. What do you mean? Lin Xian was confused. Han Kaiming explained, for example, a person with severe physical deterioration can't suddenly gain immense vitality and strength without caloric metabolism. A virus-ravaged body would only deteriorate further. How could it suddenly become superhuman and attack people while staying active for so long? Hearing this, Lin Xian froze. Now that it was laid out like that, it did make sense. When the first extreme night outbreak occurred on Apocalypse Day, global population loss was exponential. We had highly advanced HIAT surveillance, yet we detected no infection source or transmission pathway. This was the main reason why so many governments and military forces collapsed so quickly, because we had no idea where the virus was coming from. Was it airborne? Bloodborne? Something else entirely? Only after we discovered the concept of soul wave value did we realize that all mutation events had one common factor: darkness. As long as someone was exposed to the dark, a massive number of people would mutate into zombies or become nocturnal entities. It was completely unpredictable and impossible to prevent. We even suspected that the survivors might possess a specific genetic trait or physiological anomaly that made them immune, So we conducted mark recapture studies and molecular biology tests, but we found no common pattern. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to Kiki, recalling how, during her corruption, an invisible monster had appeared near the train. If Kiki's ability hadn't evolved and instead spiraled into corruption, would she have turned into something like Tanghai, a creature neither human nor ghost? Thinking along these lines, he realized, the ordinary dark night and the abyss's dark tides were completely different concepts. The dark tides weren't just some deeper darkness, they must have carried a sinister force that actively transformed everything within them. The eerie entities lurking in the shadows, the forbidden items mutating under assault, the blood-scourged flora growing out of flesh, and the unpreventable zombie transformations. When all of this was linked together, Lin Xian finally understood the phrase Han Kaiming had just used, Dark Night Infection. Beep, beep, 65th floor, rail terminal station. Chen Sixuan pressed the walkie-talkie button. The indicator had turned red ever since Lin Xian's team took the elevator up. She assumed it was just a signal interference issue in the underground, not necessarily a sign of trouble. At this moment, the train was in total blackout mode to avoid attracting any creatures lurking in the darkness. The light-blocking shields were lowered, and the interior lights were turned off. Both Shasha and Chen Sixuan held guns, waiting in carriage number 1, listening intently to any sounds outside. From time to time, the platform's flickering electrical tubes made a faint buzzing sound. Somewhere deep in the black void, an occasional rustling could be heard. Maybe there were zombies hiding in the darkness. Or maybe it was just the airflow through the underground tunnels. Staying inside the train felt relatively safe, but after the eerie radio incident, Chen Sixuan had become extremely wary of strange occurrences. How long have they been gone? Shasha sat on the sofa, swinging her legs casually. Compared to Chen Sixuan, she had far more guts. Chen Sixuan checked her watch. Almost 40 minutes. They should be back soon. Beep. Just then, a beep came from the responder unit in the cockpit. Though the sound was faint, it shattered the eerie silence, sending a jolt of tension through both of them. Chen Sixuan and Shasha exchanged looks and hurried over. Hello, Ms. Chen. We've arrived. Everything okay on your end? Lin Xian's voice came through the responder, and the two women instantly relaxed. No issues here. Everything's fine. Good. It's about to get dark soon, stay alert. Understood. Chen Sixuan switched off the responder, glancing at Shasha. In this underground city, no one could predict what would happen after nightfall. They had to stay vigilant. 52nd floor, F-13 sector, research hall. Lin Xian turned to Ding Junyi. Since we're already here, hand over the system permissions. Then, tell me where the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive is. As soon as he said this, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen's expressions changed. But we know this system better than anyone. And it's extremely complex. No problem. Kiki? Okay, Kiki had already hacked into the lab's mobile terminal and quickly opened a backdoor program. She walked over and handed the device to Ding Junyi. Big sis, just authorize this, please, for Kiki. As long as she had enough time, Lin Xian had no doubt she could hack the system directly. After all, she had done it before. But since Ding Junyi had administrator access, there was no need to waste time on a full-scale breach. However, this move instantly made the other three researchers nervous. At this moment, their only bargaining chip was Ding Junyi's admin privileges. If they handed it over, they would be utterly powerless. Luo Yi stood there, holding his assault rifle, exuding a murderous aura. Facing Zhao Yan's group, he radiated an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if they were about to be executed on the spot. None of them doubted that this big guy could rip all four of them apart with his bare hands. Chapter 102, Authorization. Lin Xian could clearly see the tension on Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen's faces, but he had no intention of explaining anything to them. They had risked their lives coming here, not to play mind games with a few researchers. Since they had arrived, Ding Junyi needed to follow through on her promise immediately. Ding Junyi glanced at Lin Xian, then at the mobile terminal Kiki was holding out to her. After a brief pause, she entered the password and pressed her fingerprint without hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming held their breath. They were terrified that as soon as Ding Junyi finished, Lin Xian's group would mercilessly execute them on the spot. Beep. Authorization complete, a mechanical voice confirmed the process. Kiki cheerfully grabbed the device and checked the interface. As expected, it granted access to the underground city's internal management system. She grinned at Ding Junyi. Thanks a bunch. Ding Junyi turned to Lin Xian and reported, the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive is currently docked at the Level 5 freight terminal, on the 95th floor. The system was taken offline 5 days ago, but the logs contain the last recorded footage to confirm its presence. System offline? Does it have something to do with the underground creatures? Lin Xian frowned. It was never going to be that simple. Yes. I suspect structural damage in the underground city might have affected the tunnels below the 89th floor. The air grew heavier at her words. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen could tell Lin Xian was very interested in the locomotive, but this information was completely negative. You have the access now. You're taking us with you, right? Zhao Yan's face was ashen, her body trembling. Zhu Wen huddled close to her, looking at Lin Xian in fear. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, ignoring them, and turned to Kiki. What's the situation? Pretty much what she said. Kiki's fingers danced over the mobile terminal. The system confirms that a Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive was active at that terminal, but it's now offline. We'll have to go down there to check it out. Then let's go. Coming all this way just to get system access would be a waste. Lin Xian turned around, sweeping a cold gaze over the researchers. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes? What do you mean? Are you going to kill us? Zhu Wen cried out in panic. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He looked at Ding Junyi, the only one still somewhat composed. Miss Ding, pack your things. We leave for the train in 10 minutes. Nightfall is coming. There are all kinds of monsters out there. If any of you fall behind, I won't be turning back for a rescue. Hearing this, Ding Junyi relaxed slightly, nodding. We're already prepared. 10 minutes is more than enough. This lab was merely a temporary shelter during the catastrophe. Aside from research materials, they had no personal belongings. If Ding Junyi hadn't reminded them, the others wouldn't have even thought to gather their work logs. The other three researchers also exhaled in relief at Lin Xian's words. Their attitude shifted instantly, and they hurriedly nodded. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We'll get ready right away. Quick, pack up. But then, in an unexpected move, Ding Junyi bent down, took off her shoes, and broke off the heels before slipping them back on. She then stuffed several portable hard drives into her pocket. These contain research data from the Institute, as well as some underground city information. Of course, now that you have access, you can retrieve everything directly. This is just a backup. Besides, if there's anything else in this lab that you want, I can help. After saying that, she picked up a Geiger counter from the workbench and handed it to Lin Xian. The core reactor number 1 in the underground city has already melted down. The emergency isolation doors were sealed, but since the main structure is damaged, there is a risk of nuclear leakage. If you're going deeper underground, you'll need this. I like your attitude. Lin Xian appreciated people who got straight to the point. Someone like Ding Junyi might be exhausting to deal with in daily life, but when it came to business, she was efficient and reliable. Just then, Kiki walked over, holding up the research files on the blood scourge flora, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Xian, should we take this thing with us? It looks really mysterious, who knows, it might be valuable. Before Lin Xian could respond, Ding Junyi spoke seriously. If possible, I strongly recommend that you take it. From a research standpoint, its value surpasses Yuri blood crystals. We suspect it has a direct link to abilities and the Apocalypse Knight. It's also classified as an important Federation asset. Lin Xian turned to study the containment pod holding the blood scourge flora. After a brief pause, he nodded. Luo Yi, take it. But if it causes trouble on the way, dump it. Lives matter more. Luo Yi grinned and nodded. Got it. Ding Junyi's eyes flickered with a subtle expression as she watched Lin Xian. She took a closer look at this not-so-old yet not-too-young man, as if trying to figure something out. Meanwhile, Luo Yi slung his heavy machine gun over his back. Seeing this, Han Kaiming hurried over, eager to help. This needs to be disconnected from the power supply. It's a self-sustaining incubation pod with an internal circulation system. Here, let me show you. He expertly assisted Luo Yi in dismantling it. Kiki, looking around the lab, sighed regretfully. This lab has so much great equipment, like the air circulation system and plant cultivation chambers. Feels like such a waste to leave them behind. Lin Xian glanced around, his interest piqued. However, these research tools weren't their main priority. Even if they brought them aboard, they wouldn't be immediately useful. For now, their top priorities were energy systems and weapons. Medical and survival systems came next, including things like plant incubation chambers, but only if they could find a way to integrate them. Still, finding the underground city's eye module would have been the biggest prize, but that was already impossible. From Ding Junyi's information, the central control system had been removed long ago, leaving only subsystems and backup energy. Ding Junyi overheard their conversation and suddenly asked, "Why do you even need this equipment?" Lin Xian replied flatly, "You're a scientist. Do you not understand their value?" "My apologies, I didn't phrase that correctly. She corrected herself. I mean, these are research tools. They're important to us, but why would we care about research tools when we're fighting for survival? Lin Xian interrupted. Ding Junyi realized she had overstepped but still nodded. Yes. But you don't have to tell me. Lin Xian responded coolly, you've already figured out my goal. If the train is a mobile survival base, then beyond food and supplies, I also need useful equipment. That's why I agreed to cooperate with you. Energy systems, weapons, air and water purification, medical facilities, I need all of it. If possible, I'd even take mobile research labs. So tell me where I can find them. Ding Junyi's icy expression briefly flickers with shock. She slowly said, you're trying to turn the train into a mobile underground city? Exactly. Lin Xian met her gaze head-on. Got a problem with that? Ding Junyi stared at him for a long moment before speaking. No. But if that's the case, you'll want to check GF4's internal lift terminal. It has 2 or 3 biological science research garages, J5 grade labs equipped with high-end experimental equipment. Wokiki's eyes lit up with excitement. See? I told you we'd find something good. Chapter 103, Human Area High-Grade Research Carriage just waiting to be taken. Lin Xian hadn't expected that. His main goal wasn't scientific research, it was farming. It wasn't just his personal obsession. Under the extreme cold catastrophe, the long-term lack of fresh vegetables posed a serious health risk. Once the train moved onto transoceanic rails, food supply would become an even bigger issue. Besides, Lin Xian was already planning to recycle all water resources on board. If oxygen shortages became a problem in the future, they'd need an internal oxygen supply system. A fully integrated water, heat, and oxygen system would be critical. With the infinite drain as his moving fortress, plus his mechanical ability, there was nothing stopping him from implementing these ideas. From a rational perspective, energy and weapon upgrades were top priorities. But if these research carriages were available, why should he turn them down? Not bad. Thanks for the heads up. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. By now, Zhao Yan and the others had almost finished packing. They didn't have much, just 2 laptop bags and 3 briefcases, stuffed with portable computers and research materials. Each of them clutched their belongings tightly. Lin Xian glanced over. If you're ready, let's move. Zhao Yan, still tense, hesitated before stepping closer. Mr. Lin, you'll take us to a Federation mobile rescue point or another underground city, right? You're not just going to dump us outside, are you? Outside the underground city, the zombie horde was endless. If they were just left outside, it wouldn't be much different from staying here. Lin Xian kept walking as he replied, we'll be passing Yubai City, making a stop at the Huangsing 1 spaceport high-altitude corridor. You'll get off there. So you better pray it hasn't fallen, or that your precious Federation government is still there. The moment he said this, Zhao Yan, Zhu Wen, and Han Kaiming's faces turned pale. They glanced at Ding Junyi, hoping for reassurance, but she stayed silent and followed Lin Xian without hesitation. Seeing this, the 3 researchers didn't dare to argue further. They focused completely on keeping up. Swoosh! Luo Yi effortlessly hoisted the incubation pod onto his shoulder with one hand, while the other held his gun at the ready. You 2 stay close to me. Lin Xian ordered, glancing at Kiki and Ding Junyi. Luo Yi will cover the rear. It's almost nightfall, and we have no idea what's lurking out there. Stay together. No one falls behind. Got it. Kiki pulled down her gas mask, stuffed her mobile computer into her jacket, and gestured for Ding Junyi to open the door. Ding Junyi nodded, took a deep breath, and pressed the controls. Hiss, a faint mechanical hiss echoed as the research hall's protective door slid open. Crash. The moment the alloy door cracked open, countless zombie hands clawed wildly through the gap, writhing and grasping. Zhu Wen shrieked, face twisting in horror as he cowered behind Zhao Yan. Even Zhao Yan and Han Kaiming, scientists used to controlled environments, were frozen in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian ignored them. The second the door fully opened, Kiki unleashed a shockwave, boom. A dozen zombies and grotesque insects were blown away, their bodies splattering against the walls and floor, leaving blood and severed limbs scattered across the corridor. Bang! 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 Lin Xian fired multiple shots, clearing out the remaining zombies blocking the passage. From all directions, more unearthly screeches echoed. Move. Now! Lin Xian took the lead, charging ahead. He raised a hand, and in an instant, a steel door materialized, sealing off one of the corridors to prevent more zombies from swarming in. Ding Junyi's eyes widened in shock. Of all the ability users she had studied, she had never seen someone who could create steel out of thin air. Kiki followed right behind, showing no hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan and the others scrambled to keep up, running as if their lives depended on it. Beep beep, Lin Xian's watch beeped. 18:45. Nightfall. Deep underground, they couldn't see the outside world, but the moment the time struck, the hallway lights flickered ominously. An unnatural chill surged up from below, washing over everyone simultaneously. Lin Xian's eye twitched. He stared into the dark corridor ahead. Something was coming. Fast. Kiki. Lin Xian gestured, signaling her to slow down. He clipped a flashlight to his ear, quickly fabricating a support bracket to keep it in place. His free hand began charging with electricity. A piercing female scream shattered the air. Lin Xian's flashlight beam swung toward the source, a blood-red silhouette raced toward them at terrifying speed. In an instant, it was right in front of them, two clawed hands, blackened with elongated nails, slashed toward Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian, watch out! Before Kiki could finish shouting, Lin Xian's eyes hardened. Crack! A bolt of white lightning pierced the darkness, searing the creature's head in a flash of blinding energy. For a split second, everyone could clearly see it, a female zombie with rotting flesh, her skin half melted, revealing decayed muscle and sinew. Her mouth hung unnaturally open, jawbone nearly dislocated down to her chest, a truly nightmarish sight. BZZT. The zombie convulsed as the electricity burned through her skull. At the same time, Kiki clenched a fist, telekinetically gripping the monster midair. She flung it sideways, sending it crashing through an office wall, leaving a gaping hole in the concrete. What the hell was that? Kiki's distorted voice came through her gas mask. Lin Xian frowned but kept moving. I don't know. These zombies aren't like the ones outside. They're not eerie entities, but they're also far stronger than regular zombies. The speed of that female corpse was insane. Faster than anything they'd encountered before. Tap. Tap. Ding Junyi caught up, speaking in a low voice. We classify these kinds of mutations, different from nocturnal entities, but still born from human transformation, as human eerie. Human eerie? Kiki looked intrigued. Yes. You could think of them as zombies with special abilities. Are you saying they're the result of corruption? Ding Junyi stared at Kiki, visibly surprised. You know about corruption? Kiki smirked. Oh, we know a lot. Lin Xian fired another shot, blasting apart a few more zombies. He didn't even glance back as he kept running. That's not the kind of question that matters right now. Chapter 104, Return. Ding Junyi was momentarily speechless before continuing in a deep voice. Yes, according to the theory of the dark tides, all zombies can be considered a form of human corruption, while some individuals possessing abilities can be seen as evolution. Regardless of whether it's evolution or corruption, unpredictable biological mutations occur. This phenomenon is not uncommon in basic biological evolution and virology. However, what causes these mutations and evolution, namely, the dark tides, remains completely unknown to us. Da. Gunfire erupted as Lin Xian and Kiki led their team swiftly through an open area. Along the way, they passed by the remains of zombies they had previously taken down, confirming that they were retracing the correct route back. I understand everything you're saying, but that's not what we were asking. Lin Xian said, his expression focused as he moved quickly. What I want to know is, why are there so many of these so-called human eries down here? Outside the underground city, zombies were everywhere. But the moment they entered, these strange zombies started appearing frequently. To Lin Xian, this was a dangerous sign. I don't know. Ding Junyi panted heavily from running but tried to remain calm. Ever since the construction team encountered unknown subterranean life forms, strange incidents have been occurring more frequently within the underground city. If it were just regular zombies, the federal underground city's armed forces wouldn't have fallen so quickly. It was the emergence of these human eries that forced the upper management to abandon the entire underground city and opt for a full-scale evacuation. So, whatever's lurking underground is, in some ways, even more terrifying than the Dark Night infection, right? You could say that. Ding Junyi's words made Lin Xian's expression grow even more serious. The danger level of this place had exceeded his expectations. The threat posed by these human eries was unpredictable. If the theory of ability-based evolution was correct, didn't that mean these human eries could also possess formidable abilities? Lin Xian thought of Tang Hai, perhaps that guy had already become a human erie, just at the evolutionary level, making him even more troublesome. But now, Kiki's ability had evolved, and Lin Xian's own strength had also improved significantly. If they encountered another one, they shouldn't be as helpless as last time. Wait. Wait for me. Behind them, Han Kaiming was staggering, his legs trembling uncontrollably, barely able to walk. Clutching his briefcase tightly, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Can we slow down a bit? I can't keep up. He gasped desperately. Lin Xian glanced back while running. It wasn't just Han Kaiming, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen were also pale-faced from exhaustion, their eyes filled with terror. Even Ding Junyi wasn't doing much better. Although she had been maintaining a composed front, as someone who had spent years in a laboratory, her physical fitness could only be so good. Besides, they had been starving for a week, surviving only on experimental plants in the lab. If there hadn't been drinking water, they would have already died of thirst. Professor Han, don't fall behind. Zhao Yan called out urgently, seeing Han Kaiming slowing the team down. I'll help him. Zhu Wen said. She was the youngest among them and, despite being exhausted, still had more strength than Han Kaiming. She turned back to assist him, only for a shadow to suddenly grab her from behind. Watch out. Before the words fully left her mouth, a sharp, piercing screech echoed through the corridor. A crimson blur streaked past where they had just come from, followed by several black, insect-like creatures scuttling out of the darkness at high speed. A chill ran down Han Kaiming's spine. Before he could even stand up, a razor-sharp claw tore straight through his throat. At the same time, the black insects swarmed over him, sinking their fangs into his flesh. Ah! Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen shrieked in terror and staggered backward. Bang! 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 Dalu raised his light machine gun and fired, instantly shattering several of the black insects. Kiki, grab her. Lin Xian hadn't expected this thing to come back to life. He had clearly blown its head off and watched Kiki crush it into a bloody pulp, so why was it suddenly here again? Kiki, who was leading the group, immediately turned around. The female corpse was lightning fast, nearly upon Dalu when Kiki's telekinetic force clamped down on it midair. The situation was so perilous that even Kiki was breaking into a cold sweat. Dalu took 2 steps back, his face dark as he looked at the floating corpse trapped by Kiki's power. Without hesitation, he pulled out his steel-slaying greatsword, raised it high, and brought it down in a brutal vertical slash. Slash. The female corpse was instantly cleaved in two. But Lin Xian wasn't taking any chances. He stepped forward and unleashed 2 wind cannon blasts, obliterating both halves of the corpse's head into a gory mess. Finally, the creature stopped moving. Professor Han. Zhu Wen cried out. Da. More black insects swarmed toward them. Dalu raised his machine gun and sprayed bullets, mowing them down. Kiki swung her hand, sending out a telekinetic shockwave that blasted the insects away. But when the flashlight illuminated the scene, Han Kaiming was already in pieces, torn apart into 4 or 5 chunks. Blood splattered across the corridor walls, a horrific sight. Ah! Zhao Yan screamed in horror. Run if you want to live. Lin Xian shouted. Thump. 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 Hearts pounding, the group sprinted frantically toward their escape route. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen were shaking with fear, their minds blank. They didn't even have the energy to cry anymore, they just focused on running, wishing they had more legs to keep up with Lin Xian and Kiki. Finally, they reached Elevator 3 in Sector K2. As the elevator doors opened, the bright lights inside shone upon them like salvation from the heavens. Get in, now. Lin Xian urged. Da. Bang. 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 From the darkness of the corridor, a wave of zombies came rushing toward them. Most of them were wearing research uniforms, clearly former researchers from this facility. As the elevator doors sealed shut, Lin Xian let out a breath of relief. He pulled out his walkie-talkie, adjusting the signal. Oh my god. Professor Han is dead. Zhu Wen was completely broken, grabbing Zhao Yan's shoulders and trembling in shock, her eyes hollow with fear. Lin Xian turned back and gave them a sharp look. Can you still run? Hearing his voice, both Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen frantically nodded. Their expressions screamed fear, almost as if they were terrified that Lin Xian might abandon them. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It was clear that these people were utterly exhausted. They were just ordinary researchers, and after a week of starvation, the fact that they could still move at all was impressive. He remained calm, there was nothing more he could do. Even though he, Kiki, and Dalu were ability users, they weren't gods. If Kiki hadn't been there just now, or if he had reacted a second too slowly, he might have been injured by that blood-red female corpse. Thankfully, he had left Shasha and Chen Sixuan back on the train. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At least there weren't many people stationed on the research floors. If this had been the residential zone, who knows how many we'd be dealing with. Inside the elevator, Kiki took off her gas mask, feeling overheated, and fanned herself with a hand. Those black bugs are insane, they ate him in seconds. Ding Junyi, still panting heavily, was trying to steady her emotions. The horrifying scene had shaken her to the core. The 52nd floor had no more than 2,000 people, including researchers and administrators. It's one of the least populated floors, aside from the high-level living quarters and the energy sector. Elevator has arrived at level 65, rail freight terminal. The door is opened. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Diaolu raised their guns, on full alert. But the expected zombie horde wasn't there. Lin Xian checked the walkie-talkie, it was glowing green. Pressing the comm button, he spoke, "Ms. Chen, we're off the elevator. Is everything safe on your end?" After a moment, Chen Sixuan's voice crackled through, "Safe, safe. Everything's fine on the train." Chapter 105, Going Down. Lin Xian remained highly alert as he led the group out of the elevator, using a flashlight to probe the path ahead. Before long, they arrived at the infinite train. The cockpit door opened, and after their harrowing ordeal, the 6 of them finally stepped onto the train. CHHK, as the heavy cockpit door sealed shut, Lin Xian switched on the cabin lights. A long-lost sense of security washed over them. Inside the train, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen collapsed onto the floor of carriage number 1, drenched in sweat and completely drained, gasping for breath. "Are you guys okay?" Seeing Lin Xian return, Chen Sixuan and Shasha finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over in concern. "One didn't make it." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said softly. Chen Sixuan covered her mouth in shock. Her gaze moved from the 2 women who were still trembling on the floor to Ding Junyi. "Is she the one we were in contact with?" Ding Junyi. She met Chen Sixuan's eyes and introduced herself directly. "Are we saved?" Zhao Yan, still recovering from shock, asked as she scanned the train's interior between gasps. "For now, you won't die. Ms. Chen." Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen before turning to Chen Sixuan, "Get them something to eat. We need a break." "Really? Thank you so much." Hearing Lin Xian offer them food, Zhao Yan snapped out of her terror. Her survival instincts took over, making her realize just how close to starvation she was. Crying over Professor Han would have to wait. Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Wah. Teacher Zhao, we're safe." Zhu Wen was caught between fear and overwhelming relief. After enduring such a prolonged period of despair, their spirits had shattered multiple times. Now, sitting inside what felt like a fortress-like safe house, and hearing that food was coming, they couldn't hold back their emotions any longer. Both women burst into tears again. In contrast, Ding Junyi, the deputy director of the Biological Research Department, remained tense. She was silent, scanning Lin Xian's team and the train's interior, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Xian ignored them and turned his attention to Diaolu, who had carried in a glass cultivation pod. "Whoa, what's that? A flower?" Shasha ran over in excitement upon seeing the strange plant encased in the glass. "What was it called again?" Kiki tilted her head. "Blood Scourge Flora, specimen number 1. If you prefer, you can call it Hell's Black Chrysanthemum." Ding Junyi's expression remained cool as she explained to Kiki. "It's not an official name, just what we call it." "Hell's Black Chrysanthemum? That sounds ominous." Chen Sixuan frowned slightly, staring at the strange black petals with fascination. To her, this eerie flower held a sinister beauty, especially its crimson core, which gave off an unsettling allure. "This thing?" Lin Xian glanced at it. "Store it away for now. The Federation's Phoenix organization probably has information on it. We'll decide what to do with it later." Without a full understanding of its properties, Lin Xian wasn't eager to get too curious. If it was related to abilities, then it might be incredibly valuable. As night fell, the blizzard intensified. In the vast southern plains of the Daluo Mountains, the wind howled as snow covered the landscape. The endless rows of abandoned vehicles and thousands of corpses were buried beneath the thick, relentless snowfall. Zombies roamed the frozen wasteland, their feet crunching through knee-deep snow. Many had frozen solid, turning into lifeless, blackened human-shaped sculptures. Inside the level 65 freight terminal of Underground City No. 9, the infinite train remained stationary. The warm glow of its interior lighting pushed back against the encroaching fear. After about an hour of rest and a bit of food, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen finally began to regain some stability. Lin Xian had no time to focus on them. In carriage number 2's information hub, he and Kiki were analyzing the underground city's internal layout. Since Ding Junyi was familiar with the city's infrastructure, Lin Xian had called her over as well. "This GF4 terminal still has 2 carriages left," Kiki said as she pulled up surveillance footage from station number 4 on the surface. From their paintwork, they seemed to be pre-Federation assets. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This trip might actually be worth it. And Ding Junyi hadn't lied. So far, his decision to risk the rescue mission seemed to be paying off. "Once we get up there, we'll reorganize our train setup at the terminal, then head toward Yubai City." "What's our next move?" Kiki continued searching for usable information within the underground city's network. However, most areas had lost contact, and only a few subsystems were still online. Our priority is securing the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. Now that it's night, those human Eries could be everywhere, so we need to deal with this first. Everything else will depend on the situation. How do we get down there? Kiki pulled up the underground city's schematic, studying potential routes. Ding Junyi stepped forward and spoke. If you want to go down, there are two options: move the train directly downward. This is the fastest method, but if the tracks are broken or blocked, it's useless. Take the elevator to level 89, then go down the stairs. However, if the tracks are damaged, even if you find the locomotive, it won't matter. That's not necessarily true. Kiki smirked and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. We've got a secret weapon. Ding Junyi cast a curious glance at Lin Xian but remained silent. Lin Xian pointed at the underground city's layout and pondered aloud. It's simple. We take the elevator to level 89, then use this safety passage to enter the tunnel. From there, we follow the tracks down to level 95 and reach the station. So far, the tracks from level 65 to level 89 were still intact, so Lin Xian planned to scout ahead along level 89's tracks. If anything was damaged, he and Kiki could fix it. He wasn't willing to risk taking the infinite train down yet. If they couldn't dock properly, the train would be stuck on a 59.5% incline, a disastrous situation. If the brakes failed, they'd all be buried alive. To play it safe, they needed to confirm the track conditions first and check the Gemini 11R status. If everything was fine, he and Kiki could drive the locomotive up and link it to the infinite train, escaping the underground city together. Yeah, that works. Kiki agreed. Then that's the plan. Lin Xian decided immediately. Dalu, you're staying on the train. Xianzhi, let me go with you. Dalu frowned, clearly uneasy about being left behind at such a dangerous time. Lin Xian shook his head. You and Shasha stay behind and protect the train. There were 3 outsiders on board, plus the human Eries lurking in the underground city. Lin Xian wasn't comfortable leaving them alone. Keeping Dalu, an ability user, on guard felt like the safer move. Besides, he and Kiki were more agile. Whether they ran into zombie hordes or track issues, their abilities would be more useful. Dalu, watch over them. Dalu hesitated for a moment but understood what Lin Xian meant. He nodded. Don't worry, Xianzhi. I'll handle things here. As Lin Xian prepared to leave, Ding Junyi stepped forward. If you're following this plan, I can navigate for you, she said, pointing to Kiki's mobile terminal. The walkie-talkie won't work, but you can use the underground city's subsystem for communication. Okay. Lin Xian gave her a deep look before nodding. He knew she could be useful. Then, he and Kiki donned their gas masks, and Lin Xian grabbed the Geiger counter. Under the cover of darkness, they set out once again. Chapter 106, Level 89. Lin Xian, fully armed, slung a backpack over his shoulder and stepped onto the dark platform with Kiki once again. Perhaps because it was nighttime, a bone-chilling cold seeped through even the tunnels deep within the underground city. The underground city's mobile terminal successfully connected with the infinite train's responder system, allowing Ding Junyi to communicate directly with Lin Xian through the terminal. Once they entered the elevator, they confirmed they could still access messages from the train. The entire underground city from levels 20 to 60 is the main residential and work area. Levels 60 to 70 are for industrial production, research, and storage. Below that, levels 70 to 80 house third-class citizens, the most densely populated level. Level 89, however, is a permanent preservation zone for civilization storage. It holds various species fossils, plant seeds, a gene cryo storage facility, and an archive of artistic artifacts. Hardly anyone works there, and it doesn't have any vital survival resources, so after the infection broke out, very few people would have gone there. But the space is enormous, so be careful. Ding Junyi's voice remained calm as she explained through the communicator. Wow, so 40 floors are reserved for the least populated first and second class citizens, while 10 floors cram in the majority of third class citizens? That's some messed up logic. Kiki snorted. Lin Xian glanced at her. If you were here, you definitely wouldn't be living below level 60. Kiki scoffed. As if I'd want to stay here. It's suffocating. My carriage number 2 is way more comfortable. When we finally break through Palma grasslands, cross the Ramu Desert, and reach the Pacific Ocean. At least if I die, it'll be somewhere better than this place. It's a shame, though, she added. I thought we'd find a ton of supplies here. Lin Xian didn't seem to mind. If we can get that Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, that alone would be a huge win. And on top of that, there are 2 entire research carriages. If we integrate them into the train, our infinite train's planting base will be up and running in no time. Expand the air and water circulation system, and our train won't be any worse than an intercontinental class 1. You've got a point with the polar night closing in, the underground city collapsing, and unknown subterranean creatures lurking. Even this much of a haul was already a blessing. Lin Xian wasn't about to be greedy and attempt to loot the entire underground city. He wouldn't have enough lives to survive that. Besides, he hadn't actually obtained anything yet. Well, except for 3 more women on the train. And a potted plant. A dull thud echoed as freight elevator number 3 rumbled to a stop on the offline level 89, accompanied by a loop of old advertisements playing in the background. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Xian and Kiki stood on either side, guns raised, eyes sharp with vigilance. The elevator light cast a dim glow onto the pitch-black floor outside. Scanning their surroundings, they saw an immense, dark space filled with towering storage shelves. Kiki fiddled with her mobile terminal, pulling up the navigation for the track safety passage. This place is empty. We should be extra careful. The vast space gave Lin Xian an unsettling feeling. Besides the elevator's dim lighting, everything around them was dead silent. Let's move. Click. As soon as Lin Xian's foot touched the ground, it was like dropping a stone into a still lake. The sound sent an eerie ripple through the silence. Level 89. At this moment, the two of them were nearly 450 meters underground, and an immense pressure weighed down on them. Lin Xian took the lead, a tactical flashlight clipped to his ear, sweeping the surroundings. This floor had a much higher ceiling than level 52, at least 10 meters tall. The massive storage racks loomed in the darkness like mountains. Rows of neatly arranged insect specimens lined the shelves. The aisles stretched on endlessly, disappearing into the void. We're at G-Zone, aisle 117. We need to turn right and go down the passage near the Gene Cryo storage facility. Kiki's voice was barely above a whisper, but in the vast silence, it sounded like a thunderclap. Lin Xian walked briskly ahead, then suddenly stopped. Did you hear that? Kiki instantly tensed, her shoulders shrinking as she scanned their surroundings warily. I didn't hear anything? They stood still for a few seconds. Aside from their breathing, there was nothing. Don't scare me like that. Lin Xian gestured for silence and pressed forward into the darkness. This time, he drew his GK-03 electric blade, slinging his automatic rifle onto his back. In this eerie space, if danger struck, using backlash or power surge would be far smarter than firing a gun. A single gunshot could trigger a zombie tide, and in a place like this, they wouldn't even know which direction to run. Turning out of aisle G117, they entered the fossil storage section, where rows of skeletal remains stood in eerie formations. Kiki followed closely behind, her unease growing with every step. Lin Xian, talk to me. She whispered. This place is freaking me out. Talk about what? Anything. Like. When I was unconscious, did you try to save me? Maybe even give me CPR or something? You seriously want to discuss this now? Lin Xian sighed. I'm scared, okay. Kiki took a deep breath, quickening her pace to stay close. Or how about this, are we gonna pick up more people for the train? Should we install an iDriver? If we reach the ocean and the rails are gone, are we turning the train into a sea cruiser or a submarine? Lin Xian replied evenly, the more people, the better. More hands, better odds of survival. What about those 3 people today? Are we taking them along? Not planning on it. We're not a rescue train. Besides, those scientists don't seem like they need to flee with us. They're still hoping to find the new Federation government and pledge loyalty. PFFT, let them go. They'll probably be less safe there than on the Infinite train. Lin Xian's voice grew serious. What I'm more concerned about is the high-altitude corridor. He continued, Ding Junyi mentioned that during the Great Migration, plenty of aircraft and airships were evacuated alongside the underground city. But they all got wiped out. That means whatever's up there might be even worse than the monsters on the ground. Since Apocalypse Day, all airborne and satellite equipment have gone down with the rest. If something's in the sky, it's probably not just that giant jellyfish. Just thinking about the floating colossal corpse from Kiki's corruption nightmare sent a chill down Lin Xian's spine. The skies weren't necessarily safer than the ground. If not for the Infinite train's thick armor, who knew how many times they would have died already. As they continued forward, the air grew noticeably colder. Leaving the fossil zone behind, they entered a larger section filled with numbered glass containers, each one storing dried plant seeds. Lin Xian, look. So many seeds. Kiki shined her flashlight over the shelves, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Didn't you want to grow vegetables on the train? Should we grab some and start cultivating? Lin Xian scanned the shelves and made a quick decision. Yeah. Since we're here, might as well take some. Good crop seeds were hard to come by. The black rain had devastated natural plant life, making fresh vegetables and fruits nearly impossible to find. Lin Xian didn't have the luxury of searching for them in the wild. If these were readily available, he'd be a fool not to take some. Slipping off his backpack, he started selecting and packing seeds. Scrape. Thunk. Just as they were gathering seeds, a strange noise echoed through the space. It sounded like something wooden being dragged along the ground. Both of them froze, holding their breath. Lin Xian was sure this time, he hadn't imagined it. Chapter 107, The Bone Wraith. A sudden, unfamiliar sound shattered the eerie silence, making Lin Xian and Kiki tense up instantly. Their eyes darted around, searching for the source. Because this level was so vast, composed entirely of rows upon rows of towering display shelves and corridors, it felt like wandering through a massive museum. Sounds echoed unpredictably, making it impossible to determine their origin. Lin Xian's nerves tightened. We're not alone down here. Kiki instantly grew anxious. She quickly checked the route on her mobile terminal before looking around nervously. We need to hurry. There's a corridor up ahead. Once we get through it, we'll reach the Gene Cryo storage facility. Without hesitation, Lin Xian tightened his grip on his electric blade and moved forward, his senses heightened to the max. Scrape. That sound came again, this time, from just a few rows of shelves away, running parallel to them. Tap. Tap. Lin Xian and Kiki broke into a jog, their tactical flashlight beams swaying wildly through the darkness, illuminating the cold black floor ahead. Scrape. The dragging noise persisted. Lin Xian's stomach clenched. He had already covered a significant distance, yet the sound stayed right alongside them, never too far, always just beyond the shelves. As they turned into a long, dimly lit corridor, something strange happened. Whether it was an illusion or something in the air, Lin Xian noticed their flashlights dimming. The darkness ahead grew thicker, swallowing their vision like an ink-black void. At the same time, the scraping noise suddenly emerged, this time, just behind them. Scrape. Ah! Lin Xian. Kiki let out a startled cry. She wasn't as fast as Lin Xian, so he instinctively reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her along at full speed. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed through the massive corridor, amplifying their anxiety. Kiki's heart pounded as she clung to her mobile terminal with her free hand. Then, that horrifying scraping noise came again. This time, it felt like it was right behind her. Kiki's instincts kicked in. Without thinking, she yanked her hand free and unleashed her ability in a wild, sweeping motion. Bzzzt. An invisible force erupted from her palm, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. A muffled thud followed, something had definitely been blasted away. Lin Xian. There's something behind us. I know. Lin Xian kept running, but Kiki was visibly struggling to keep up. Unlike him, her ability didn't enhance her physical attributes. Lin Xian had grown significantly stronger since gaining his enhancements, but Kiki's stamina was still that of an ordinary human. She was already gasping for breath. Tap. Tap. They burst through the corridor, finally reaching an area bathed in an eerie, bluish glow. White mist swirled in the passage ahead, shrouding everything in a ghostly haze. Wait, wasn't the power supposed to be out? Cryo chambers usually have independent emergency power. But judging by this fog, one of the storage units must have a leak. Lin Xian quickly checked the Geiger counter in his hand. Both he and Kiki were wearing gas masks, but aside from that, they had no additional protection. We need to go through here. Kiki urged. They rushed into the mist-filled passageway. The freezing vapor swallowed them whole, reducing visibility to near zero. Lin Xian gripped his blade tightly in one hand, while his other hand clutched Kiki's wrist. Hello. A voice suddenly echoed ahead. It was soft. Childlike. Yet, the moment Lin Xian and Kiki heard it, an unbearable chill ran down their spines. It wasn't just because the voice came out of nowhere, it was the way it sounded. Like it wasn't quite human. Who's there? Lin Xian's instincts kicked in. Without hesitation, he yanked Kiki into a narrow cryo storage passage. Whoosh! Something rolled past the space they had just vacated. Hello. The eerie voice spoke again, this time lower, as if struggling to mimic normal human speech. But the forced effort only made it more terrifying. There. By the passage entrance. Kiki gasped, pointing to where they had just come from. Lin Xian turned, and immediately noticed something horrifying. The swirling white mist at the passage's entrance was parting unnaturally to both sides. As if something huge was moving through it. A horror entity. That was Lin Xian's first thought. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't a zombie. And it definitely wasn't human. Thump. 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 Lin Xian steadied his breathing, gripping Kiki's wrist tighter as they ran. That thing is following us. We're almost there. Kiki shouted. They burst out of the Gene Cryo storage facility and into another corridor. But before they could catch their breath, the horrifying voice rang out again. You! Hello! This time, it was shrieking. A grotesque attempt at mimicking human speech. Lin Xian spun around, raising his tactical flashlight, and saw it. Emerging from the misty cryo chamber, a tall, skeletal shadow. And it was running straight for them. Look out! Lin Xian yanked Kiki behind him and activated Mechanical Heart, rapidly constructing a steel frame barricade across the corridor. Crash! The shadowy figure slammed into the metal bars with brutal force. Sparks erupted as the steel groaned under the impact. But the barricade held. Just as Lin Xian was about to take this chance to escape, something lit up in the darkness. A massive, blood-red skull began to glow, its hollow eye sockets and gaping maw igniting with eerie flames. Then, a 3-meter-tall, humanoid skeletal creature emerged. Its body was covered in jagged bone spikes, and its crimson skull burned with unnatural fire. Grah! A deafening shriek blasted through the corridor, rattling their eardrums. Then, the creature opened its jaw, and spewed a wave of scorching blood fire straight at them. It can breathe fire? Lin Xian's expression darkened, he had to react fast. Ice shield. Boom. The fiery blast illuminated the entire corridor. Kiki, pressed against Lin Xian's back, quickly raised her hands, using telekinesis to reinforce their defense. A shimmering barrier formed in front of them, barely holding back the scorching heat. But the fire still splattered everywhere. The walls glowed red-hot. The steel barricade began melting. If Kiki hadn't reinforced it, the entire structure would have collapsed already. What the hell is this thing? Why can a horror entity talk? No time. We need to move. Kiki shouted. She reached up and grabbed onto a massive hanging light fixture from the ceiling, and yanked it down. Crash. The metal fixture smashed onto the creature's flaming skull, pinning it beneath Lin Xian's half-melted steel barricade. The entire structure collapsed with a thunderous clang. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian grabbed Kiki's hand and sprinted forward. Ahead, his flashlight beam revealed a narrow maintenance tunnel. Chapter 108, The Passage There. That's it. Before she even reached the emergency door, Kiki had already used her ability to rip it right off its frame. The thick metal door groaned and twisted before being yanked away, leaving the passage exposed. Lin Xian barely had time to react. You're way faster at opening doors than me. Less talking, more running. Clang. 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 Behind them, the red skeletal horror emerged from the corridor, its elongated limbs and jagged bone spikes scraping against the walls with a sharp, grating noise. Ngah! It shrieked again. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He grabbed Kiki and leaped into the stairwell, simultaneously constructing a metal barrier to seal off the passage behind them. But what he hadn't expected was that the stairwell was insanely steep. Ah! Kiki barely had time to react before she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's waist. Her eyes glowed with ability energy, and their free fall abruptly slowed midair. Even so, they still tumbled down at least 10 meters before rolling to a stop at the bottom, landing in a painful heap. Boom. The steel door Lin Xian had just created was suddenly blasted off its hinges, soaring over their heads and slamming into the stairwell wall with a deafening crash. The impact bent the door out of shape, turning it red-hot as steam hissed from its surface. Lin Xian's spine went rigid. Holy shit. This thing didn't just breathe fire, it had ridiculous destructive power. Ugh. Ow. Kiki groaned, sitting up while rubbing her sore ass and head. If she hadn't cushioned their fall with her ability, they'd probably be half dead from that tumble. Scratch. A blood-red clawed hand suddenly reached through the narrow stairwell entrance, its charred flesh twitching as it scraped wildly at the air. FK. Ignoring the pain from their fall, Lin Xian grabbed Kiki and yanked her backward, just in time to dodge the creature's frenzied grasp. The grotesque hand flailed wildly for a few seconds, then, as if realizing it couldn't reach them, it slowly retreated. Lin Xian exhaled sharply, his heart still hammering. This was nothing like the pale giant he had encountered before. This thing was covered in muscle-like tissue, steaming with unnatural heat. And then, it spoke again. You. Hello. A few seconds passed before their flashlights revealed a blood-red skull slowly peeking through the stairwell entrance. Its empty eye sockets stared at them, glowing like hollow blood pits. It watched them. Like a hunter observing its prey. Holy shit, it breathes fire, and it talks? Kiki's eyes went wide as she instinctively jumped backward. What the hell is wrong with these things? They're getting nastier by the minute. Lin Xian panted as he backed away from the stairwell, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. This thing was looking more and more human. And the moment he realized that, a chill crawled up his spine. Do you think it'll come in? No idea. Lin Xian shined his flashlight down the stairwell, scanning the endless darkness. His voice turned grim. But if it's blocking the entrance, We won't be able to go back the way we came. I don't want to go back anyway. Kiki scowled, shuddering. If this had been just another horror entity, it wouldn't have felt this disturbing. But this thing could speak. And that inhuman, chilling mimicry made her skin crawl. Let's move. It probably can't fit through. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then grabbed Kiki's wrist and led her downward. As they descended into the stairwell's abyssal darkness, the last thing they heard was, "You." "Hello." The words echoed from above, distant yet unnervingly clear. Lin Xian felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. "Hello, my ass." This was the first time he had ever encountered a horror entity inside a building. And compared to the ones in the wild, this one felt far more terrifying. Thump. 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 With their flashlights cutting through the dark, they continued down the stairwell. Soon, a yellow emergency door came into view. "This is it." Reaching the landing, Lin Xian stopped Kiki. "No using your ability to open doors anymore." Even though Kiki had reached the evolution level, she couldn't waste energy recklessly. They had no idea what other threats lurked below. Lin Xian placed a hand on the door's handle, activated mechanical heart, and, click. The lock disengaged instantly. Whoosh. The door swung open, a cold gust of air rushing past them. Their flashlights illuminated what lay ahead, a subway-like underground tunnel. Pipelines and maintenance corridors lined its walls, relatively new-looking, as if it had been recently built. But the entire passage reeked of decay. "We're really walking along the tracks?" Kiki asked. "It's about 6 floors down. We'll need to run at least half a circle around this underground city." Lin Xian replied, checking his Geiger counter. Radiation level, 56.66 microsieverts per hour. Radiation was higher than the surface, but still within safe limits. Kiki groaned behind her gas mask. "Great. More running." Beep. Beep. Kiki's mobile terminal lit up, and Ding Junyi's voice came through. "Did you enter the railway passage?" "We're in." "Good. The total distance from level 89's passage to level 95 is 2,620 meters. The vertical distance to core reactor number 1 on level 100 is 62 meters. If radiation levels exceed 100 microsieverts per hour, abandon the mission immediately." Lin Xian took a deep breath and glanced back toward the stairwell. "Let's go. If we fail, we'll either have to backtrack or climb up another tunnel." "No way." Kiki waved a hand, still catching her breath. "I am not running into that thing again." "Then let's keep moving." Lin Xian adjusted his flashlight beam, widening the illumination radius as they started down the tunnel. The newly built ceiling already had leaks, with water dripping down. Some areas even showed cracks. Just as Ding Junyi had warned, the underground city's structure was collapsing. Rumble. They had barely taken a few steps when a massive tremor shook the tunnel. Debris and dust rained down, sending a wave of dizziness through them. The entire ground trembled violently. An earthquake? Question mark. Lin Xian and Kiki staggered, barely staying upright as they grabbed onto the metal railing. "AHH!" Kiki yelped. The shaking intensified. Lin Xian instinctively pulled Kiki close, shielding her head while constructing a barrier to support the ceiling. Just when he thought the quake was about to worsen, it abruptly stopped. Sand and dust trickled down as the tunnel slowly fell silent again. Beep. 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 Lin Xian's mobile terminal rang. Chen Sixuan's urgent voice came through. "Lin Xian. Are you okay?" "We're fine." Lin Xian exhaled in relief. Then, his face darkened. "Ding Junyi, is this normal? Do these earthquakes have anything to do with the underground creatures?" Ding Junyi's voice came through calmly. "Yes. For the past 2 weeks, these quakes have been happening every night." Lin Xian froze. Then, slowly, his entire body went cold. Chapter 109, The Mountain. At this moment, Lin Xian started to feel that coming down here might have been a huge mistake. A creature that could cause earthquakes, he didn't even want to imagine what lay beneath this underground city. Rustle, brushing off the dust and debris clinging to him, Lin Xian felt a sinking sensation in his chest. But since they were already here, there was no turning back. "Let's move." "Damn, Lin Xian, if this whole place collapses in an earthquake, we'll be buried alive." Kiki muttered as she walked. "Better than getting eaten by zombies or black centipede creatures." "Wait, you're seriously not scared? What good would that do?" Lin Xian kept his flashlight aimed forward, his tone urgent. "We're already here, we need to make this trip worth it. TCH. If I die down here, I'm stuck with you forever." Kiki pouted. "You could always go back and join Mr. Hello Red Skeleton, he's polite, at least." Lin Xian couldn't help but find it absurd, this girl was still joking at a time like this. "Hell no." Kiki quickened her pace and grabbed onto Lin Xian's sleeve. "Fine, I'll stick with you. At least I won't be a wandering ghost. As they continued descending through the long, hollow tunnel, their soft conversations echoed off the damp walls. Lin Xian swept his flashlight carefully across the passage, then suddenly, he stopped. Kiki, caught off guard, bumped straight into his back. Ugh! What the hell, why'd you stop so suddenly? She rubbed her nose in irritation, until she noticed where Lin Xian was pointing his flashlight. At the ceiling of the tunnel. Something brownish red, the size of a wash basin, was stuck to the wall, its irregular shape eerily resembling organic tissue. Is that meat? Kiki's face twisted in disgust. Wait, look ahead, there's more. She gasped. Lin Xian immediately shined his light forward. Sure enough, more of that flesh-like growth. Clusters of bloody, tumor-like masses spread along the tunnel walls, growing denser as they went deeper. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He crouched down, picked up a small rock, and tossed it at one of the flesh-like growths. Thud, the rock bounced off. No reaction. No signs of corrosion. Cautiously, Lin Xian stepped closer and pressed his fingers against the fleshy surface. What the hell is this? A mutated fungus? Kiki shivered. Lin Xian. This place feels really wrong. Ignoring the unease settling in his chest, Lin Xian kept moving forward. The further they went, the more of that grotesque flesh appeared. Larger masses began to take shape, some covering entire sections of the tunnel. Lin Xian. Kiki swallowed. Doesn't it feel like we just walked into the stomach of some giant creature? I was thinking the same thing. For once, Lin Xian wasn't being sarcastic, because that exact thought had just crossed his mind. Kiki suddenly grabbed his arm. Lin Xian, look out. Whoosh. A chilling gust of wind rushed toward them. Lin Xian's flashlight beam vanished into the void, as if something had swallowed it whole. He stopped breathing. The tunnel had disappeared. Holy shit. Kiki took a step forward, only to realize they were standing at the edge of a cliff. The right side wall of the tunnel had completely collapsed, exposing a vast open void. Above them, a pale glow spilled in from a massive, rectangular opening in the underground city's ceiling. It was the surface. The tunnel had been spiraling downward along the underground city's inner walls. Now, from their current depth, level 90 and below, the sky above was just a distant pinprick, like looking up from the bottom of a well. And below, a massive, collapsed pit. At the center of that pit, a hill. A mountain of flesh. The grotesque red tissue that had been growing along the tunnel continued downward, cascading like a waterfall into the chasm. And now, standing closer, Lin Xian realized something horrifying. The hill was breathing. This thing. It grew from below. Lin Xian and Kiki stood at the broken edge of the tracks, staring down into the abyss. Lin Xian, do you see that? Kiki whispered, her voice laced with uncertainty. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, trying to focus. But when he aimed his flashlight downward, the beam disappeared into the darkness. See what? Kiki pointed toward the center of the pit. Lin Xian adjusted his light, but still couldn't see anything. I don't see shit. Wait. When Kiki didn't respond, Lin Xian turned and froze. Kiki had gone completely still. Slowly, she removed her gas mask. Under the pale moonlight, her face was drained of color. Eyes wide, filled with sheer terror. She raised a trembling hand, pointing at the pit. And with her other hand, she switched off Lin Xian's flashlight. Click. Darkness. With the flashlight off, the moonlight cast an even clearer view of the abyss. Lin Xian followed Kiki's gaze, and finally saw it. His pupil shrunk violently. Kiki hadn't been pointing at a specific spot. She was pointing at the entire hill. Because when Lin Xian stopped looking at it as terrain, and instead saw it as a whole, he realized, it wasn't a hill. It was a creature. A colossal, 1,000-meter-long entity. Its grotesque, mountainous body sprawled across the underground city's core, its flesh extending outward like a cancerous growth. And most horrifying of all, the shape. It looked like a giant fish. With countless, writhing human arms. Lin Xian gasped sharply, sucking in a breath of frigid air. That thing. It was alive. A living horror. Kiki clasped her hands over her mouth, barely containing a scream. Lin Xian. She whispered, voice trembling. Is this the underground creature they talked about? Maybe. Lin Xian's hands clenched into fists. Holy fuck. His mind reeled. This thing had grown up from beneath the earth. And it was still spreading. For years, people had believed that hiding underground was safer. That when apocalypse day came, the deep shelters would be their last refuge. But now, as they stood before this monstrous entity, nestled deep within the very foundation of the underground city, it was clear. 37,000 people had vanished overnight. A multi-trillion-dollar fortress had fallen in an instant. Against the horrors of the abyss, humanity was nothing more than ants. Chapter 110, Locomotive Lin Xian. What? What do we do? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He could hear the fear in Kiki's voice. It wasn't just Kiki, his own heart was filled with shock. He stared at the collapsed tunnel ahead and the partially exposed wall, falling into silence. The cave-in wasn't too extensive, only about 7 or 8 meters. Using the inner mountain wall of the tunnel, he could directly forge tracks and steel supports. If he and Kiki worked together, they could stabilize the tracks. The two of them had already traveled more than 1,000 meters. If nothing went wrong, the freight terminal at level 95 should be just ahead. At this point, turning back would mean that their dangerous trip into the underground city had been for nothing, except for rescuing 3 strangers and picking up a plant of uncertain value. Hold on, let me take a look first. Lin Xian observed the dark silhouettes ahead and pulled Kiki into the shadows. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but the thought of giving up when they had made it this far was too frustrating. He had originally planned to secure the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, and if there was time, he wanted to explore other areas of the underground city, maybe the military prep zone, industrial district, or even the energy reserves. He had even considered taking control of the night watch system down here. But now, forget scavenging, he wasn't even sure if their group could escape the depths of these tunnels. If they had to turn back, the elevator was no longer an option. That meant they'd have to climb all the way from level 95 back up to the freight loading platform at level 65 using the tracks. Lin Xian first crafted a segment of rail and had Kiki carefully place it over the broken section. Kiki looked tense as she used her ability to set it in place. Click. Both of them tensed up instantly. But nothing happened. No reaction. What now? Kiki looked at Lin Xian. Let's cross first and check out the locomotive. With that, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and started forging more steel tracks and support pillars. Seeing this, Kiki glanced at him silently before activating her ability to help repair the rails. Bang! Bang! Soon, a suspended temporary track took shape. Lin Xian reinforced it with steel plates, ensuring both stability and a safe walkway for them. Thud! Thud! The moment they stepped onto the suspended tracks, both of their hearts pounded. To their side, the expansive underground city walls stretched out into the darkness. Below them was a bottomless abyss, its depths unknown. They were completely exposed to whatever lurked in the dark. Be careful. That big thing probably hasn't noticed us yet. Each step felt like an eternity, but finally, they entered another tunnel where the darkness swallowed the light once more. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. Move fast. Switching on their flashlights, the tunnel ahead was increasingly filled with flesh-like growths. Lin Xian and Kiki, though still tense, picked up their pace. A few more displaced and fractured tunnel sections appeared along the way, but none as severe as the previous collapse. To be cautious, they repaired the tracks as they advanced. Finally, the tracks leveled out, and they reached a wide underground freight station. Beep! 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 Lin Xian's Geiger counter blared a warning. He glanced at it. The radiation level had spiked to 127.46 microsieverts per hour, dangerously high. We need to move faster. The station had completely lost power, but it wasn't as dark as expected. One of the city walls had collapsed entirely, exposing a skeletal framework of steel and concrete. A massive broken elevator shaft dangled overhead, with a few steel cables still hanging loosely inside. This place is a mess. Lin Xian's heart sank. He scanned the area with his flashlight. The freight station had 5 parallel tracks and a loading dock, a huge space. Overhead, a container gantry crane was still in place, once used for hoisting heavy cargo. Further along, the gap in the city walls revealed an even larger void. In a single glance, Lin Xian could make out the outline of a massive creature at the bottom of the underground pit. It seemed to have a huge head, but its body was obscured by darkness. Lin Xian, don't you think that flesh is moving? Kiki shuddered, shining her flashlight on the brownish red flesh spreading across the walls. Looking at it as a whole, they could see countless organic structures shifting within, as if absorbing nutrients. Lin Xian noticed but wasn't in the mood to dwell on it. His entire focus was on finding the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. Beep! 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 The Geiger counter shrieked even louder. Lin Xian frowned and moved it closer to the flesh-like growths. The numbers shot past 300 microsieverts per hour. But the real shock came when he pointed the detector toward the flesh wall, specifically, toward the massive shadow beyond. The radiation levels continued to spike. The radiation source is coming from there? Lin Xian was stunned. The core reactor number 1 was sealed deep within level 100, how could this place be leaking radiation? Lin Xian, look over there. Kiki suddenly pointed her flashlight toward a secondary platform. In the beam of light, a streamlined train engine emerged from the shadows. Its massive industrial form loomed in the darkness. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. They had found it. Without hesitation, the two sprinted toward the platform. As they got closer, the sleek, black and purple electric locomotive came into view. Amid the ruins of the Great Migration, the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive sat there like a slumbering beast in the depths. Lin Xian eagerly approached and placed his hand on it, activating Mechanical Heart. Mechanical Heart, scanning, Mechanical Heart, overwriting, scan complete, target, Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, condition, structural integrity 100%, power system, functional, microscale 152 type micronuclear DRX reactor, cooled, auxiliary energy system, operational, how is it? Everything's in perfect condition. The nuclear reactor is cooled, but I'll try activating the auxiliary energy system first for a systems check. Lin Xian wasted no time, initiating Phase 1 startup. A machine of this scale was impossible to control manually. He needed to rely on the train's onboard systems. His current role was simply to power it up and manage the energy flow, while Kiki would handle the system interface. Woo! As Lin Xian activated Phase 1 startup, the locomotive subsystems whirred to life. The headlights flickered on, illuminating the darkness. For the first time, the full grandeur of the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive was revealed before them. Wow! This thing is amazing! Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. With this locomotive, their train's power issues would be completely solved: heating, water circulation, propulsion. It could handle everything. The 152 type DRX micronuclear reactor had a thermal power output of 290 megawatts, which meant Lin Xian could finally stop using his ability for propulsion. Instead, he could focus on improving their defenses, upgrading internal mechanical systems, and strengthening himself. The only issue: the Gemini 11R wasn't as durable as the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. Let's get inside. Lin Xian glanced at the Geiger counter, his expression shifting. This train's outer shell was built with top-tier radiation shielding. They'd be safer inside. Besides, he still needed to inspect the reactor, components, and systems. He wasn't about to stand around in a high radiation zone doing maintenance. Chapter 111, Under Attack. Underground City Number 9, Level 65, Tier 4 Freight Rail Terminal. On the Infinite Train, Chen Sixuan and Shasha anxiously waited for news from Lin Xian and Kiki. Deep underground, after experiencing the earthquake earlier, the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. They had initially believed this underground city to be a final bastion of civilization, a place where survivors had gathered. With Kiki's identity, they had hoped to gain something from this expedition. But what they found instead was a tomb of the apocalypse. Even from Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen, the two survivors they rescued, they could feel an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the ghosts of the 370,000 people who perished here still haunted the depths. Ding ding ding, sitting at a table, Shasha curiously observed the hell's black chrysanthemum inside a plant incubation chamber, her eyes full of fascination. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen, after crying their hearts out and eating something, had finally calmed down. They sat in a corner, carefully inspecting the steel-armored interior of the train. You guys. Where did you come from? Are you heading to Yubai? Shasha turned her head and glanced at them coldly without responding. Seeing this, Zhao Yan stopped trying to start a conversation and quietly spoke with Zhu Wen instead. Not far away, Luo Yi stood guard with his gun, his attention split between the passengers and the situation outside the train. In the cockpit, Chen Sixuan waited by the responder, while Ding Junyi, having just eaten, stood beside her. Miss Ding. Chen Sixuan looked at the cold and composed woman, asking, where did all the survivors from this underground city relocate to? Ding Junyi's gaze flickered slightly before she answered matter-of-factly, the migration plan was to transfer people to another underground city. But which one? We were never informed. And honestly, I don't even know if they made it there safely. Aside from you, are there any other survivors left here? Ding Junyi nodded. Statistically speaking, perhaps. But the odds of survival are low. Right now, the city's main energy core and 2 backup cores are all destroyed. The only one still functioning is backup core number 3 on level 75. After the underground city was sealed, we connected to this backup core for power. As for other survivors, we haven't detected any unmutated individuals in the system, nor have we found any via surveillance. Chen Sixuan fell silent, feeling a chill run down her spine. This vast underground city, once a beacon of hope for countless people, had turned into a horrific tomb overnight, burying 370,000 souls in despair. Not to mention, on their way here, they saw countless refugees fleeing across the snowy wastelands. Beep. Beep. At that moment, a mechanical alert sounded. At first, Ding Junyi thought it was the responder, but before she could react, Chen Sixuan suddenly grabbed her wrist, motioning for her to stay quiet. Chen Sixuan pointed at the train's radar display. Something was moving in the darkness ahead. Since the infinite train had entered from the surface, its front faced the exit while the cockpit pointed toward the lower tunnels. For a moment, Chen Sixuan wondered if it was Lin Xian and Kiki returning via the tracks. But she quickly dismissed the thought. They had just descended from the level 89 tunnel. There was no way they could have reached level 65 so soon. Her sudden movements put Ding Junyi on high alert. Not only her, Shasha and Luo Yi and Car 1 also noticed something was wrong and tensed up. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen looked at them nervously, their fear growing. What's happening? Are they back? SHH. Shasha gestured for them to be silent. Just as she stood up to open the blackout panels, a massive impact suddenly struck the train's side. Bang! Something had slammed into them from the darkness. Ah! The sudden noise sent Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen screaming in terror. Shasha yanked open the blackout panels, the orange interior lights spilled out into the darkness, illuminating a blood-red desiccated corpse standing in the beam. It sprinted forward and slammed into the train's armored hull. Crash! A deafening impact echoed through the entire freight terminal, painfully loud. What the hell is that? It's a human Eerie. Luo Yi's face darkened. He had just fought one of these creatures not long ago. Although this one looked different, it was clearly not a regular zombie. It had to be one of the mutated horrors Ding Junyi had mentioned. In the cockpit, Chen Sixuan saw the commotion in Car 1 and was about to rush over when, tap, tap. A faint noise came from the roof of the train's engine. Something had climbed up top. Ding Junyi's expression darkened. She and Chen Sixuan instinctively stepped back. A deep, grotesque growl echoed through the air. In the dim light, several eerie tentacles slowly came into view. They slithered across the cockpit's armored windshield, leaving behind brownish-red mucus. A human hand was fused into the tentacles. In the center of the mass, they could vaguely see a ring of fang teeth and a grotesque mouth. This one's a human Eerie too. Ding Junyi murmured, eyebrows furrowed. She turned to Chen Sixuan. Do we activate any defense systems? Or fight back? Chen Sixuan stared at the nightmarish creatures outside, taking a deep breath before saying, no need. They can't get inside. Bang. 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 The train shuddered as more impacts echoed across its hull. Strange creatures were crawling over the sides and roof. Nah. The sounds drew even more horrors from the depths of the dark freight terminal. Zombies. Human Eries. They were surrounding the train. In Car 1, screams filled the air. Shasha stomped over to Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen, furious. I told you to shut up. If you scream one more time, I'll throw you both out. Zhao Yan flinched, shocked by how ruthless the young girl sounded. When she looked up, she saw Luo Yi approaching with murderous intent. For a moment, she thought they were actually going to throw her out. Panicked, she and Zhu Wen clung to each other, covering their mouths, too afraid to make another sound. Chen Jieshi. Any word from Lin Chij? Shasha called toward the cockpit. Chen Sixuan shook her head. By now, the train was under relentless attack. Above them, black centipede-like creatures crawled across the windows. Ah! A female Eerie suddenly shrieked, sprinting toward the cockpit doors. Her bloodied claws raked at the reinforced metal, desperately trying to tear her way inside. The horrors swarmed the train, their eerie cries echoing inside the carriages. Ding Junyi watched in shock. She had known this train was heavily armored, but she hadn't expected it to withstand such a relentless assault. Even the human Eries, which had killed Professor Han in an instant, seemed unable to breach its defenses. This thing was practically as tough as a military tank. Beep. Beep. The responder crackled to life. Chen Sixuan quickly answered. Finally, Lin Xian's voice came through. Qin Laoshi, we found the locomotive. That's amazing. What's your status? Lin Xian hesitated. It's complicated. What's happening over there? We're surrounded by zombies and human Eries. Not sure if there are eerie entities among them. Chen Sixuan forced herself to stay calm, glancing at the roof and carriages. But don't worry. She added. We should be fine. Chapter 112, Underground. On the responder, Lin Xian's expression darkened the moment he heard that Infinite Train was under attack. He quickly relayed his own situation to Chen Sixuan and the others. The moment they heard about the massive underground creature that Lin Xian and Kiki had seen, everyone's face changed, even Ding Junyi, who had remained composed the entire time, suddenly tensed up. She and Zhao Yan had long suspected that the unknown subterranean life form wasn't just a human Eerie or an Eerie entity, but they hadn't expected it to be something even more terrifying. Thinking back, the earthquake, the dark infection, the rapid mutation of countless human Eries. It all seemed to trace back to a single source. Hearing about such a dangerous situation, while their train was actively under siege, Chen Sixuan felt herself losing control of the situation. She immediately asked, Lin Xian, what's the plan? I'm coming up right now. You all get ready. If we don't have time to link up, just start Infinite Train and head for the surface. We'll follow behind and force our way out. Level 95, Tier 5 Freight Terminal. As he spoke, Lin Xian worked quickly, using mechanical ability to inspect every major system on the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive. Although the 152 Type DRX micronuclear reactor was still in a cooled state, Lin Xian didn't actually need to wait. His mechanical ability could jump-start the system immediately. However, powering both this locomotive and Infinite Train all the way to the surface without the underground city's electromagnetic rail assistance was going to be a serious challenge. Even with Huangxing 7F electric locomotive's energy reserves, relying only on his ability might not be enough. Kiki, start withdrawing the control rods, I'm almost ready here. Activating the reactor required gradually extracting the control rods to reach the desired operational state. Cockpit, Gemini 11R. Kiki quickly brought the systems online. Core activation, control rods extracting, accelerating process, current core temperature, 76 degrees Celsius, startup progress, 3%, clunk. As the first control rod was extracted, the small nuclear reactor emitted a low hum. A faint blue glow flickered for a moment, trunk of radiation. An invisible energy pulse rippled outward. Kiki stared at the progress screen, then suddenly thought of something. Lin Xian. Shouldn't the radiation be contained within the reactor? She frowned. But that disgusting flesh is highly radioactive. And that thing outside, it's emitting radiation too. Could it be that the creature? Lin Xian glanced at her. Kiki suddenly blurted out, did it eat the core? Lin Xian froze mid-motion. For a brief moment, everything went dead silent. Then, a faint rumbling vibration echoed from the depths. Lin Xian and Kiki whipped around. Through the cockpit window, they saw something that made their scalps go numb. Beyond the gap in the station wall, at the bottom of the underground abyss, the colossal shadow suddenly moved. It was subtle, a slow, turning motion. Like something in the darkness had just turned its head to look directly at them. Shit. Lin Xian's face changed instantly. Kiki was probably right. If the creature was truly here because of the underground city number 9's core reactor, then this meant it had absorbed the energy of core number 1. No time to think. We're leaving. Now. Lin Xian pushed his ability to the limit. Mechanical heart surged with energy. Mechanical heart, overclocking system, engine ignition, maximum output. The entire Gemini 11R shuddered violently as its electric engines roared to life. Bzzzzzzzt. The headlights blazed through the darkness, revealing the blood-covered platform and tunnel ahead. Boom. Dust and debris slid off the train's hull as it began rolling forward. Boom. Suddenly, the entire tunnel shook violently, sending clouds of dust into the air. Kiki stumbled, struggling to stay upright. Just as the electric locomotive pulled away from the Level 5 freight terminal, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. A shockwave of dust and force rushed into the tunnel, slamming against the train. The Gemini 11R violently rocked. What the hell was that? It's the thing. On the rear-view monitors, a massive gray-white silhouette loomed in the smoke. It was so huge that it completely filled the screen. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He forced the engines to maximum speed. Tell Chen Laoshi to get moving. He yelled to Kiki. At this rate, there was no time to safely link up with Infinite Train at Level 4 terminal. They had to move separately. If Huangxing 7F didn't have enough power to make it up, Lin Xian would push it from behind. As long as both trains were moving, they wouldn't crash into each other. Level 65, Infinite Train beep. Beep. The responder crackled. Kiki's urgent voice came through. Chen Jiji, start the train. Now. Chen Sixuan's face went pale. She immediately ran to the controls. She disabled the safety locks, shoved the throttle forward, and prepped the route. The Huangxing 7F electric locomotive roared to life. Infinite Train, system online, engines engaged, reverse mode. The headlights snapped on as Infinite Train began rolling backward toward the tunnel. Boom. 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 Outside, zombies and humaneries relentlessly attacked the train's armor. But Chen Sixuan ignored them. Inside the cockpit, Ding Junyi suddenly pulled out her laptop. She hacked into the underground city's subsystems and reported, I'm opening the station gates in advance. Also, I'm rerouting the switch tracks from GF2 to GF4. If you plan to haul those GR3 biological science research carriages, this will save time. Got it. Everyone, brace yourselves, I'm going to ram into you. Lin Xian's voice boomed through the responder. Chen Sixuan shouted to Luo Yi and Shasha, too many zombies on the rear platform. Go clear them out. Luoyi immediately sprinted toward Car 5, with Shasha following, gun in hand. Car 5, rear gunner position rated Atata. Luoyi opened the rear shooting port and unleashed a storm of bullets into the horde. Zombies exploded as their heads were blown apart. Ah! A human Eerie with writhing tentacles lunged at him, blam! 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 It was ripped to shreds by gunfire. Meanwhile, the flatbed trailer ran over several zombies as Infinite Train accelerated into the tunnel. Inside Car 1, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen were clutching each other, praying to survive the night. Brother! Shasha tossed Luoyi a fresh rifle magazine as she took over with an automatic rifle. We're picking up speed. Chapter 113, Ascending Wu. The Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive roared through the underground tunnel, its engine output far surpassing that of the old Huangsing 7F electric locomotive from the Infinite Train. It rapidly gained speed, its deep hum reverberating through the vast tunnel as it charged forward. Lin Xian was fully focused, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Not far ahead was the makeshift track he and Kiki had hastily repaired. If the earthquake had destroyed it, he would have no choice but to slam the emergency brakes. Kiki gripped the cockpit railing, her gaze fixed on the tunnel ahead, her ability at the ready. Suddenly, the collapsed outer wall came into view. Up ahead! Kiki shouted. She looked ready to activate her ability at any moment. Whoosh! At the edge of the tunnel breach, a powerful air current was violently rushing inward. Something massive was moving outside, closing in. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The temporary track he and Kiki had constructed was still intact, the earthquake hadn't destroyed it. Without hesitation, Lin Xian pushed mechanical heart to full throttle. We're blasting through. Kiki's eyes glowed faintly, her ability enveloping the entire train to help stabilize it. Whoosh! Sparks flew as the locomotive rushed over the temporary track, the iron plates spuckled, the support beams twisted, but they held just long enough. And at that exact moment, as the train sped past the breach, Lin Xian and Kiki both caught a glimpse of what lay beyond. A row of massive eyes stared back at them. Deep in the darkness, an unspeakable horror watched. Like a leviathan lurking in an abyss, its blood-red eyes as large as colossal gears. The sheer sight of it made the air freeze. Lin Xian and Kiki felt an overwhelming suffocating pressure crash down on them. Ah! Kiki screamed, her face going pale. What the fuck is that? Hell if I know. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. A near-death terror surged through his veins. Mechanical heart pushed to overclocked limits, Lin Xian willed the nuclear locomotive to FLY. Above underground city number 9 under the eerie glow of the cursed moon, the titanic shadow in the abyss began to rise. Its brown-red, scale-covered body slowly emerged. It had massive insectoid legs, as large as skyscrapers, growing from its fish-like torso. Atop its grotesque form, countless flesh tendrils coalesced into a monstrous human face, a behemoth from the depths, a nightmare-given form. Awu! A deafening, abyssal roar tore through the underground city. The ground quaked, snow piled atop the ruins collapsed into avalanches. The massive creature lifted one of its enormous limbs and slammed it against the underground city walls. Tunnel, Infinite Train boom. The impact shook the entire city, sending a massive shockwave racing through the ascending tunnel. Infinite Train trembled violently. The wheels screeched, sparks flying, debris cascading from the ceiling. Inside the train, ah! Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen screamed. Shasha was thrown to the ground, while Chen Sixuan clung tightly to the control panel. As the train reversed rapidly, a cloud of thick dust engulfed them. But still, no sign of Lin Xian's train. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. She slammed the responder, static. For a split second, communication was lost. Then, Qin Laoshi, how much backup power do we have left? Lin Xian's voice cut through. Chen Sixuan's eyes flickered. She glanced at the system monitor. 15%. But climbing the incline is draining power fast. We're running at max capacity. Hold on, I'm coming up. Behind Infinite Train, Gemini 11R a black-purple locomotive erupted from the dust cloud, barreling forward at insane speed. Lin Xian's visibility was near zero, the earthquake had filled the tunnel with smoke and debris. From the responder, Ding Junyi's calm voice chimed in, did the earthquake awaken the creature? Despite the chaos, she sounded completely emotionless, as if this was nothing to her. No idea. Lin Xian growled. But that thing found us. It might be trying to climb out. Ding Junyi silently nodded, her fingers typing rapidly. She had hacked into the underground city's systems and was already rerouting track switches, adjusting station routes to GF4. If you plan to haul those GR3 biological science research carriages, this will save time. Good. Everyone, hold on. I might ram into you. Meanwhile, Gemini 11R. The dust hadn't settled, yet a fiery explosion suddenly engulfed the train's side. "It's here." Kiki's eyes glowed, her ability instantly stabilizing the train. Ahead in the tunnel, a red monstrous silhouette appeared. It was the red skeletal horror from level 89. It had somehow descended into this tunnel and was now clinging to the walls, breathing fire at the locomotive. "Ram it!" Kiki shouted. "Don't let it breathe again." The Gemini 11R wasn't armored yet. Its titanium alloy body was durable, but Lin Xian feared that if critical components melted under the flames, the train would be crippled. If they broke down now, they were dead. "You." "Good." The red skeletal horror let out a distorted human-like scream. Its bone spikes extended, its charred, bloody arms lunging at the train. It spat fire again. "Screw you." Kiki snarled, her eyes flashing silver. Her telekinetic force smashed the creature against the tunnel wall, pinning it in place. The flame spewed from its mouth backfired, scorching its own face. Boom. The entire tunnel glowed red hot, even the walls melted under the intense heat. Whoa. The deep abyss behemoth let out another earth-shaking roar. Lin Xian felt danger creeping up fast. "Kiki, throw it back." Kiki instantly understood. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled the red skeletal horror backward. Boom. The tunnel behind them collapsed, and the massive creature from the abyss ripped the horror apart. Yeah. Kiki let out a victorious cheer, then suddenly waved her hands, pulling something back. Lin Xian turned. She had ripped off the monster's head. "Don't you dare breathe fire at me. What are you even doing?" "What? Waste not, what not." She crushed the skull, extracting a medium-gray dairy blood crystal. She ran to the cockpit window, reached out, and grabbed it. Lin Xian stared, dumbfounded. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Kiki shook her head. "Nope. It just happened to be in my hand. Figured why not?" Lin Xian. Chapter 114, The Protocol. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive surged forward, accelerating as the incline ahead became less steep. Lin Xian knew this meant they had reached the level 65 freight rail terminal. They were about to catch up to the infinite train. As the train rushed into the station, the lights illuminated a dense crowd of figures, all of them zombies and airy humanoid entities. Lin Xian didn't slow down for even a second. Crunch. Crush. The 290-megawatt Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive roared like a steel beast, compressing the air pressure within the narrow tunnel and platform corridors. It sped forward like a black-purple lightning bolt, rolling over the mass of undead. The zombies and eerie entities on the platform barely registered the blinding light rushing toward them before they were instantly obliterated, shredded beneath the train's front and iron wheels. Splatter. Like a car speeding into a swarm of insects, blood splashed across the windshield. Flesh and intestines clung to the glass like grotesque noodles. Kiki turned away, unable to look. Lin Xian's heart pounded. He immediately switched on the wipers. "What are you standing there for? Get those damn intestines off the glass. You saving them for a midnight snack?" Hearing that, Kiki let out an exasperated sigh. All right. She quickly waved her hand, using her ability to clear the obstruction. Boom. 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 Shockwaves echoed from deep underground. Up ahead, a beam of light appeared in their field of vision. It's the infinite train. As they accelerated, they could see it, a massive train rapidly ascending through the tunnel. Its black armor and icebreaker shield exuded a destructive aura. Lin Xian. From the responder, Chen Sixuan's voice came through. The two speeding trains drew closer within the tunnel. Through the armored grates of the infinite train, Lin Xian could see Chen Sixuan waving at him from inside. "On my way." "Hey, girl, give me a hand." Lin Xian stood up, slowing the train while swiftly constructing two carriage linking pillars outside the window. Since the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive at the front of the infinite train had an icebreaker shield, Lin Xian couldn't just ram it from behind to push it forward. Kiki used her ability as well, stabilizing the speeds of both trains. In the midst of their high-speed maneuver, the linking pillars successfully latched on. With the connection secured, Lin Xian activated mechanical heart, generating an immense thrust to push the power-drained infinite train upward through the tunnel. Boom. Another earthquake hit. The tunnel behind them began to collapse, with soil and debris raining down. Cracks tore through the concrete ceiling above. "Watch out. It's coming again." Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the underground city, reverberating like a drumbeat inside a sealed chamber. The sheer force of the sound sent tremors through the souls of everyone present. Anyone with even a shred of fear would have collapsed in terror. Boom. Tunnels and floors crumbled. A massive section of the wall collapsed, exposing the outside world. Moonlight poured into the tunnel. At that moment, everyone saw it, a massive row of gigantic eyes peering down at them from above, blotting out the sky. On board the infinite train, Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen went pale with horror, their screams filling the carriages. Even Shasha and Chen Sixuan were left completely stunned, their minds going blank. The collapsing underground city walls and floor slabs crashed down, bringing with them shattered fragments of commercial zones and residential areas. Alongside the debris, countless black silhouettes rained down into the abyss. A closer look revealed them to be zombified former residents of the underground city, falling like a torrential downpour. Lin Xian felt his heart turn cold. There's no escape. In the face of this deep abyss behemoth, even the underground city itself was as powerless as an ant nest. On board the infinite train, Ding Junyi remained calm, her face unmoved. Though the massive earthquake had knocked her down, she quickly climbed back up and resumed operating the system. Mr. Lin. Her voice came through the responder. I've sent a system backup protocol to Ms. Kiki's mobile terminal. It contains a self-destruct sequence for the number 9 underground city's 4 energy cores. Theoretically, we can use it to activate the destruction of the level 70 backup core. Since no higher level authority is responding, we only need P4 level clearance for internal confirmation to trigger it. If it works, we might be able to buy some time to escape. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. He immediately turned to Kiki. Kiki quickly pulled up her mobile terminal and found the protocol link flashing on her screen. It's real. It's an embedded system protocol. I'll hack in and override the P4 level clearance. As she worked, her expression turned from serious to shock. Oh my god. This was deliberately pre-programmed for a targeted destruction event. It's not just the core, it also locks down the floors above. Lin Xian's mind raced. He sensed an opportunity. Can you activate it? Before he could even finish, Kiki was already at work. No problem. The main underground city system is down, meaning the subsystems hold the highest authority. The protocol originally required P5 level confirmation and an acknowledgement from the satellite and Federal HQ, but since those aren't active, it means that when this system was set up, they already expected the underground city's leader to have full control over its destruction. Alright, the backup core number 3 is online. Do we activate it? How much time do we have? Lin Xian asked immediately. 30 seconds. Ding Junyi responded over the responder. At our current speed, we'll have 20 seconds before the detonation, enough time to escape. The underground city's main structure had already collapsed. Although the self-destruct sequence was originally intended to only destroy specific floors, given the current situation, the entire city likely wouldn't withstand the blast. If they triggered the explosion, the shockwave would cause a chain reaction, leading to a complete tunnel collapse. But the core meltdown wasn't a full-fledged nuclear detonation, it was more about triggering a structural collapse. For Lin Xian, this was their only shot at escape. Boom. Another earthquake struck, signaling that the deep abyss behemoth was closing in, moving along the underground city's walls toward the trains. No time left, activate it. Lin Xian made the call. There was no waiting. If they hesitated, the deep abyss behemoth would reach them first. Even if they made it to the surface, who was to say the monster wouldn't follow them out? They had to take the gamble. Kiki understood instantly. Without hesitation, she initiated the self-destruct protocol. Backup core number 3 self-destruct protocol activated. Countdown, 30 seconds, beep, beep, beep. Throughout the underground city, lights began flickering and shutting down, from level 70 upward to the research sectors, across corridors, offices, halls, commercial districts, industrial zones, and residential blocks. Elevator music and advertisements went silent, then abruptly restarted. 30, 29, 28. Chapter 115, Escape. Hold on tight. Lin Xian shouted into the responder, his eyes bloodshot as he pushed his mechanical heart to its limit. The Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive surged forward, its immense thrust combined with the infinite train's remaining engine power, accelerating through the ascending tunnel. The tunnel's cold wind howled, and the train plunged into yet another sealed passage. But the deep abyss behemoth wasn't about to let its prey escape. A thunderous tremor shook the tunnel walls, a sign that something massive was pursuing them. Lin Xian's heart pounded. No one knew if, in the next moment, the ceiling would collapse and bury them all deep beneath underground city number 9, turning them into nothing more than blood offerings for the abyssal horror. Kiki gritted her teeth and clung to Lin Xian's arm, her entire body tense. Roar! A deafening, earth-shaking roar erupted, sending tremors through the underground. Then, the ground quake began, rocks and debris exploded into the air. Lin Xian knew what that meant. The deep abyss behemoth had arrived. 10, 9. At level 62, a newly constructed private academy stood eerily silent. Desks were overturned, scattered school supplies littered the floor. In the hallways, zombies mindlessly roamed, aimlessly crashing into walls. 5, 4. At level 56, the residential district was a scene of eerie stillness. A small wind chime, once hung at a doorway for good luck, now swayed wildly in the tremors. In the commercial district, the streets were dead silent. Neon lights and storefront signs flickered in the darkness. 3, 2, 1, boom. At level 70's core, a brilliant blue light burst forth. A blinding white-hot explosion ignited, detonating the pre-installed explosives across 10 floors. Heat and shockwaves ripped through the underground levels, vaporizing every zombie and eerie entity in an instant. But with the underground city's structure already compromised, the collapse began at level 65. The once sealed isolation walls crumbled, unleashing a chain reaction like toppling dominoes. The blinding white explosion expanded, racing toward the abyss below. Boom. The ground shuddered violently, the earth itself was collapsing. A massive fireball and shockwave engulfed the deep abyss behemoth, sending it plummeting into the pit. From the responder, Chen Sixuan's voice came through. Inside the Infinite Train's cockpit, she stared out the viewport, watching the destruction unfold. Snow and dust rained down. Lin Xian could finally see the surface beyond the tunnel. They had broken through to the outside world. Behind them, the underground city was disintegrating into the abyss. Rumble. As the tremors gradually faded, the Infinite Train surged onto the GF4 terminal platform, then suddenly stopped. The collapse might trigger a chain reaction. Do you still have time to grab those two research carriages? Ding Junyi sounded puzzled, seeing that Lin Xian had brought the train to a halt instead of escaping immediately. Shouldn't we be running for our lives right now? Forget your damn theories. Lin Xian shot back. He quickly disengaged the train's coupling mechanism and spoke into the responder. Chen Sixuan. Prepare to turn the train around. Outside, the blizzard had already blanketed the snowfields with over a meter of thick snow. The outer passage was completely blocked, clogged with abandoned vehicles and swarms of zombies. If they didn't rotate the train, the Infinite Train, lacking an icebreaker shield, would derail the moment it hit an obstacle. Lin Xian made a split-second decision: turn the train first. Chen Sixuan immediately understood his intention. The snowfield had only a single track route. If they tried to barrel forward with the two flatbed trailers, a chain derailment was inevitable. I got it. She responded, wasting no time. Ding Junyi frowned but soon realized Lin Xian wasn't stopping to grab the research carriages. He had another plan in mind. Rumble. The ground continued shaking, but Lin Xian acted quickly. With the help of Chen Sixuan and Kiki, they utilized the dual-track system at the station to rotate the train's orientation. The Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, equipped with its icebreaker shield, remained at the front, while the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive was repositioned at the rear. At the same time, Lin Xian located the two research carriages. Rather than wasting time with delicate maneuvering, he brutally forced the coupling hooks into place, overrode the circuit locks, and disabled the wheel locks. With everything secured, he immediately restarted the train, no hesitation. Lin Xian and Kiki jumped back onto the Infinite Train, reigniting its engines. Without a second wasted, they gunned it toward the station exit. No time to open the gates, just crash through. Bam. Outside the station's iron fence gates, thousands of zombies screeched and moaned, drawn toward the thunderous noise. The earthquake tore open fissures, causing sections of the perimeter wall to collapse. Like a swarm of locusts, countless zombies surged forward, filling the night. Whoosh! The gas turbines roared, and the 290-megawatt nuclear locomotive dragged the Infinite Train forward. Like a sword slicing through darkness, the train plowed straight through the undead horde, unstoppable. Behind them, the billion-dollar underground city collapsed, dragging hundreds of meters of hollowed-out earth into the abyss. A massive cloud of smoke and dust rose into the night sky, stretching beyond the horizon of the snowfield. Chapter 116, Reorganization. Boom. 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 The Infinite Train's orange-red headlights cut through the stormy night, illuminating the blizzard. The train's icebreaker shield plowed through the thick snow like a hot knife through butter. Neither zombies nor abandoned cars could withstand the raw power of the locomotive. Everyone held their breath, sprinting forward. Inside Car 2, Kiki monitored the radar system closely while deploying 2 drones to scout the night. That big creature must have been buried in the underground city. It's not chasing us. After nearly an hour of racing across the snowfield, the number of zombies and obstacles steadily decreased. The tense atmosphere inside the train finally started to ease, broken by Kiki's voice. Really? We're safe? Zhao Yan, who had been paralyzed with fear, suddenly seemed to come back to life, trembling as she spoke. Looks like it. Ignoring them, Chen Sixuan walked toward the cockpit, where Lin Xian was drenched in sweat. Worried, she said, We seem to be out of danger, but should we take a break? The snow is too heavy, and visibility is bad. There's a valley ahead. If the earlier earthquake triggered an avalanche, we'd be in serious trouble if we charged through. Lin Xian nodded and began gradually slowing the infinite train. You're right, but we can't let our guard down. While we rest, I need to reorganize the carriages behind us. If we don't, they'll slow us down. The relentless escape had drained everyone. They had covered at least 100 kilometers across the snowfield. Lin Xian did want to stop and rest, but the train's current setup was far from ideal. Behind Car 5 were 2 flatbed carriages, followed by the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, and then 2 Car 3 biological science research carriages, hastily linked with temporary couplings and lacking any armor protection. It was an improvised setup, necessary for their desperate escape, but it needed fixing. After the high-speed chase, the train's iron wheels were burning hot, melting the snow beneath them and sending up plumes of steam. How's it looking? Lin Xian entered Car 1, his expression still tense. Kiki was operating the drones, keeping watch around the train. Ho! After a night of tension, Kiki finally let out a breath, licking her lips before replying, I can't guarantee much, but that big guy definitely didn't follow us. If it had, we'd have picked up on it by now. That reminds me. Lin Xian pulled out the soul wave detector and tossed it to Kiki. Didn't you pick up a blood crystal? Try scanning it. On it. Realizing what he meant, Kiki pulled out the large, eerie-looking blood crystal and slotted it into the device. The detector immediately activated, emitting a strange energy fluctuation. 0. Lin Xian was taken aback. That number suggested there wasn't a single zombie nearby. Could it be broken? Kiki muttered in disbelief. Doubt it. If there was one thing Lin Xian knew well, it was machines. He glanced around at the snowfield. The blizzard was intensifying, rapidly covering everything. Ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to keep up in such conditions, they'd likely be buried by morning. Ding Junyi, who had been silent until now, eyed the device in Kiki's hands and asked, a level 2 eerie blood crystal. Did you guys take down a B-class nocturnal entity? Lin Xian looked at the soul wave detector again. Finally, the shadow of that deep abyss behemoth faded from his mind. He turned to Ding Junyi and couldn't help but ask, is shock or fear just not in your emotional system? Ding Junyi looked at him curiously. Why do you ask? If I screamed and panicked like Dr. Zhao and Dr. Zhu, would I get more concern and protection from the group? Silence. Chen Sixuan and Kiki exchanged strange looks. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen, on the other hand, seemed somewhat displeased and speechless. Even though they had worked with Ding Junyi for a long time, they still weren't fond of her way of speaking. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned by her words, then sighed. Alright, back on topic. He picked up the eerie blood crystal. By the way, how do you classify these things? Your naming system is different from the Phoenix Federation's. It's actually the same. Zhu Wen, who had finally regained some color in his face, jumped in. The Apocalypse Union and the original Federation were both working on the same Grand Envoy project. After the Federation collapsed, the research approaches diverged slightly, but the terminology remained mostly consistent. Whether it's nocturnal entities or eerie entities, they all refer to the same kind of creatures. Our research into soul wave values is also aligned. The only difference is that the underground city project no longer receives broad scientific support. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Your biological research department knows about the Grand Envoy project. Not entirely. Zhao Yan's expression turned tense. Right now, anything related to dark energy is under research. Whether it's zombies, corruption, human eerie entities, blood crystals, scourge flora, or abilities, they all seem connected to this dark energy. But after the Federation collapsed and the Angel Project was restructured, our underground city fell under the Dawn Project. We don't have the manpower or firepower to gather large quantities of blood crystals or scourge flora for research. Technically, the Dawn Project no longer belonged to the official Apocalypse Union, but its leaders still saw themselves as the rightful government of the world. That's why they had deliberately differentiated their terminology in research related to the Polar Night. For example, both Nocturnal Entity and Eerie Entity mean the same thing. Currently, anything with a soul wave value fluctuation within -100 is classified as C-class or standard level. The range from -100 to -1000 is defined as B-class eerie entities. These creatures are where we find level 2 eerie blood crystals. The size of these crystals varies slightly, but we aren't certain if they directly correlate to threat levels or if they simply indicate how many humans the creature has consumed. Consumed humans? Kiki frowned. I thought the soul wave value was just a measure of an eerie entity's threat level. I even thought ability users were classified using similar values, things like evolution level or King Kong level. Zhao Yan's expression changed. She stared at Kiki in surprise. How do you know about that? That was a rough classification system proposed in the early days of the Grand Envoy project. This time, Ding Junyi spoke up. Ever since the Dark Knight infection theory was introduced, both the Phoenix Federation's new Grand Envoy project, Nighthawker's organization and our Dawn project have agreed on one core belief: the Apocalypse Polar Night is a global evolution event. Most people fail to evolve and instead succumb to corruption, turning into zombies, human-eerie entities, or experiencing biological mutations. Meanwhile, the Abyss spawns eerie entities. With each cycle of the Polar Night, more people die or succumb to corruption. But at the same time, every survivor undergoes continuous evolution, not just in terms of abilities, but in overall physiology. Their cellular activity increases, their muscle potential grows, and their resistance to viruses and bacteria strengthens. In simple terms, as long as someone stays alive, they're evolving. This evolution might be subtle in the short term, but over time, by the time humanity enters the second polar night, survivors will have already surpassed their previous physical limits. That's why the original Federation eventually split into 3 factions after the first polar night. Chapter 117, Turkey's 3 factions? Chen Sixuan was curious. I thought it was just the original Federation and the current Apocalypse Union. There's more to it. The original Federation, which is now the Dawn Project, represents the survival faction. Their goal is to preserve the last remnants of human civilization at any cost. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Union represents the Resistance faction, advocating for the use of humanity's full strength to research and harness dark energy, using it to evolve and eventually eradicate the Abyss. But there's also a third faction. They believe the evolution brought by dark energy is a blessing, a form of divine selection. They claim survivors and ability users are the chosen ones, the seeds of a new civilization on Blue Planet. This belief led to the creation of a fanatical organization called Holy Revelation. They actively recruit ability users, research forbidden eerie artifacts, and even absorbed some former members of the Angel Project. Researching eerie artifacts? Lin Xian immediately thought of the dark radio. So, there really were people out there trying to study and use these strange forces. But with the factions split into 3, each one had completely different ideas on how to handle it. The implications were fascinating. Kiki frowned. Survival faction? If the Dawn Project represents the survival faction, then why the hell didn't they let civilians into these underground cities? Most people don't even know this project exists. They're just struggling to stay alive. What kind of survival is that? Ding Junyi remained unfazed. From a sociological perspective, fairness doesn't exist. Everything is about resource allocation and utilization. This isn't a question of whether the train should run over 1 person or 10, it's a question of a train that can only carry 100 people while 10,000 need a ride. The goal of the Dawn Project was to build a permanent underground city to preserve civilization. But the Apocalypse Polar Night came too suddenly. These underground cities were constructed in an extremely short time. There was no way to accommodate the entire population, so the leadership had no choice but to conduct a selective evacuation in secrecy to avoid chaos. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There's something I've been wondering about. If the Dawn Project's goal was to build a permanent underground city, a sanctuary from the Polar Night, and these citizens were handpicked, then why the hell does the Energy Corps have a self-destruct protocol? Don't tell me it's just to stop underground monsters. Exactly. Kiki suddenly realized something. She snapped her head toward Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen, her gaze sharp. You people have this kind of protocol, were you planning to lure us underground and blow us up? This. We don't know anything about that. Zhao Yan stammered in terror, turning to Ding Junyi for answers. If Director Ding hadn't mentioned it, we wouldn't have even known such a protocol existed. Zhu Wen frantically nodded. We're just scientists. How would we know about something like that? Everyone's eyes turned to Ding Junyi. She took a deep breath and spoke calmly. It's not that complicated. After the Great Migration, my P3 level clearance became the highest active authority in the system. This self-destruct protocol was originally part of the war contingency protocol set in the underground city's management system. When I accessed the 3rd backup core, I discovered this protocol. It's called Project Purification. Project Purification? Kiki folded her arms, frowning. Purification of what, exactly? I mentioned earlier that the underground city categorized civilians into 1st class, 2nd class, and 3rd class tiers. Levels 70-80 housed 3rd class civilians, the largest and most densely populated section. Levels 40-60 housed 2nd class civilians. Levels 20-40 were reserved for 1st class civilians. The underground city had 3 backup cores, but only 2 had self-destruct protocols, 1 at level 70 and 1 at level 40. The purpose of this plan was to control risks like famine and disease outbreaks. Chen Sixuan looked utterly confused. Famine? What does that have to do with self-destructing the core? How does it not? Lin Xian's expression darkened. She means that when the underground city needed cheap labor, they'd exploit second and third-class civilians. And when food shortages hit, they'd just seal off the lower levels and trigger the self-destruct, burying tens of thousands of people alive. Am I right? Silence. The air turned ice cold. Chen Sixuan and the others sharply inhaled. Even Luo Shash's expression became grim. That's vile. Kiki clenched her fists, her silver teeth grinding. Those bastards. They should have been the first ones fed to the zombies. But Ding Junyi remained expressionless. If you look at it from a moral standpoint, I completely agree with your anger. If I were in your position, I'd feel the same way. She met their furious gazes without flinching. But as I said before, civilization is not built on fairness. From a sociological perspective, throughout history, the people who control societal resources are those who are either stronger, smarter, or luckier. Of course, some are just privileged idiots who were born into the right circumstances. But statistically speaking, those who rise to the top are the result of societal selection. So, when a train only has 100 seats and 30 people need to be sacrificed, the ones chosen to die will always follow this structure. She tilted her head slightly. Think about it this way, if you were a farmer facing a food shortage due to a plague, and you had to cull half your turkeys, would you kill the strongest, healthiest, and smartest ones? Or would you get rid of the sickly, weak, and ordinary ones? Or would you let the turkeys vote and choose who gets slaughtered? Turkeys? Luo Shasha, despite her mature demeanor, was still young. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, her eyes reddened with anger. But killing so many people, isn't that just too cruel? Sigh. Ding Junyi exhaled, breaking the silence. Yes. From my personal perspective, this self-destruct protocol is indeed too cruel. When it comes to killing our own kind, humanity always seems to display endless creativity. It's no different from how science is weaponized by politics. She sounded almost self-mocking. Inside the train car, silence fell again. Expressions ranged from anger to fear to confusion. You sound like you make a lot of sense. Lin Xian finally said, his voice low. But you forgot something important. Ding Junyi looked at him. What? Lin Xian stood up, pointing to the darkness outside. Turkeys and farmers aren't the same species. So those Dawn Project bastards aren't farmers either. Because to the polar night and the abyss creatures, all humans are turkeys. His voice was cold. But the difference is, these turkeys have guns. Chapter 118, Wait. The blizzard made visibility extremely poor. The train's blackout panels were fully opened, casting light onto the snow-covered plains. After the life-or-death escape, everyone was utterly exhausted. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Chen Sixuan discussed the next steps and decided to temporarily house Ding Junyi, Zhao Yan, and Zhu Wen in Car 5, which was originally Car 3, the storage carriage. Once they confirmed they were out of immediate danger, Lin Xian set about reorganizing the train with the others. His first priority was devouring the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive. Now that he had the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive, the train's power supply would be completely secured. For safety reasons, he decided to place the nuclear locomotive at the very end to push the train forward. With the two engine carriages at the front and back, their maneuverability would improve. The two Car 3 biological science research carriages were moved behind Car 2, becoming the new Car 3 and Car 4. As for the two flatbed trailers, he planned to devour them as well and use their materials to reinforce the train's armor. Lin Xian set up a temporary rail track on an empty patch of land beside the train to facilitate carriage swapping. The Huangxing 7F electric locomotive was retired and placed behind the nuclear locomotive. The two newly added Car 3 research carriages were successfully connected behind Car 2. However, due to differing coupling and electrical standards, it took Lin Xian quite some time to get everything properly linked. The moment he stepped into the research carriages and switched on the lights, everyone was stunned by the pristine laboratory setup, filled with high-tech research equipment. Lin Xian's attention, however, was drawn to the plant cultivation chambers. He planned to repurpose the space, not for research, but for growing crops. It might seem like a waste of advanced equipment, but in the apocalypse, survival took precedence. Besides, precision instruments were too fragile for a high-speed escape mission. It was far more practical to grow fresh fruits and vegetables to ease the food crisis. By the time everything was set up, it was deep into the night. The storm had intensified. Lin Xian told Kiki and Chen Sixuan, who were half asleep, to go rest, while Luo Shasha stood guard in Car 7. Meanwhile, Lin Xian prepared to devour the two flatbed trailers and the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive. He estimated that this upgrade would push him to level 3, triggering his first awakening. Afterward, Once he had recovered some energy, he would build a protective armor system for the nuclear locomotive. The entire group, including Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen, fell into deep sleep from exhaustion. Luo Shasha kept watch in Car 7, while Lin Xian remained inside Car 3 and Car 4, scanning the precision instruments one by one. This had become a habit, even if he didn't immediately need the machines, adding them to his blueprint repository meant they might come in handy someday. Scan complete, blueprint acquired, desktop cryogenic centrifuge, scan complete, blueprint acquired, horizontal electrophoresis equipment, 2130. Inside Car 4's laboratory, Lin Xian glanced outside. The storm finally seemed to be weakening, just a little. That was a relief. If the blizzard continued at this rate, by morning, half of the infinite train would be buried in snow. The Car 3 research carriages were incredibly well insulated, equipped with temperature-regulating systems that provided a far more comfortable warmth compared to the standard heating in Car 1 and Car 2. Outside, it was freezing hell. Inside, it was cozy and silent. Tap. Tap. Footsteps echoed through the train car. Lin Xian looked up. Ding Junyi, still wearing a white lab coat, had entered the carriage. Her gaze swept across the pristine research equipment. Even though I'm a biologist, she said, logic tells me that these things are completely useless during an escape. If you actually want to research dark energy, you'd need an entire scientific team to sustain it. And clearly, you don't have the resources for that. Who said I'm researching dark energy? Lin Xian replied calmly, turning his attention back to the plant cultivation chambers. My main goal is to grow crops. At most, I'll experiment with blood scourge flora, see if it can be cultivated here. Crops? Ding Junyi raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected such cutting-edge biological equipment to be repurposed for farming. Yeah. Fine. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, what do you plan to do with us? Yubai City. Lin Xian turned to face her. There are quite a few survivor convoys there. And if I'm not mistaken, an Iron Guard battalion is stationed nearby. If you seek help from an official organization, you might be able to contact the Phoenix Federation. That was the most he could offer. Besides, it was on the way. Ding Junyi nodded. Thank you for your generosity. If not for your rescue, the three of us would already be dead. It's just cooperation. Lin Xian shrugged. But if I had to choose again? He sighed. I definitely wouldn't have come to save you. The shadow of the deep abyss behemoth still haunted him. If he had known beforehand what he was up against, he would have run without hesitation. Ding Junyi studied him and said seriously, we didn't hide the truth. When we were trapped in the lab, we had no knowledge of what was happening below level 89. There's no point discussing it now. I think it's necessary. She insisted. In times of crisis, maintaining trust is crucial for psychological stability. Lin Xian frowned, eyeing her in disbelief. Are you trying to be friendly with me? Not entirely. Ding Junyi took a step forward, her fingers reaching for the buttons on her lab coat. Then, she removed it. Underneath, her slender figure was fully visible, and she was undoing the buttons on her shirt. She spoke softly, but clearly, aside from that. I'm also offering you sex. Lin Xian? He froze. A second later, he stared at her in shock. Wait, what? Ding Junyi continued unbuttoning her shirt, her expression calm and composed. My body has just experienced an intense adrenaline rush from our near-death escape. It triggered an extreme hormonal response, likely influenced by estrogen levels. She looked him directly in the eyes. If you don't refuse, I'd like to engage in sexual activity with you. Lin Xian? His mind blanked out for a second. Then, his expression twitched. This is way too much of a personality shift, lady. Ding Junyi blinked. What do you mean by personality shift? As a mentally stable, fully grown woman, isn't it normal to seek sexual gratification from an attractive male? Lin Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end. Ding Junyi took another step forward, continuing to unbutton her shirt. Physically speaking, she continued, I undergo monthly medical exams. My health is perfect, I have no genetic disorders or infectious diseases, and my body conforms to scientific standards of attractiveness. Whoa, wait. Lin Xian's eyes twitched violently. Chapter 119, A Gesture of Goodwill. Ding Junyi had a point. The research carriage was clean, warm, and private. Despite being filled with various scientific instruments, in a way, it did make things more stimulating. But before Lin Xian could fully process her bizarre logic, Ding Junyi was already standing in front of him, staring at him with that eerily calm expression. It felt like she was silently saying, brother, let's execute a flawless combo move together. Was this how straight A science girls express themselves? Logically, clearly, without even a hint of hesitation? Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, But he managed to suppress his internal turmoil and met her gaze. "Are you afraid I'll kill you?" he asked. "Or that when we reach Yubai City, no one will take you in, and I'll just kick you off the train? So, you're trying to get on my good side?" He wasn't going to be taken advantage of that easily. But then again, if he were the kind of person to just sleep with her and then throw her off the train, what difference would it make? Ding Junyi had no idea what Lin Xian was thinking. But when she heard his question, she answered without a shred of hesitation, "You're right. But my request is for after we have sex." "After?" Lin Xian's face twitched. "What the hell are you trying to say?" Ding Junyi furrowed her brows slightly. Studies have shown that trust and acceptance between men and women increase significantly during or after sexual activity. In intense moments, it can even lead to a temporary state of emotional impulsivity and bonding. "So, I plan to ask to stay on your train and join your team after we have sex." Lin Xian opened his mouth to say something but found himself at a loss for words. For some reason, he couldn't decide if she completely understood men or didn't understand them at all. "So after all that, your goal is just to stay on my train?" "Yes." Ding Junyi looked him in the eyes. "From my observations, you are the leader of this train. Your abilities and decision-making skills grant you full control. In other words, the lives of Dr. Zhao, Dr. Zhu, and myself are all in your hands. In this situation, showing goodwill towards you costs me nothing and only benefits me. Whether you let me stay, drop us off at an official outpost, or simply choose not to harm me along the way, it's still a positive outcome for me. Logically, my decision is fully supported by rational theory." Ding Junyi had been carefully observing Lin Xian. She realized his ability was extremely unique. He could create mechanical structures out of thin air. The Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive normally required a team of specialists to operate, yet he controlled it effortlessly. From her calculations, his ability was highly advanced, and his team was exceptionally strong. They had managed to escape from an impossible situation. Furthermore, based on how Lin Xian treated Luo Shasha, Kiki, and the others, he seemed to be trustworthy. After careful analysis, she concluded that her best survival strategy was to join his team. "I see." Lin Xian sighed deeply. Talking to this woman was mentally exhausting. She was completely honest and seemed sincere, yet it felt like debating a thesis paper. Even her attempt at currying favor came with theoretical analysis. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. "I'll think about it. But as for the rest of your request, not happening. My apologies. I believe you may have misunderstood." Ding Junyi reached behind her back, undoing her bra strap with a calm expression, her eyes filled with a subtle intensity. "I'm not offering sex as a bargaining chip," she stated. "I genuinely need to satisfy my biological needs." Lin Xian? Devour successful, mechanical source points plus 15, mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 8, bonus, defense plus 1, devour successful, mechanical source points plus 15, mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 8, bonus, strength plus 1, deconstruction complete. Obtained high manganese steel times 50, hot rolled forged steel times 50, cold rolled dual phase steel plates times 15, ordinary carbon steel times 100, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material. It took Lin Xian around 40 minutes to fully devour the 2 flatbed trailers. The space behind the train was now completely empty. Now, with the Gemini 11R nuclear electric locomotive linked to Car 7, Lin Xian removed Car 7's rear panels, planning to install a side door for easier access and cargo loading. Additionally, he planned to modify the roof, preparing to mount a close-in weapon system, later. Mechanical Heart Level 2, 745 out of 1000, upgrade to Level 3 for Special Skill Reward and Awakening, Strength Level 2 to 80%, Explosive Force, 200 kg, Speed Level 2 to 5%, Sprinting Limit, 13 meters per second, Defense Level 1 to 78%, Reinforced Bones and Toughened Skin, Mechanical Awakening, not yet achieved, Mechanical Devour Level 3, 106 out of 1000, boosts Devouring Efficiency, Mechanical Manufacturing Level 2, 260 out of 500, boosts Construction Efficiency, Mechanical Passives, Scan, Repair, Deconstruct, Special Skills, Wind Cannon, Kamen Grade, Level 3, Max Level, Ice Shield, Kamen Grade, Level 2 to 9%, Backlash, Rare Grade, Level 1 to 30%, Power Surge, Rare Grade, Level 1 to 23%, Lin Xian exhaled deeply. The cold night wind howled outside, making him instinctively tighten the collar of his jacket. At the very end of the train, the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive was still parked. Since the nuclear locomotive wasn't connected internally, and the electric locomotive was now obsolete, its best fate was to be devoured. The last time he devoured a short-range freight locomotive, It had granted 300 mechanical source points. This Huangxing 7F was a massive machine. Once he absorbed it, he would definitely break through to level 3 mechanical heart. To ensure safety, Lin Xian climbed into the cockpit. The locomotive's armor plating was thick. He had considered repurposing it for the nuclear locomotive's radiation shielding, but titanium alloy combined with high-density lead plates would be more effective. So, he decided to devour it all at once. As soon as the devouring process began, a crushing pressure slammed into him. It felt like the air had been sucked from his lungs, a clear sign that he was absorbing an enormous structure. Meanwhile, inside Car 5, Ding Junyi walked in. Zhao Yan and Zhu Wen were huddled in a corner, exhausted. Luo Shasha had given them blankets, and for the first time in a long while, they were able to sleep properly. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, nerves were always on edge. Zhao Yan woke up instantly at the sound of footsteps. "Director Ding?" She glanced at Ding Junyi's flushed face. Her cheeks were slightly red, and there was a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. Zhao Yan's brows furrowed in concern. "You don't look well. Are you sick?" Ding Junyi, "No." Chapter 120, Awakening. The Mechanic. Devouring progress, 80%, 8 hours had passed, and Lin Xian was utterly drained. He sat inside the carriage of the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive, drenched in sweat. This was the major drawback of mechanical devour. Not only did it consume stamina, but it also required complete focus. Even if he reached 99%, if he stopped, all progress would be reset to 0. That was why, without ample time and a safe environment, Lin Xian wouldn't dare attempt to devour something this massive. Right now, after escaping from the underground city, they were on the vast snowfields. With the soul wave detector and the onboard radar scanning the surroundings, they had finally secured a brief moment of respite. Seizing this crucial time, he resumed devouring. Devouring progress, 95%, Lin Xian's hands were already trembling. He gritted his teeth, he was so close. Just a bit more, and once he succeeded, his mechanical heart would level up, restoring some of his stamina. Come on, come on. Just a little more. At level 3, his mechanical devour was significantly faster than when he had devoured that short-haul freight locomotive. Otherwise, he would never have endured this long. His mechanical heart was still too weak for him to bite off more than he could chew. Given his current level, this electric freight locomotive was already pushing his absolute limit. Devouring progress, 99%, devour successful. Mechanical source points plus 500. Mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 200. Bonus reward, strength plus 30, speed plus 20, defense plus 30, congratulations. Mechanical heart has leveled up to level 3. Activating mechanical awakening, zing. Just as the success notification rang in his ears, the light screen in front of him went black. Crackle. Countless arcs of electricity suddenly materialized around Lin Xian. His entire body felt incredibly light, but his left hand was violently trembling. He looked down sharply. A metallic, rotating mechanism appeared in the center of his palm for a brief moment before vanishing again. What the hell just happened? The electric arcs crackled wildly around him. His pupils reflected a faint blue glow, and then, as if rebooting, another system screen flickered into existence before his eyes. Congratulations. Awakening successful. Awakened identity, mechanic, new awakening skill unlocked, Research and Development Center. Research and Development Center allows deep research into a blueprint by selecting an upgrade path. After a certain period, a new blueprint is generated. Note, research time is affected by blueprint level and mechanical manufacturing proficiency. New awakening skill unlocked, manufacturing plant. Manufacturing plant converts one type of basic material into another using materials from the disassembly space. Note, conversion efficiency is influenced by material level and mechanical manufacturing proficiency. Disassembly space expansion successful. Capacity, 1,000 tons. Strength level upgraded to level 3. Defense level upgraded to level 2. A flood of notifications bombarded Lin Xian's vision like a fireworks show. The entire Huangxing 7F electric locomotive crumbled into dust, completely devoured. Lin Xian lost his balance and collapsed onto the tracks. Sea cold. Damn, it's freezing. He scrambled back into the infinite train, slamming the door shut behind him. Only then did he let out a relieved breath. Opening his system screen, he took a look at his upgraded mechanical heart. Mechanical heart level 3, 245 out of 5,000, strength level 3 to 10%, max output, 300 kg burst strength, speed level 2 to 25%, max speed, 13 meters per second, defense level 2 to 8%, iron bone durability, mechanical awakening, mechanic, awakening skills, research and development center, manufacturing plant, mechanical devour level 3, 306 out of 1000, increases devour efficiency, mechanical manufacturing level 2, 260 out of 500, improves construction efficiency, mechanical passives, scan, repair, disassemble, special skills, wind cannon, normal, level 3, maxed out, ice shield, normal, level 2 to 9%, backlash, rare grade, level 1 to 30%, power surge, rare grade, level 1 to 23%, my mechanical ability has finally evolved into a complete form. Lin Xian was ecstatic. After enduring so many hardships, he had finally achieved his first awakening. And the skills that came with it made him feel exhilarated. This is what a mechanic is supposed to be like. With Research and Development Center, he could now upgrade blueprints automatically. Excited, he immediately activated the skill. A research interface appeared before him, displaying a blueprint framework, surrounded by intricate circuit diagrams. I can only pick one blueprint to research at a time. Without hesitation, Lin Xian selected the 1130 Close-in Weapon Systems blueprint and placed it into the Research and Development Center. Ding! A red glow filled the research interface. High-level blueprint detected. Current mechanical manufacturing level, 2. Research time increased by 50%. Select research focus. Firepower, 18 days, 22 hours. Mobility, 13 days, 05 hours. Precision, 15 days, 12 hours. Lin Xian. That's almost half a month. By the time it's done, the battlefield might have changed completely. Looks like the higher his mechanical manufacturing level, the faster his research efficiency. Thinking about this, Lin Xian decided to test another blueprint, M556 light machine gun. Select research focus, firepower, 13 hours, mobility, 9 hours, precision, 12 hours, even that still takes over 10 hours. He then tested the Blue Sky KK93 reverse osmosis water purifier blueprint. Blueprint detected. Research duration, 6 hours. This one doesn't have a research direction. Well, let's give it a go. Water purification was a crucial issue. While they still had plenty of water on board, there was no sustainable recycling system in place yet. Sooner or later, they'd run out. He originally planned to build one right away, but according to Shukin, the purifier's current efficiency was mediocre, requiring boiled water for full safety. If the Research and Development Center could upgrade it, he might obtain a higher-tier purifier. Alert! Blue Sky KK93 reverse osmosis water purifier blueprint is now being upgraded. Estimated completion, 5:59:59. The countdown timer started ticking, filling Lin Xian with anticipation. Turning his attention to his left palm, he examined the manufacturing plant skill. According to its description, this might just solve his biggest materials problem. Manufacturing plant, scan a basic material to obtain its information. Select a material from the disassembly space to convert. So now materials have ranks? Opening his disassembly space, he noticed that all materials now had level indicators. Level 1, basic metals, plastics. Level 2, high manganese steel, hardened tungsten steel, hot rolled forged steel, cold rolled dual phase steel, ordinary carbon steel. Level 3, forged inner armor steel, titanium alloy, tungsten titanium alloy. To test the skill, Lin Xian disassembled a bullet, extracted the smokeless gunpowder from its casing, and placed it in his palm. Then, he activated manufacturing plant scan function. Chapter 121, Eerie Barrier. Beep, beep, beep. A blue light flared from Lin Xian's left palm, displaying a material analysis progress bar. 30%. 60%. 100%. Analysis complete. High energy solid propellant. 1. Select conversion material. Lin Xian selected the lowest tier level 1 steel. Manufacturing plant, converting steel. 1. High energy solid propellant. 1. Conversion efficiency, consumes 50 kg steel. 1. Per hour produces 2 kg high energy solid propellant. 1. It actually works. Lin Xian's eyes gleamed in astonishment. If he could now produce solid propellant, that meant he could equip the infinite train with an arsenal of firearms. He might even be able to manufacture artillery shells. 2 kg of propellant. Given that the M556 light machine gun uses 7.62 x 51 mm rounds, and each bullet contains 2.77 grams of gunpowder, this batch alone could produce 722 rounds, more than enough. But if I were making 30 mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds for the 1130 close-in weapon systems, each shell requires 18 to 20 grams of propellant, meaning I could only craft 100 rounds per batch. That's 2,400 rounds per day at max output. And that's just for the gunpowder. I haven't even factored in the tungsten core casings and manufacturing time. At this rate, I'd only be able to fire continuously for 15 seconds. Lin Xian nodded to himself. 15 seconds might sound short, but against past enemies like the pale white giant, the red dragonfly, or even the skeletal horrors from the underground city, how many seconds could they really withstand? If he could fully construct the 1130 close-in weapon systems, forget everything else, even C-class and B-class Eerie entities, like Ding Junyi had warned about, would be manageable without his entire team fighting to exhaustion. From now on, high-grade metal materials are going to be a priority. Without hesitation, Lin Xian began testing the limits of his research and development center and manufacturing plant. With newfound efficiency, he streamlined material production. The manufacturing plant continuously converted raw steel into solid propellant, rapidly depleting his steel reserves while increasing his ammo supply. It felt just like the factory building games he used to play. With manufacturing and research running in parallel, his mechanical heart had just unlocked infinite potential. Clang! 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 Soon, dozens of 7.62 x 51 mm machine gun rounds tumbled onto the floor. Lin Xian grinned excitedly, scooping up a handful of warm brass casings. If I keep this up, I can literally turn myself into a weapons factory, building guns, producing bullets, and generating my own power. As long as I have enough raw materials, I'd be like a walking Gatling gun. Super Mecha Engineer. Hell yes. Next step, gather and convert more materials. Once I build the 1130 close-in weapon systems for the train, no more running from giant bugs. And after that? Full body armor plating. If I can supply my own ammo, I'll practically become Iron Man. Damn. Lin Xian sucked in a breath. If he threw military-grade meshs and the 1130 close-in weapon systems into the research and development center, who knew what kind of monstrosities he could create? Just imagining it made his fingers twitch in excitement. For now, he checked the research and development progress. The upgraded water purifier blueprint was nearly complete. Alright, next. Even though his mechanical awakening had restored some stamina, running both research and development center and manufacturing plant had been draining him non-stop. Fortunately, with a nuclear-powered locomotive, he no longer had to act as a human battery, which gave him a slight breather. I should rest. Then upgrade the train's armor and the experimental carriage. Lin Xian made his way to carriage number 1, eager to finally get some sleep, until something clicked in his mind. Wait. The Eerie radio. Damn. He had almost forgotten about that thing. Keeping an Eerie forbidden item on board without fully processing it was still a huge risk. The last time he tried to devour it, his mechanical heart detected non-mechanical energy and automatically activated self-protection mode, forcefully sealing the radio with an anomalous transformation. But now that his mechanical heart had reached level 3, it was time to finish the job. Lin Xian retrieved a metal storage box from the overhead compartment. He had custom-built this box specifically to contain the Eerie radio, reinforced with tungsten titanium alloy, layered with multiple barriers to ensure maximum containment. Quickly, he disassembled the box, revealing the transformed radio cube in his palm. Mechanical Devour. Without hesitation, Lin Xian activated the skill. Something this small wouldn't take more than 3 minutes to devour. Non-mechanical energy detected. Enable Research and Development Center scan? Huh? Lin Xian frowned. Another anomaly. Why is this thing so damn tricky to process? Enable scan. Buzz. A soft blue light began scanning the radio cube, agonizingly slow. Almost instantly, Lin Xian felt like a black hole was draining his strength. A sharp chill ran down his spine. How the hell does a damn radio take this long to scan? Scan progress, 10%, scan progress, 25%, scan progress, 80%, Lin Xian collapsed onto the couch, completely drained, while the blue scanning light continued shifting across the radio. This damn thing is harder to deal with than a Spider Queen. Finally, scan complete, mechanical heart detection result, Eerie object number 1, name, undetermined, properties, capable of broadcasting fear-inducing and dark energy transmissions. Mechanical heart has restructured and frequency modulated the device. It can now be activated to reflect and neutralize fear-based and dark energy influences within a fixed area. What? Lin Xian's eyes widened. A barrier that blocks fear and dark energy? Wait. Does dark energy mean Black Knight infection? Sitting motionless on the couch, Lin Xian stared at the radio cube, deep in thought. So, my mechanical heart actually contained a forbidden item. Which means, I can use this anomaly to generate a protective barrier for the infinite train. Screw it. Let's test it out. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian activated the radio cube using his mechanical heart. Beep. Activating non-mechanical energy reflection detection, scan complete. No fear anomalies detected within the train. Dark energy influence neutralized, boom. An invisible force suddenly engulfed the entire train. Instantly, everyone aboard felt as if a cold, suffocating weight had been lifted from their chests. The oppressive aura of Black Knight infection was completely wiped away. Even Chen Sixuan, who had been restless in her sleep, suddenly relaxed, her furrowed brows smoothing out. Even Lin Xian himself felt a wave of serenity wash over him. Holy shit! A 360 degrees anti-Eri artifact. Realization struck him like a freight train. With this transformed radio cube, the terror broadcasts from 1542 radio station and those invisible corrupting demons are completely locked out. This thing is basically a magic force field. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Lin Xian silently thanked his mechanical heart. And if this theory was correct, then all those forbidden items that people feared and avoided, especially the mechanical ones, might just become his next target for mechanical devour. Chapter 122, External Gun Turret. The blizzard had settled. In the dead of night, the infinite train remained parked on the snow-covered plains, its tracks buried beneath thick layers of snow. Chen Sixuan, Kiki, and Shasha all woke up feeling well-rested, a stark contrast to previous nights. After Lin Xian and the others woke up, they, too, took turns getting some sleep while waiting for the water purifier blueprint to finish upgrading. Do you guys feel like that anxious feeling is gone? Chen Sixuan stretched, then walked to carriage number 3 for a quick check. Seeing that Zhao Yan and the others were still sound asleep, she let Shasha take over keeping watch on the rear carriages. Kiki, seated at her computer, yawned and stretched. Now that you mention it. Yeah, it does feel different. Chen Sixuan pulled up the blackout curtain and peered outside into the endless, pitch-black snowfield. Based on our distance traveled, sunrise should be around 16:00 today. Kiki, see if you can pick up any signals from Yubai City. Kiki nodded, grabbed the radio, and began scanning frequencies. Federation Phoenix's daily survival radio. According to the Abyss Monitoring Department's latest report, the relatively safer zones are as follows. In the Asia-Pacific region, Jiazhou City from Hangshan Pass eastward to Wei River, Longjiang, Zhenhai, and Xingcheng corresponds to safe zones number 3 and number 4. From Maple City westward across the Gobi Desert, the Tashi Sands, and the Parma Grasslands, extending southeast to Jin, Yun Ridge, and Danji corresponds to safe zones number 5 and number 7. Survivors should migrate accordingly. Federation Phoenix rescue teams are stationed in all non-polar night secondary cities. ZZZZZ. Survival tip number 53, emergency water procurement methods. ZZZZZ. Water is essential. Today, microbiologist Professor Chi will explain the dangers of black rain on surface freshwater sources. ZZZZZ. To strengthen humanity's resistance against eerie entities, Federation Phoenix is recruiting ability users to join the Nighttalkers organization. ZZZZZ. Federation Radio Regional Broadcast, Yubai City has been completely overrun by a zombie tide. Multiple eerie entity sightings were reported last night. Yubai No. 1 spaceport is currently under full-scale defense operations. Kiki kept adjusting the frequencies, frowning. Yubai City's situation is bad. If the ascending passage shuts down, anyone inside is as good as trapped. Chen Sixuan replied, that's not our biggest concern. As long as the sky corridor hasn't collapsed and the ascending passage isn't blocked, we can still get up there. The real problem is that we don't know what's happening inside the city. Guess we'll have to take it one step at a time. Kiki launched a drone to scan their surroundings once more. A well-rested awakening by now, it was around 10:00 a.m. Lin Xian had woken up after a few hours of solid, dreamless sleep. Whether it was thanks to the eerie radio cube or his recent stat upgrades, he felt like he had slept a full 12 hours. His strength and defense enhancements made his body feel incredibly refreshed, as if he had been reborn. You're up? Chen Sixuan was making hot soup. With a nuclear-powered locomotive supplying electricity, they could now fully utilize the various appliances collected by Shasha in Yukai. The electric stove and oven were now in full use. If only they had fresh vegetables, Lin Xian had no doubt that Chen Sixuan would be whipping up a full-course meal. How's everything? Lin Xian asked. Dr. Zhao and Dr. Zhu are still asleep, but Director Ding woke up early. She's been working in carriage number 3 this whole time. No idea what she's up to. I'll check on her after I set up the new carriage armor. We'll move out at sunrise. Before heading out, he glanced at the Research and Development Center. The water purifier blueprint upgrade had 20 minutes remaining. Perfect timing. Without wasting a second, he headed toward the rear carriages. Optimizing the train's design in carriage number 2, Kiki had already pulled up the core research carriage blueprints. See? I told you there was a ready-made solution. This carriage already has a fully integrated air circulation system. Once we hook it up to the rest of the train and install your water purification system, You'll have your oxygen water recycling setup ready to go. Lin Xian nodded approvingly. First, I need to finish reinforcing the rear carriages with armor. Then I'll install the water purifier. Kiki pointed at her digital train schematic. By the way, carriage number 7 is directly connected to the nuclear-powered locomotive. Do you want to add more entry points? It'd make it easier for us to get on and off. On her screen, she highlighted the front and rear driver cabins. These exits work fine for us, but if we need to move cargo, things might get tricky. Lin Xian nodded. I know. I'm planning to add a side door to carriage number 7. I'm also considering installing a rooftop hatch on carriage number 6 and carriage number 1, maybe even an elevator system. Kiki blinked. Wait, an elevator? Are you planning to catapult yourself off the train? No, Lin Xian sighed. I want to mount turrets and weapons on the roof. If they're on an adjustable lift, they won't be as easily destroyed. Kiki's eyes lit up. Oh my god,